I'm going to start as usual by asking the Chief Executive to read the notice and summons the meeting and take the attendance, please. John.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members. To all members of Derry City and Strabane District Council, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Council to be held remotely today, Thursday, the 29th of April at 4 o'clock. Alderman Breslin.
Here, John.
Alderman Devaney.
Here, John.
Alderman Guy.
Here, John.
Alderman Hussey.
Aye, thank you.
Alderman Carrigan. Alderman Carrigan. Alderman McClintock.
Here, John.
Here, John.
Thank you. Alderman McCready. Alderman McCready.
He's having iPad problems, John. He's just trying to get on.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Ramsey.
Here.
Alderman Wark.
Here, John.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Here, John.
Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor John Boyle.
Here.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
And Shaw.
Councillor Burke.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Carr.
John.
Councillor Cusick.
Here, John.
Councillor Dobbins.
Here, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
Shaw.
Councillor Doyle.
Here, John.
Councillor Duffy.
Shaw.
Councillor Durkin.
Shaw, John.
Councillor Edwards.
Here, John.
Councillor Farrell.
Here.
Councillor Ferguson.
John.
Councillor Fleming. Councillor Fleming. Councillor Gallagher.
And Shaw. John.
Councillor Harkin.
Here.
Councillor Heaney.
Shaw, John.
Councillor Jackson.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Kelly.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Logue. Councillor Logue. Councillor Maguire.
Shaw, John.
Councillor McHugh. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McKeever.
Here, John.
Councillor McKinney.
He's running a wee bit behind, John. He should join us soon.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mellon.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Mooney.
Here, John.
Councillor O'Neill.
Here, John.
Councillor Riley.
Here, John.
And Councillor Tierney.
Here, John.
Mayor, I'm just going to check over one or two others. I'm not sure if Councillor McCready has joined us yet.
I'm here, John. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. And Councillor Paul Fleming.
And Shaw, John, my apologies, Mayor, for being slightly late.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Councillor Logue.
And Shaw, John, again, too. My apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. And I think Councillor McKinney is not yet with us, so back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Members, before we move on, can I ask whose name is coming up as Council 19 on their device?
I think that's me.
Councillor Sean Harkin, thank you. Thank you. Members, item 3 is the statement of remote meetings. I would like to remind everyone who is in remote attendance that this meeting will be broadcast live via the Council's YouTube channel and will be available for viewing by the public and the media. The broadcast will also be available for repeated viewing at a later date. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with Council's protocol. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only use their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. By participating in this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and the use and storage of those films for broadcasting and training purposes and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. A copy of the Council's privacy notice may be found on the Council website at derrystrabane.com. Members, item 4 is the declaration of members' interest, which can be taken now or as they arise throughout the meeting. Just drop a note into the chat box and we'll take them then. Item 5 is chairperson's business, and you'll be all delighted to hear that there is very little chairperson's business this month. I just want to go through some of the housekeeping for today's meeting as is normal practice, members. So I propose that we'll take our breaks as usual, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and we'll look at it thereafter. I would just also like to remind members in terms of the time limits for speaking. It's 3 minutes for proposing a motion and 2 minutes for responding. John, can we please mark Councillor Philip McKinney and as present, please? He's just joined us. Members, in terms of today's meeting, due to unforeseen personal circumstances beyond my control, I will have to leave this meeting early. I don't know, I'm not unaware of what time yet, but it will more likely be sooner rather than later. I have spoken to the Deputy Mayor and he's ready to come on and continue the rest of the meeting and chair it in my absence. So I will make you aware, members, when I'm leaving. Councillor McHugh, John is also here as well now. You're very welcome, Councillor McHugh. And the last item in Chair's business is Councillor Sandra Duffy, who wants to nominate Councillor Heaney onto a number of council committees. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate it. And it's just in terms of Connor, I wish to welcome Councillor Heaney to the meeting, and on behalf of our team, he's a great asset to the team. He's a well-seasoned political and community activist, so I have no doubt he will be likewise in terms of his role now as an elected representative. I would just like to officially nominate Connor onto the Governance and Strategic Planning Committee and the Business and Culture Committee. I have also emailed Ellen and Sharon to confirm working group membership, so I don't think I need to go through that now, but just to officially nominate him onto the 2 committees. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem, Councillor Duffy. Thanks very much for that. Members, that concludes Chairperson's business. So item number 6 is the confirmation of the open minutes of Derry City and Strabane District Council. Thursday.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I thought that this might have been dealt with, but we agreed at the Health and Community meeting that we would hold a minute's silence for International Workers' Memorial Day at this council meeting.
Wasn't aware of it, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Harkin.
We did agree that at Health and Communities.
Okay. Apologies, members. I wasn't aware of that. So, what a minute's silence is it?
Yeah.
Is Karen McFarland on the call? No.
Just to put it in context, I see Councillor Harkin has frozen. Yesterday was International Solidarity Day in terms of workers' rights and stuff, and so we agreed, because yesterday fell before the council meeting, that we would hold the minute silence here in this meeting.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, Mayor, thanks for bringing me in. I see Councillor Harkin may have some technical difficulties at the moment, but yeah, as Councillor Duffy said, this was discussed at Health and Communities. It was indicated that it would be raised today at full council, so we had supported it at Health and Communities and happy to do it now at this full council. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So it's a minute silence, folks. So,
Mayor, if
yeah.
I may, it might be appropriate to actually read the section from the Health and Community minutes, because it includes slightly more than just, and with your permission, can I read? I've got it in front of me here.
It would be really useful if somebody would read it for me, Alderman.
That council hold a minute silence at council meeting on 29th April 2021 in conjunction with International Workers' Memorial Day on the 28th of April for all those healthcare and other essential workers who have died over the past year whilst confronting the coronavirus pandemic.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. It may be a slightly mute point, members, but I just want to check with the Chief Executive. Can we do that now, or do we have to wait until those minutes are ratified by Council? John?
I think, Mayor, by agreement with the floor, there's no difficulty in doing it now.
Yep, no, that's fine. I just wanted to double check that. So if members are happy, we'll do that minute silence now that was agreed at Health and Communities earlier in the month. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, thank you. Moving on, then we'll go to the minutes of 25th of March, Derry City and Strabane District Council, pages 1 to 54 for accuracy. Can I get a proposer and a seconder, please?
So proposed, Alderman Devaney.
Thank you. Seconder?
Taking a Mayor, Alderman Moore.
Thank you. The same pages, members, for matters arising. Councillor Kerrigan, Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, very briefly, at C148/21, and it's under the ENR Maboy update, but it's in relation to, as I was referring to, the disposal of livestock and dealing with Rivers Agency, and I was just wondering if that would be brought forward, or if there's any progress on bringing a report forward to ENR, or if it's likely to come forward to the next ENR, or maybe the month after. So just a wee update, Mayor. Thank you.
No worries, Alderman. Thank you. Is Karen Phillips on the call?
Mayor, it's Conor Canning here.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a report going into May's ENR on this matter for members' information.
Thank you very much, Conor. Hope that answers your question, Alderman. Councillor Rory Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. It's item C135 as indicated in the chat box, and yet again I raised the issue of McGee expansion, and the First Minister's continued failure to respond or engage with this council on this matter. New Decade, New Approach stated that the executive would bring forward expansion proposals, and no proposals have been produced. And we've written to the First Minister 4 times in the last year, and they've just ignored our correspondence. And it's not just this council. Sinead McLaughlin, MLA, tabled a priority question to Arlene Foster and Michelle O'Neill, asking why these 4 pieces of correspondence remain unanswered. And guess what? They haven't answered that either. So I feel Sinead's pain. And on the issue of McGee expansion, I note Diane Dodds's opinion piece in the Derry Journal last week, where she made the vaguest of vague references to McGee expansion. She didn't mention the 10,000 student target. She didn't mention whether she supported the 10,000 student target, or didn't mention when we can expect to see expansion to actually occur. And I note that the Economy Minister was in Derry today I was secretly hoping for her to make an expansion announcement, but we'll have to wait another day for that. But the question remains, how are we going to get the First Ministers to engage with this council, to actually answer our correspondence? I had a form of words drafted that may help to focus minds on the Executive Office and to convey the importance of McGee expansion to this council. And then this week happened, so I will hold fire until the DUP appoint a new First Minister and some semblance of normality returns to the Executive Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Emmett Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. It's C165/21 in relation to detox services. At the Civic Forum, Liam Dunn from the Western Trust informed us that the Trust would now be recruiting for a regional coordinator for addiction services. And as part of that role, there would be a review undertaken of Tier 4 services in the Trust area. I think that's to be welcomed. I would just like to have a short proposal. I'm just going to put it in the chat box here, Mayor, and effectively it just asks us to write to the Trust to praise them of our corporate position and ask that as part of the scope of the review undertaken on Tier 4 services, that they include provision to look at specifically Derry-based detox centre. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Just bear with me, Councillor Doyle. Okay, members, there's a proposal there that's essentially asking us to write a letter. So therefore I'm happy that we take it. Can I get a seconder for that? Yep,
Mayor,
Sandra
it's-
Duffy. Yep. Sorry. Who's calling there?
It was Ryan McCready looking to second it, but I think it's been done, so.
Okay, thank you. It's on the floor, members. If members are happy, and we can move on. John Boyle, Grant. Members, no one is indicating that they don't support it, so I'm going to take it as read that can be actioned. Sorry,
Mayor.
Councillor Riley. Yep,
Yeah,
sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, just typing in as you were calling out. No issue with the proposal on the floor. Happy to support it. But if I may, could I add a short amendment to it, just in relation to the Western Trust, which I'll put in the chat box now. It's just that I'm aware this week in the news, the replacement for the new chief executive of the Western Trust has been announced, so it might be appropriate that this council writes to the incoming chief executive of the Western Trust and invites them to this chamber to address us on the Western Trust plans for rebuilding our health service as we exit the pandemic. Thanks, Mayor. I'll put that in the chat box now.
Thank you. That's been seconded by Councillor John Boyle. Members, I'll just give it a wee minute till we get it on the screen there, please. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm trying to cut and paste it, but that didn't work, so I have to type it out again. I had planned to raise it at a different point in the meeting, so that's why I didn't have it typed up just yet.
Okay. So essentially, it's just to invite the new chief executive on the council.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you, Councillor Riley. That's seconded by Councillor Boyle. Can we see that amendment on the screen, please? There we go. Thank you, Teresa. Members, the amendment, first of all, are people happy enough with that?
just the chief executive of what?
Well,
Western.
I imagine it's
The Western Trust, yeah.
Neil
Okay,
McCook.
I'm just asking a simple question.
Right. Well, it's the Western Trust.
Maybe that should be on the motion.
Well, because it's an amendment, it's already contained in the
Councillor Riley,
original motion.
please. Yeah, it's at the top. But now that people understand, I think we can take the amendment as read and move to the substantive proposal. And again, are people happy enough that we take that as read? Yes. Okay. Thank you. For those proposals, members. Alderman Hussey, seen a comment from you there looking to come on matters arising.
Yeah, on matters arising, but I had a further amendment to the proposal, Mayor.
Sorry, my mistake.
Okay. Yeah, there it is there. It's to add at the end of the first paragraph, and to action the proposed mental health and addiction unit attached to Omagh Enhanced Hospital as per phase 2 of the development. The reason I'm including that is that unit would be servicing the southern part of our district council area, and that addiction unit, that section, whoever's doing on screen there, if that can go in above it goes in as a second paragraph, but it's the continuation of the first paragraph.
Yeah, so it goes on between. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, corporate position then and there. Yeah.
Yep.
As I say, Mayor, I'm that council can accept that proposal on the basis that it is part of the service to citizens of our council area that is provided to the southern citizens in the southern area, part of our council area, sorry, via that unit at Omagh Enhanced, and it's been promised for a long time and been held up for a long time. So thank you for inviting the chief executive on the trust plans. It's the trust plans, and the trust covers that area as well. So we need to know that issue as well. Thank you, Mayor. So
okay.
proposed.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Can I get a seconder for that proposal, please?
Second, Mayor, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Doyle, I assume it's on the amendment.
It is, Mayor. Thank you. Look, I understand where the Alderman is coming from. I'm just trying to figure out. Obviously, there's the ASHA Centre at a site in Omagh in terms of Tier 4 addiction services. We are trying, and it is our corporate position, to have a Tier 4 addiction service centre in Derry. Is this, and it's just a point of clarification, I suppose, Mayor, is this mental health and addiction unit attached to Omagh Enhanced Hospital the ASHA Centre? And if it is, would that not be in, I suppose, would that not be a juxtaposition to what our corporate position is, which is a detox centre in Derry? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Chair, for
information. Yeah.
Thank you. It is a dedicated unit. The ASH Centre, as you know, in Omagh, Councillor Doyle, is in quite old buildings, etc. So it's actually a new unit attached to the enhanced hospitals need with that type of unit. So it's not. It's enhancing the facilities of the unit and thereby making it more efficient, quite obviously. Thank you.
So to be clear then, it's enhancing the facilities of an ongoing service that's already there. Alderman, yep. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, I hope that clears that up for you, Councillor Doyle. Members, the text is there. There's no further indicated speakers. Is everyone content? With the exceptions of Councillor Doyle? Yep. Okay, so rather than go through a vote, everyone who's present, with the exception of Councillor Doyle, is in favour of the amendment. And now obviously the substantive motion. Is that the same again, Councillor Doyle? Are people happy with the substantive proposal?
Sorry, Mayor. I suppose, I mean, from
Well,
just
now,
give the initial part, I'm happy to vote for it, the overall.
Okay, thank you. So that's unanimous then, the overall proposal. Thank you. Alderman Hussey, now on a separate issue under matters arising.
Thank you. Item, sorry, my screen's gone down again here, Mayor. Under 139.
Yep.
Darn. My apologies, Mayor. Getting the screen up again. Yep. Yep. The issue of recycling centres, and in 139, we had talked in terms of extending the temporary skip facilities at Strabane and Castleberg to cover the Derry Valley area in the absence or while we await a new recycling centre. When will a report be brought to the next DNR in regard to the proposals for that? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Connor Canning?
Yeah, Chair, can I take that, Chair? We are intending to open Strabane 6 days a week from Monday week, which is the 10th of May. We're just finalising arrangements now in terms of additional vehicles and manpower, but the intention is from the 10th of May on, it will be available 6 days a week.
Thank you for that, Connor.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Connor.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill?
Thanks, Chair. It was just on with the green infrastructure plan and the move to allow our flowers and stuff to pollinate. Just a resident had got in touch to say about 8 or 9 days ago, council workers had cut down the mayflowers and the dandelions in Prahane, and those grassy areas adjacent to the roads, and there was just concern that might be in conflict with council's pollinator plan and green infrastructure plan. So it was just to get some clarity on that. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Connor Canning again?
Yeah, Chair, I can come in and just if we'll contact Councillor O'Neill and get the details of that and provide an update, and happy to do so anytime for members as well. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Karen. Councillor Maguire.
Chair, further to the issues regarding the recycling centre and kiln and all, and I was wondering, just could Connor maybe give us an update? Is the rent still ongoing, been paid for kiln recycling centre, and is there any plans to vacate the site, or what is the next steps?
Chair, the answer is yes at the moment, and once we finalise arrangement, we'll enter discussions with the Galbraith and how we surrender the lease on that facility, but it's on a year-to-year basis, so it will run for the rest of this calendar year, and at which point then we will be in a position to make a final determination on the lease at that point in time. But it's on a year-to-year basis.
Thank you, Connor. Councillor Rooney McHugh. Councillor McHugh.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Just in relation to Strabane Recycling Centre and that update from Connor regarding 6 days a week, can I ask, was there any community consultation carried out there? Because Connor will be well aware that when the initial recycling facilities were put down there, there was concern within the local community, particularly the residents of Drumna Bay Park and Gamble Park, around a permanent facility being put on there by stealth. So I'm just concerned, that council's going ahead with the 6 day week. While I understand the reasons why, but I'm wondering, was any community consultation carried out prior to that? And I thought that decision would still have to come before committee.
Chair, these are temporary arrangements in terms of the COVID regulations. We will be bringing a report to members on the longer term implications of the kiln site, both in terms of identifying a suitable alternative and taking that forward through planning. and then, if I can use the term, more permanent temporary arrangements, which we will engage with the Strabane residents. And it was on the basis, as discussed at the meeting with the Derry members, that we would do that on the basis that once we identify a permanent site, and members who attended that meeting will know that it's probably in and around the Killen site. So once we have tied that down, and that is the direction of travel that we are moving to on a permanent long-term basis, we will then engage with the Strabane residents on the basis that we need some short-term temporary facilities on a bit more permanent basis, in terms of skips and so on, than that's there at the moment. But the 6 day is just an extension of the current arrangements while we tie down and finalise a longer term plan, at which point we will go to the Strabane residents and set out clearly what our intentions are, both in the short term and over the next 2 to 3 years as we take forward the permanent development for the replacement Killen site.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Members, moving on, item 8 is the adoption of the open minutes of all of our committees. And the first is the Special Planning Committee, held on Wednesday, the 24th of March, pages 55 to 66 for accuracy.
Aye. Seconded, Alderman Kerrigan.
I think that was Councillor McKinney and Alderman Kerrigan. Same pages, 55 to 66 for matters arising. No matters arising. B is the Special Environment and Regeneration Committee, Monday the 29th of March, pages 67 to 74 for accuracy.
So proposed, Mayor Morris.
Seconder. Seconder. Councillor O'Neill, I think that was.
Yeah, second.
Thank you. Same pages, 67 to 74 for matters arising. No matters arising. C, Governance and Strategic Planning, Tuesday the 30th of March, pages 75 to 106.
I'd second it, Alan Breslin.
I need somebody to propose it first, but I've got Councillor Duffy with a, just hold on, members. Councillor Duffy with a matter of accuracy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, GSP 50/21, the presentation on page 81 or 7, whichever way you look at it. It was in terms of the Bobby Sands quote. It is quoted at the unthinkable thought. It's not, it's that undauntable thought. So if that could be changed, please.
No bother, Councillor Duffy. We'll get that changed for you. Alderman Guy, is yours on matters arising or accuracy?
Matters arising.
Come back to you. So, proposer and seconder for those minutes.
I'll propose it.
Thank you, Alderman Breslin.
Yes.
Seconder.
Yes, myself.
John Boyle, I think, and Sean Mooney. Thank you both. Alderman Guy, accuracy.
Matters arising.
Sorry, matters arising. Sorry.
No, thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm just looking at opening here because I didn't get a chance to contact you today, but it's basically about contractors and workers being turned back at the border still. On 2 occasions, there was £300 fines or €300 fines issued. It's also happened to a number of carpet fitters 2 or 3 days in a row where they've been turned back when they were heading into Donegal to complete jobs. Now, many of these contractors have prepaid for accommodation, hire of tools and equipment close to their area of work in Dublin, and they're now out of pocket due to the Garda refusing entry into the Republic. And it's angered the contractors because they say it's not being done both ways. You know, I know there's people coming up to work here in Northern Ireland, but not everybody is, and no doubt it'll increase over the next few days. But has Council received a reply in the letter that I think it was Alderman Kerrigan brought this up a few meetings ago? Because it seems to be continuing. It doesn't seem to have stopped the harassment of workers.
Yep. Ellen Kavanagh, are you on the call?
Yes, Mayor, I'm on. I'll have a wee look for that. That's if I had a minute reference, that would be useful. But
GSP 61. But sorry, it wasn't. It was
No.
just something I was looking at opening on there, Ellen. Sorry. Apologies.
Right. Mayor, if you want to proceed, I'll come back in if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Ellen. Alderman McCready, matters arising.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's the GSP 51/20, the scheme of allowances. So the matter is, I want to put a proposal forward which is contrary to what the committee accepted on 5.2. I want to reject 5.2. I'm going to insert it into the chat box for you to have a look. Happy to call for a seconder.
Okay.
Seconded, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I just get an opinion from officers on this, please? John or Philip?
Mayor, I unfortunately don't have the original report available to me at the moment. I'm checking through you to see if Ellen does. If Ellen could come in, please, if she does.
Through you, Mayor, that to refer to the fact that there would be a surplus allowance left over because of the reduction in the allowances to the chair and vice chair of audit, and the 5.2 recommended that we look at options for actually distributing that amongst members of the planning committee. So it was to look at options at this point in time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So effectively what Alderman McCready is saying is that none of those options should be that it is reallocated to members. Can we get the proposal on screen, please, Teresa? Members, the proposal's in front of you. It's been seconded by Councillor Doyle.
Mayor, can I comment on this before members take a vote?
Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. So I abstained on this because I was uncomfortable with it. I don't think it's the place for members to preside over, determine or make a decision on where and how they should get paid. That's fundamentally the responsibility of the Department for Communities. It's a very slippery slope. Yes, in this case, it is an anomaly that as a result of the audit committee reduction in their how many times they convened, then the surplus of £6,000 was left over. Now, when you look back to the response from the Department for Communities, they weren't happy to reallocate because there are caps in place that members can only accept so much allowances, whether that be special or basic. And so if members were to firstly make a decision to pay, whether it be planning members or any other members within this council, principally it's wrong. It's not our job to do that, and it's wrong, and I urge all members not to do it. Now, however, I would deem it fair that if members want to write to the Department for Communities to review the level of work that the planning committee members, which is immense, and I agree that the amount of work they do to what they get paid, it doesn't correlate. But that's not my job, and certainly not the job of any member on this committee to award themselves additional pay based on what they think is appropriate. We all see what happens in Westminster, and we always condemn it. Well, it's right here, and it's on our doorstep, and it's wrong. So I urge members to accept my proposal. and leave it up for the Department for Communities when it comes to matters of our pay. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, Mayor, thanks for bringing me in. Just I suppose a few points of clarification. First of all, in relation to the proposal, given what officers have said in relation to that, this is an item at which it had been discussed and the paper was to come back. It strikes me after being in attendance at the standing orders session that we had recently that this might fall foul of standing orders, given that it's an anticipatory point, but maybe the city solicitor can clarify that. I suppose in relation to the wider point in relation to councillors' pay, this council is not setting its pay in that sense, because it flows from 5.1 that was on the agenda that day in relation to the fact that the Department of Communities had sent a circular around, and at that stage at the committee, I think it was unanimous that that everybody rejected the increase that was there. What we're talking about at 5.2 is the reallocation of monies that the council planning committee members may be entitled to, because we all accept across the chamber, I think, that certainly those that have been on the planning committee understand the extra time and the extra work that is required to be a member of that particular committee. And I suppose it's on that point, Mayor, just in relation to the planning members, I'm conscious that when this was raised at committee, the planning members had to exit the meeting at that stage, because there were obviously a pecuniary interest attached to this. So if we could get some clarification from the city solicitor just in relation to whether the proposal meets our standing orders, and if it does, then do the planning committee members have to exit this chamber and so that they don't fall foul of any pecuniary interest? I think that would be useful. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I have a few indicated speakers, but before we come to them, I'm going to bring Philip in for those opinions.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm not sure that members need. Well, it would be good practice for the members of the planning committee to be placed into the lobby for the purposes of this discussion, Chair. But I'm also just conscious, whilst I'm speaking in relation to this, that the council does have obligations to deal with a scheme of allowances in relation to this. We need to be careful that any motion that is put forward in relation to this isn't contrary to the obligation that the council has to prepare a scheme of allowances in relation to this matter.
Okay, Philip, thank you for that. Members, before we go any further, I'm going to ask Paul Jackson to remove all of our planning committee members.
Just can I come in 1 second?
Mayor,
No.
Chair,
Mayor, for public record, I think.
Sorry, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Before we get booted out, I
Chair,
want to
point
speak
of order.
for public record. I think.
Point of order, Councillor Gallagher.
The point of order, Chair, just as that the previous speaker has said that members of planning have voted for this, and he should correct that, because this is a live debate and live discussion. Members of our planning did not, and I, for one, was at the meeting and withdrew, so I didn't vote for this, and I think that needs to be corrected by the member who said it. And I'm happy to leave now, but I think it needs corrected that I did not, as a member of planning, vote for this.
You, Chair.
I'm unaware who said it.
Is Councillor Riley here? Is Councillor Gallagher indicating that that's something that I said? Because I certainly didn't.
I don't know who he said it, to be honest, Councillor Riley.
No, it wasn't. It was. Chair, the proposer of this motion.
I'm sure the proposer has heard your concerns, and if he wants to address them, I'm sure he will in due course.
He should withdraw it, Chair.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. I can't force him or make him to do anything, but I'm sure he's heard your concerns. Can I ask that the planning committee members are now removed from the meeting, please, Paul?
Yeah, I'll do it. Can all planning members put their hands up and I'll move them out when I see it?
Yeah.
Eric, do you mind if I come on briefly? That's what I was trying to do. I think every planning member needs to now publicly declare that they're on the planning committee before they all leave. Otherwise, the public won't know who did leave.
Right, okay. Yep. Okay, well,
I'm on
we've got,
plan.
currently at the moment, we have got yourself, Councillor John Boyle, Sean Mooney, Aileen Mellon, Christopher Jackson, Philip McKinney, Angela Dobbins, Keith Kerrigan, Holly McClintock, Alan Breslin, Jason Barr, Kieran Maguire, Sean Harkin, and Sean Mooney, as I've already said. Anybody else? No one else, members, that's indicating. So Paul, if you can just let me know when the members have been removed, we can move on.
Hey, Mayor, I think that's everybody, unless I've missed anybody.
Is there anybody?
Mayor,
Is there any?
I'm still here. Jason Barr.
I'm still here, Mayor.
Jason Barr and Keith Kerrigan there, Paul, as well, please.
Has everyone moved now, Mayor?
Okay, thank you, Paul, for that. Now, Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor. Eventually got there. Yeah, this was in relation to the annual uplift in the scheme of allowances, which was something that was set in motion by the previous DOE minister, although there was some acrobating on social media after the meeting around it. And I was happy to propose it in terms of the current climate and the way that we are in terms of coronavirus and people who have been made redundant, people who have lost their jobs, people who are still on furlough, and felt that it would be inappropriate at this time for us as elected representatives to be accepting any type of uplift in our pay. So in terms of that, in this one, Alderman McCready was arguing, was a wee bit concerned about this, and I completely took on board his point, but felt at the time that it was something that we have discussed and that we have pursued in terms of the workload of the planning committee. But upon reflection, and I will say this, Alderman McCready, upon reflection and upon considering your arguments, I would be of the mind to support your motion here, or your proposal here this evening, because I do take on board the fact that it's not up to us to be deciding these things and to be deciding issues around our pay and all the rest of it, even though it's not technically pay, it's allowances. But I completely take on board where you're going. So as a party, we will support your proposal as it stands. I think that it's prudent for us to do so. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Duffy. Members, I have no further indicated speakers on my list, but if I must you, please let me know. I'm just going to go back over the chat box to make sure that I haven't missed anyone, but I don't think I have.
Mayor,
Yes.
it's
Who are
sorry,
you?
I apologize. I didn't get into the chat box, but Councillor Fleming.
Go ahead, Paul. Thank you.
No, and thank you, and obviously Sandra, on behalf of ourselves, has give our position. And I know maybe Councillor McCready is coming in here, but I do think the point made by Councillor Gallagher, Paul Gallagher, does need to be taken on board, and that planning committee members did not sit at that meeting and award themselves, and to compare it to what goes on in Westminster is way out of kilter type thing. They did not award themselves that money. It was decision was taken by other councillors, and fair enough that we change our mind on it now, but I think that needs to be clear to people.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Councillor Fleming, you'll appreciate that I wasn't at that particular meeting, but both yourself and Councillor Gallagher have clarified that now, and I agree with you. I think that's an important point. I think Councillor Riley is going to come on and also add to that narrative. So, Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in. And yeah, just to agree with what Councillor Gallagher and Councillor Fleming have said at this committee, when it was debated, the planning committee members, all of them, including the SDLP ones, were all not voting on the proposal that came before us on that day. So in the same way as I asked it there now, those planning committee members have been put into a room where they're a virtual room where they're not partaking in this decision, and I think it is important for the public commentary to make that clear. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley, for that. I'm sure that'll be corrected in the minutes. So, members, the proposal is before you. It's been proposed and seconded. From my reading, it's unanimous that it's going to pass, but I'll leave it hanging there for a minute or so. No one speaking against it, so that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Can we just pause once again, members, till we get the members of the planning committee who have all left the meeting because of that vote? Do we get them back on from the lobby, please? Paul Jackson, can you let me know when they're all back on, please?
Hey, Mayor, it's Mo back in.
Thank you, Paul. Members, moving on. Alderman Hussey, have you a separate issue on these minutes for governance and strategic planning?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for bringing me in. It's item GSP 50/21, and it's at the very end of that particular item on page 85. And I'll read the passage that is causing me concern. This was Councillor Harkin.
Alderman Hussey, can you maybe face the mic when you're speaking, because
I
we're coming up
apologize.
to hear you.
I just wanted to read the correct. Alderman Harkin said as follows. He expressed serious concern that the chairman had advised the former president to bring his presentation to a conclusion, which he considered a total lack of respect. He also expressed concern at how the meeting was being chaired by Alderman Hussey. He undertook to raise the matter further at another forum. I'm not aware if he has raised it in another forum. I'm raising it at this forum, and I would wish that Councillor Harkin would be aware that I follow strictly the standing orders, particularly Standing Order 11.2, which I will now quote for the members' benefit. Deputation shall be confined to the presentation of a statement or copy of resolutions, shall not make more than 2 short addresses by any 2 members of the deputation. In this case, there was 1. The totality of the address shall not exceed 15 minutes. The speaker on this occasion was into his 16th minute, and I reminded him and asked him to bring his remarks to a conclusion in order that members of committee could then engage with the person making the presentation. And I take quite seriously the comment by Councillor Harkin that I was not conducting the meeting properly. We have standing orders for a purpose, as you well know, Mayor, and those standing orders must be adhered to. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Mayor, it's GSP 5521. And again, before I had to leave, I just wanted to point out to the meeting that, because this is a public meeting, that when the issue of pay came up, you will see under GSP 5521 that I, Paul Gallagher, as a member of planning, declared an interest and left that meeting. And Chair, I don't think it should be left hanging that another member can say at a public meeting of that I, as a member of planning, was voting for a pay raise when it's incorrect factual information. And I don't think that should be allowed to pass. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Gallagher, thank you for that. And just, I know you left that meeting and I know you left this meeting today because of the same issue. When you did leave, that point was clarified by two other members of this council who were at that meeting, and clarified that not only did you leave, but all members of the planning committee left that particular meeting around that vote, and also left this meeting today as well. So I hope that that clears that up for you, Councillor Gallagher, whilst the proposer of that that proposal today didn't clear it up, but other members who were at that meeting at that particular time have cleared it up on a public forum today. So I hope that that satisfies you, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So members, moving on, 8D is the Special Health and Community Committee held on Wednesday, the 31st of March, pages 107 to 116 for accuracy, please. Proposer and seconder. Anybody?
Proposed.
Thank you, Sandra.
Seconded.
Sean Mooney, thank you. Same pages, 107 to 116 for matters arising. No matters arising. E is the monthly planning committee, Monday the 12th of April, pages 117 to 128 for accuracy.
Propose accuracy.
Proposed.
I second it.
John Boyle and Alan Breslin. Same pages, 117 to 128 for matters arising. No matters arising. F is the monthly business and culture committee, Tuesday the 13th of April, pages 129 to 150 for accuracy. A proposer and seconder, please.
Proposed.
Seconded.
Who was that proposed there? Michaela Boyle, was it?
Yeah.
Thank you. And Darren Guy seconded. Same pages for matters arising, 129 to 150. Councillor Paul Fleming.
Thanking you, Mayor, and just in terms of this item, it obviously led to some publicity and, more importantly, some consternation within Strathfoyle and the people who would be benefiting from the enhanced equipment going into the play park. Thankfully, council officers attended a meeting then Friday past with a group of people in Strathfoyle and clarified and outlined the project would go ahead in time, and that and apologise for the way it had come out at committee. And I think hopefully all of the projects will move forward in relation to that, and that the clarification was there. And certainly part of the clarification was that there wasn't a hold up on behalf of DFC. So hopefully all parties are clear, and the project will go ahead and in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Councillor Ferguson on the same issue, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. And so, yep, the Access Inclusion Programme. I did note it at the time. I thought this report should have been two separate reports, and I know that there was a lot of news outrage about the Strabane Play Park, and I want to thank the council officers for taking the time to engage with the community stakeholders and reaffirm their commitment to getting inclusive play. But it's more on the fact of the Access Inclusion Officer being mainstreamed in the council, and I know that it has a really good and vital role, and this is why I'm thinking it was overshadowed a bit with the news of the funding being pulled. Looking at some of the other councils, I note that Fermanagh and Omagh have opted to incorporate their officer across all their directorates. So I was wondering if I could ask officers at some point, I don't know if it would be back to business and culture, just to kind of bring a paper on how that looks, and you know, would there be more benefits to having the Access Inclusion Officer across all departments, not just the business and culture, if you don't mind, Mayor? Thank you.
No problem. John, can we organise to bring that report forward in due course? John Kelby, sorry.
Yes, we can action that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Councillor Fleming and Ferguson. Alderman Hussey, separate issue, BC 7721.
Thank you, Mayor. It's under the future delivery option for parking services, and there's a paragraph down the page, and where I stated, Alderman Hussey stated the issue was not to get a paid car park in Newton Street, but to get a car park. And I'm just wondering, subsequent to an excellent motion from Councillor Kieran Maguire with regard to Newton Street, have there been any moves by council officers with regard to trying to identify a suitable area for car parking in Newton Street? The reason that I'm asking that is I have been made aware of one area, and was wondering, would an officer be prepared to meet on site and consider the particular area? But in the meantime, maybe officers are already identifying suitable locations for this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Alderman Hussey, can I ask that the appropriate officer get in contact with yourself and make those arrangements to visit on site?
That's grand. Appreciate that. Thank you.
John, can you take note of that for us also, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll speak to the Director of Business and Culture about that one.
Thank you, John. Members, 8G, a monthly Environment Regeneration Committee, Wednesday the 14th of April, pages 151 to 178. For accuracy, please.
So proposed, Alderman DeVere.
Thank you. Seconder, members.
Sean Carr, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Same pages, 151 to 178 for matters arising. Councillor Donnelly.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, it's page 160. It's about the food waste in the bins. I've searched I'm looking for an opening like one of the previous councillors. Chair, my query is about I think it might have been 2 months ago now, we made a decision in the council to send letters out to people who had received letters about, you know, proof that they still need assisted bins or medical bins. I'm still being contacted by people, Chair, who haven't received a letter. Can we get clarification? Has them letters been sent out? Now, I may have missed it at a previous meeting, but can we get clarification that them letters have been sent out to people, telling them they ignore the previous letters?
Yeah. Karen Phillips or Connor Kelly?
Chair, I'll check that. My understanding was they were to be sent out, but I can check and get back to the member directly on it.
Right, Connor, thank you. Councillor Donnelly, I hope that satisfies you. Yep. Happy enough, Councillor Donnelly?
Happy enough, Chair, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor. It's just on ER 106/21 on my boy. So I just wanted to check out if council have signed up to the communication strategy on my boy created by the remediation team, the Northern Environmental Agency's remediation team. And it's just that this communication strategy, community stakeholders have identified that the communication strategy itself is not actually reader friendly. And they've been trying to get in touch with NIEA to, you know, to meet around that and even to get it interpreted for them. So I just wanted to make a proposal to ask council to organise a meeting with NIEA's Mobile Stakeholder Remediation Project and stakeholders, which council is one of those, and also inclusive of the AFI and the local community, just to get this communication right on the remediation of Mobile. So I'll just put that proposal in the chat box here.
Chair, do you want me to come in perhaps
Yes,
on that
please,
one?
Karen, please.
Yeah, and just to advise members that I had actually spoken to DDerry in relation, because as members will know, they do a monthly update to my boy, and I spoke to DDerry in terms of members' comments at the committee around stakeholder engagement, and they did advise that they do now have a date decided for engagement with stakeholders, and they will be sending that out to the stakeholders in the next few days. So when we do have the next E&R committee, the stakeholders will already have that date in their diary, but it's just for members' information. Happy to take any comments that members have.
Thanks for that, Karen.
Can I come back
Councillor
in?
O'Neill? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Karen. That's actually wonderful to hear. And I know that the community, very, very keen that council also attend that meeting. So it's just to get a guarantee that council will also be there at that meeting. I know that the community stakeholders will be delighted to hear that there's a date there, because they hadn't heard anything back. So that's great news. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Thank you, Karen. Councillor O'Neill, can I just double check now? There's, as I understand it, you're not going to put that proposal forward as there's already a date.
That's right, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Councillor O'Neill. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine says ER 117/21, but it's in regards to the extended opening hours from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Glendermot Road Recycling Centre. Obviously, well, not Thursdays, but also the Eglinton site. Are we any closer to this being implemented? And will the extended hours be free from booking? Thanks, Mayor. Connor.
Chair, happy to take that, Chair. Yeah, again, subject to resources being put in place, it will be Monday the 10th that we would plan to initiate both of those extended open hours. And with regard to Glendermot, at night there will be no booking requirements at this stage, but we will have to review it, and depending on the number of vans and so on that come and the use of the centre. But it's intended without booking at this stage, but it will be kept under review in terms of the risk assessment and so on.
Okay, thank you, Connor.
Thanks for that, Connor. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, I don't have a minute in respect to this request, but it's something that I had spoke to you about previously, and it's in relation to a motion that I have tabled for today's meeting, and given the length of the amount of business that's on the agenda for today's meeting, I'm suggesting that I move my motion at the next Environment and Regeneration meeting. And I just wanted to draw it to the attention of this meeting today at this point. Thanks, Mayor.
No bother, Councillor Jackson. Thank you for that. I was going to actually come to it when we came to the notices of motion, but now that you've raised it, are members content that Councillor Jackson raises his motion at the next Environment and Regeneration Committee as opposed to this evening?
Chair, can I come in there?
Yeah.
Donnelly. Chair, I would have an issue with that, as that I'm not on that committee and wouldn't have voting rights on that committee. And I do see this as potentially part of a slippery slope where we are taking motions in the committees. And at the minute, as you know, there's a piece of work happening regarding the review of standing orders. I'm very concerned that, given the recent decision taken by Belfast Council, that this is part of a ploy by the big parties in order to squeeze out smaller parties and independents. So I would have a problem with it, Chair.
Thank you for that. I think Councillor Jackson was doing it just to speed things up this evening. But Councillor Harkin, are you on Councillor Jackson's suggestion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Donnelly. I believe that there was a discussion about how to well, I would call it reduce the speaking time of the smaller parties and independents here in the council. That's something that we know is happening in Belfast. It's been all over the press. And I'm concerned that this is about bigger parties trying to create a carve up here of time and denying people ability to bring forward motions, but also to speak on them. Because this meeting, as far as I can see so far, is going no different from previous meetings. So unless this is about trying to set a precedent, it is a concern. And thank you, Councillor Donnelly, for raising it.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, I'll come back to you. Alderman Devaney.
You, Mayor, for allowing me in. And look, I just want to put on the record that our party group in here has not discussed any issue in around curtailing people's time or opinions, small party or medium party or large party. But what I would say is very clearly, Mayor, as a chair of a committee, everyone has a right to attend that committee. And look, I know when I'm chairing the NR committee, if anyone who is outside the committee looks to come in under chair's business, I allow them in. And look, Mayor, even this is referred back to the NR committee. This will come back to the full council again for ratification, where even those people who are the smaller groups, who probably who maybe don't have voting rights, but they will have their say on it when it comes back to committee. And look, they can attend the meeting, as you know, Mayor. They can attend the meetings. There's no problem with that.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. And it comes back to the fact that Alderman Devaney just mentioned it there. Like, it's about the voting rights. It's about much more than that. It's about democracy, and it's about elected members going out and seeking a mandate, receiving a mandate, and coming into this council. And then it's about larger parties coming up with schemes that are counter-democratic and wish to remove the voting rights, wish to remove the representation of members in this council that have got a mandate. And we've seen in the past week, we have seen various parties trying to rearrange the deck chairs. The ship is sinking, and now this is coming in again, mysterious hand, and trying to plug the sieve that's leaking votes for the major parties. And this is another angle that they're trying to do, manipulate council to support their power base. And we shouldn't be allowed to sit back and let it happen. We must challenge it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Members, can I just be clear, and I know no one has made any assumption. Councillor Jackson spoke to me about this late yesterday evening, and it just in terms of some people saying it's the larger parties and things like that. I haven't even spoken to my own party about this. This is the first that they're hearing about it as well, to the best of my knowledge. So it's not in any way, as I see it, the larger parties trying to silence people. It was, as I took it, genuinely trying to speed things up this evening. Councillor John Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, it was certainly news to me as well. In fact, I can confirm that neither you nor I, or indeed any of our colleagues, were aware of Councillor Jackson's desire to bring his motion to committee. But just to shorten it, Mayor, I would be of the firm belief that if somebody's making a proposal to council, it's well within their own rights to remove it and present it in what they feel to be the appropriate forum. So if that's Councillor Jackson's view, then we're fine with that.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor. And again, I suppose the decision was taken, and I can assure anybody here, whether they want to believe me or not, it was to expedite the business of today's meeting, and it seemed to have done the opposite, have had the opposite effect. But just in response to some of the comments, because I do think that the points do need addressed. There was a special meeting. There was a briefing where we did talk about ways that we could try and speed up the business of the council meetings, and it was more to accommodate those employees and officers who are attending meetings and after sometimes a long working day, and the meetings can run on the late hours of the night. So it was trying to come to some sort of accommodation. It is a bit rich from Councillor Harkin. They come out with the comments that he did, because Councillor Harkin has a proud record of not attending meetings, and if he had have attended the meetings, he would have seen that the members, I know members from our party, resisted any attempts to restrict motions, speaking times, for those independent members or smaller parties, because we do believe that this council needs to be open and transparent, and everybody has a mandate, and that mandate should be respected, and it's something that we take very seriously, and we will defend the rights of the smaller parties and independents, because as a political party in this chamber, in this city, we had faced those types of discrimination, and we were removed from committees in the past. So and we had restrictions put on our speaking times. So we believe that we shouldn't repeat the mistakes of the past, and we should respect everybody's mandate. So it's unfair for those that are calling on and trying to twist my attempt to try and get this motion to get the attention that it deserves, because I believe that it's a very important motion, and I believe that when we're sitting in a meeting here with 12 motions, the content could be lost, and I felt that it would, if and there's other motions like it, could be brought on the committees where they would receive the attention that they deserve. So it was on that basis, under the current standing orders, that I requested this meeting, or this motion, to be brought to the next meeting of the Environment and Regeneration, and I respectfully put that request to yourself, Chair or Mayor. Thank you.
Are you going ahead with your request, Councillor Jackson?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Alderman McClintock.
It's just to agree with Councillor Jackson before me there. I mean, I thought this was covered under our standing orders under 16.1, that any issue to be discussed can be referred to the appropriate committee. And I think it was actually very sensible of Councillor Jackson to suggest that this goes to committee. And it's one that I feel passionately on, because I think I first raised this in 2019 and again in 2020. But I think it should be debated at committee rather than at full council. That would be the appropriate place. And I don't see any problem with that, considering I believe that's in our standing orders already. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you for letting me in, Mayor. Of my point of view, and from a small party, I myself have raised motions here. I put motions in for TerraCycle, was the last one, and we actually moved at the DNR, and I had no objection to that, and I was able to sit in the DNR meeting and actually speak about it. So I tend to agree with Councillor Jackson. I have absolutely no objection in what he's proposing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. I see Councillor Gallagher and Councillor Harkin are looking to come. You've already spoken on this, so I want to see if we can get opinion from Philip as to how we take this forward as Councillor Jackson's proposal. Philip, do we need a good point of order, Alderman Hussey? But just before I bring you in, Philip, if you could just let us know in due course, obviously, if we have to go to a vote on this, or what way we take it forward.
Chair, you wanting me to come in on that now?
Yes, please, Philip.
Yeah, Chair. So Councillor McClintock is correct in that this is dealt with at Standing Order 16.1, and what it states is that if the subject matter of any motion of which notice has been properly given, which this is, comes within the remit of any committee, and this might potentially come in within the remit of ENR, it may, upon being moved and seconded, stand referred without discussion to that committee. So that basically, Chair, is the position. That the motion will be formally proposed and seconded when it comes up on the agenda, and will then be moved without any discussion at that point to the relevant committee. It is subject to the council making that determination, Chair. So if there isn't unanimity on the point, then there will have to be a vote taken as to whether members are happy for it to be moved to committee.
Okay, and do we take that vote now, Philip, or when it comes up on the agenda?
No, the time to do it, Chair, would be when it comes up on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Hussey, point of order.
Yeah, it was on exactly that point.
Mayor,
16.1, section 6. I think the correct procedure is that it would be proposed and seconded, and then it can stand referred without discussion to the particular committee that is being referred to. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councillor Harkin and Gallagher have already spoken on this, so we're moving on. Members, Alderman Hussey, ER 114, is it?
That's correct, Mayor. It's the item of the establishment of a task and finish, reference the greening of alleyways. It was a motion from Councillor Boyle. I presume now that the minutes have been approved for accuracy, that will be established ASAP. I think both Councillor Boyle and myself were keen that this would not be drawn out and that would get on with it. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair, if you want me to come in there, I'm pretty sure the meeting is already in the diary for next week. Considering that we assumed that members would ratify that decision, so I believe that's been arranged.
Excellent, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Thank you, Karen, for that. Members.
Mayor, sorry, can I just come in then? I would assume then that the WebEx invite will come out after this.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, members. 8 hits is Health and Communities Committee, Thursday the 15th of April, pages 179 to 210 for accuracy.
Alderman DeVenny.
Seconder.
Sean Minnick.
Thank you. Same pages, 179 to 210 for matters arising. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Thank you, Chair. HC 107/21, reopening of outdoor sports. Chair, it's in relation to my comments under that item. It didn't raise under matters or accuracy because what I said was entirely accurate, but it was in relation, the context of it was in a response to obviously the officer's report, and his report he had cited various problems that had been arising as outdoor sports had reopened again, and he had mentioned verbal abuse of staff. And my comment there about the verbal abuse of staff is entirely accurate, Chair. I didn't make any reference to anybody in specifically or indeed any location, but I just wanted recorded, Chair, that those comments were made obviously without any prejudice to any potential investigation or investigations arising out of that alleged verbal assault. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Alderman DeVenny on the same issue.
And yes, I just want to record, I did condemn any issues regarding abuse of our staff, but as like the previous speaker did say, it wasn't prejudice to any investigation what may happen or come out of it. It didn't name anyone. Thanks, Chair or Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman DeVenny. Councillor Edwards, matters arising, separate issue.
No, it's the same issue.
Sorry, apologies.
Yep, same issue. Thanks for letting me in, Mayor. And like the previous speakers before me, I want to raise the same issue, and I do fully condemn all the abuse directed towards council staff. And I will be very careful in my wording about this, Mayor. But after that meeting, I came to learn that an investigation was launched into a particular incident of alleged verbal abuse that had taken place, and it's my concern, given that investigation needs to be independent, I don't think the comments from the officer at the committee were helpful, especially as we didn't know what the facts were behind it. And had I known the facts behind it, Mayor, I wouldn't have publicly condemned it, and it wouldn't be quoted in local media in Strabane this week. As I say, that's the verbal abuse is alleged, and I think that the media publicity around it hasn't helped the situation. And I think that it's important that we do have a full, impartial, and independent investigation into it. And again, Mayor, I do fully condemn all abuse to any council staff or any public servant. But I want to put my disappointment on record today that we weren't furnished with the facts before being able to comment on that particular issue, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Harkin, are you on a separate issue?
Separate issue, Mayor.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Councillor Harkin, all right, because Councillor Raymond Barr's on the same issue.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to concur with previous speakers in terms of abuse of staff, which is obviously unacceptable. But I do feel that maybe we're a wee bit misled at the H&C meeting. You know, there has to be consistency when rules and regulations are being applied, and it would appear that this might not have been the case on even in question. You know, and I think it's going to be difficult. I'm aware that there is an investigation going on now at the moment. I would think it's going to be difficult to see how that investigation can be conducted in an objective and impartial manner now that the alleged incident has received coverage in the local press. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Sean Harkin, separate issue.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, this is in reference to HC 10321, advice services. And I think all members have been aware of our concern about the, in the draft budget from the Department for Communities, we were worried that advice service jobs were going to be slashed. But not only that, out of the discussions through the advice services panel here at the council and through our health committee, our council was planning to pass on cuts to two of our advice services, Advice Northwest and to Cairnhill Resource Centre. And I think that that this has done tremendous damage to the council's relationship to our advice providers. It's also done tremendous damage to the relationship between the three advice providers that the council funds. And that this would have led to, these cuts would have led to job losses and potentially one of the advice providers being unable to sustain itself. So this is a very, very serious matter. And it was serious just on that basis, but that we had discussions with each of the advice providers individually. And as Councillor Jackson will know, that was certainly a meeting I did not miss. And I think, and all our councillors agree, we have serious concerns about political manipulation of our COVID support response, the funding, and that political manipulation that has led now to this situation where advice service workers, advice providers were going to lose their jobs, where one of our advice providers could have potentially been unable to deliver its service. And in the discussions with advice providers, it's become clear that there has been clear political manipulation, and it's damaging for our council. It's damaging for our advice providers, and I think it's a disgrace. And so this has been raised with our top officers, and this is not the only incidents of concern around the way that the council funded COVID community response has been rolled out. Many other people have raised concerns over the last year and a half. This one about the advice providers has made it very, very clear that there has been political manipulation. And I think it's something our council cannot tolerate. It is going to undermine the legitimacy of our council. It's going to undermine the authority of this council. And I think we have to challenge it. So I know other people are planning to speak in this, but I have a proposal, which is that our council initiates an investigation into political manipulation of our COVID community response and the negative repercussions that it's had on our advice providers, but not just our advice providers, on other organisations around our district. The advice, the councillors that are on the Advice Services Committee will know exactly the details of this because they were all witness to the various discussions. And it's very, very clear there that you know, a political party has attempted to use our COVID community response to see through cuts to two of our advice providers that were going to lead to job layoffs, a loss of services, and I don't think we can stand over this or tolerate this as a council. So I think we have to make a plan to challenge it.
Okay. Before I come to a point of order from Councillor Farrell, that proposal that you're suggesting, the council will initiate an investigation on the political manipulation of the COVID community response and negative repercussions on, but not limited to, our advice providers. In my opinion, Councillor Harkin, that's a massive piece of work and a huge statement from this council that you're asking us to take. And I have no opinion on it at the minute either way. But I think what you're asking people to do today without notice is to decide whether or not they are aware on a whim of political manipulation of the COVID community response scheme. I would prefer if you brought that proposal to the next available meeting of this council and allow people the opportunity to consider it and have an informed position, because I think the ramifications of this could have wider repercussions for this council with and in partnership with all of the community response providers that we had partnership with throughout this pandemic. So on that basis, Councillor Harkin, on this occasion, I am not prepared to accept that notice of motion on a one-off, and would ask that it comes back at the next available opportunity, i.e. the May full council meeting. Point of order, Councillor Rory Farrell.
I'm not sure if this is would be considered a point of order. I would just like to categorically state on behalf of the SDLP that we have not been involved in any political manipulation of COVID response funds. And I would like Councillor Harkin to state, who is he talking about?
Right, now hold on a minute, because this can all be debated whenever we get to the proposal. If we were taking the proposal today, Councillor Farrell, that's a fair question, but we're not, and I think we should not be casting aspersions on anyone until this proposal is actually before the floor. And as I see it now, it's not before the floor, so I'm not prepared to take any further discussion on the text that Councillor Harkin has put onto the chat box. Happy to have a discussion, and I've got people indicated to speak on the wider subject, but not on the proposal from Councillor Harkin. The first indicated speaker, can I just confirm first of all, Alderman McClintock, is yours on the same subject or a different subject?
A separate subject, dog control orders.
Alderman McClintock, if you don't mind, I'm going to come back to you. Thank you. And the first indicated speaker on the same subject, as I understand, is Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's on the same, and you know, it's very similar to what Councillor Harkin. You know, there's no doubt what has emerged recently in the media and is exposing, and I'll name it, it's Sinn Féin's attempts.
No, sorry, Councillor Donnelly, I'm not going to allow that to continue.
Point of order,
I'm not,
Mayor.
excuse me, Councillor Duffy, I'm trying to deal with this. I'm not going to have shouting across the virtual chamber for a start, and I'm not going to, I already said it, Councillor Donnelly, before I brought you in response to Councillor Harkin, I'm not going to have anyone casting aspersions on any group or any individual in this meeting, whilst this proposal is not before the chair. I'm not doing it. I'm going to ask you once, I'm going to ask you once not to name any group or individual in your words, and if you do, I will have no option but to stop you.
Right, Chair, okay.
Mayor, could I come on the point of order?
Point of order, Councillor Duffy.
Mayor, could I ask for the City Solicitor's opinion
on allegations that have been made in this chamber right now without a shred of evidence, and with Councillor Donnelly now naming the political party that I am a member of, I would like the city solicitor's opinion on whether this can continue.
Yep, no problem, Councillor Duffy. I'm trying as best I can to control it and to deal with it. But if you wish to have an opinion from the city solicitor, I'm happy to do that. But I just want to assure every member in this chamber that I will not be taking anyone casting aspersions on any group or individual, and I will stop people from speaking if that's the case. But I will go to the city solicitor for that opinion.
Chair, obviously you've already made a ruling in relation to the taking of the proposal, so that's not going to be discussed at today's meeting, Chair. So having made that ruling in relation to that, Chair, it seems that any comments that might be made in relation to the investigation or otherwise are best left until such time as the matter is formally before this council.
Okay, Philip, thank you. Councillor Donnelly, I'm going to ask you to be very careful with your words.
No problem, Chair. But Chair, look, I think there's no doubt, right, within a significant section of this community, there is widespread and growing concern within the city and district, particular about the gatekeeping and the control of the community and funded sectors. I have brought it up numerous occasions. Social media all week has been alive with it, Chair. Not talk to, and I find it difficulty that you and the SDLP aren't aware of this, Chair. But however, you know, benefit of a doubt. Now, this is about control. Right? I have been approached by a number of constituents in the recent days about potential misuse of data. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that's what I would assume that Councillor Harkin was trying to get at, and about how it's being regulated. Right? We had issues in the 26 counties recently. We now have issues here which have been going on for a long time. Now you have curtailed and censored a lot of stuff that I was going to say. But what I will say in general, Chair, is that the public have little confidence in the good character, and particularly at this minute in time, of politicians, whether they be in Stormont, whether they be in Dublin or Westminster, acting responsibly. And we need to ensure that locally we act with a higher degree of ethic and moral vigor. You know, in an era where there's scandal and sleaze, it's apparent even at the very pinnacle of governments. It is vital that cliques, especially family or party favours and inside dealings, cease.
Easy, Councillor Donnelly.
Yeah, Chair, cease to help rebuild confidence in our local authority structures. That's where Councillor Harkin, I assume, was trying to get to. That's where I am trying to get to, Chair. However, as you can see, there appears to be a lot of people that don't want to have this discussion and debate. Thank you.
Councillor Donnelly, I'm not saying that we won't have this discussion and debate, but we won't be having it today because I think the very title of the next item of business is notice of motion, which, as I have said before, for the last number of meetings, and I think it's fair to say that I've been consistent in this right throughout my term as mayor. It's only fair and right that people get an opportunity to form an informed position on any proposal that's coming before council. And I believe that for the reasons I've already outlined, I'm not taking that proposal. It's not that I don't want to have the debate. It's not that I'm afraid to have the debate. It's just that we're not having it today. Thank you. Councillor Doyle.
Come back for 1 second.
No, you've had your opportunity. I'm sorry. You've had your opportunity, and you've had more opportunity than enough. Now we're moving on, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Donnelly, we're moving on. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to say I concur with the previous speakers. That having been said, I will be raising under matters arising from assurance, audit and risk, where I did raise this comprehensively about this issue, and I would welcome people's input with regards to that, because particularly from some of the issues that have been raised with me, which I have looked at in depth alongside other stakeholders and have fairly comprehensive returns from with regards to advice services and with regards to the programs outlined, that there is certainly something that I am not assured of, and that I do think this council needs to look into, but I of course will raise it under matters arising under AAR. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor. And I suppose I would welcome the discussion on this. And as somebody who is on the advice panel for the past few months, unlike the others, I haven't seen the any evidence of that would any evidence of political manipulation of any way. And I know
Councillor Jackson, the same as Councillor Donnelly, that wording is not the item of this subject. So please don't refer to it. And I'm not going to, the same as Councillor Donnelly, I'll give you one chance. And if you go back to it, I'm going to stop the discussion.
But I know, I suppose it's hard not to refer to it, Mayor, but I can understand that this isn't the place and time for that discussion. But that discussion does need to take place, and we as a party would welcome that, because there does need to be transparency, and there is a role for us as a council to ensure that there's transparency and there's trust in the processes, particularly when we've got organisations and providing support to people during a pandemic. So we would welcome an investigation, and we believe that there is a responsibility of council to bring evidence, to bring reports to whatever relevant committee, and demonstrate and lay it out, and try and have a degree of transparency and build trust in the processes that the council oversee. Because, Mayor, I do believe that as one of the things that I would like to point out is that as a member of the advice panel, and I hope the others would agree with me, we were very firm on our acknowledgement of the role of advice services throughout the pandemic. And one of the things that disappointed me was that there were some members of the advice panel decided to go and speak to advice workers and leak talk of a cut, when the direction of the advice panel was that we would be seeking all options to ensure that that there would be no reduction in the funding that was allocated to each advice provider. And at this point, I could declare an interest as a member of Advice Northwest, but that direction was very clear. There's some on the advice panel that decided to ignore that direction and go to the advice workers and stir up tensions and cause fear. And that's so. And for whatever reason, those individuals decided to do that. I don't know. But in terms of that, to me, leads to political manipulation. But I know, Mayor, I'm going to leave it at that. But we, as a council and as an advice panel, we were very, very clear in terms of the direction, is that we would ask officers to go and explore whatever methods available to us as a council to ensure that we supported our advice services in any way we could, to ensure that there would be no reduction in funding this year forward. And I look forward to that report coming back to the relevant committee, where council can follow through on the direction of the advice services panel. And again, I suppose we welcome the discussion on the allegations that was presented today at this.
No.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
For Livingston, Mayor, this council's going 6 years, and at the very start of that, there was a solemn promise made around being open and transparent. And I think that as a body, we've tried our best to do that. We limit as much as we can around confidentiality and what goes on behind closed door. We try our best to limit that. But as a council, we give out and we dispense and we allocate hundreds of thousands of pounds on an annual basis. And as good procedure of moving forward in the future, then there's stuff around that this council should review, evaluate, names go around like investigations and all that. But we review and we allowed, not only do we allow the public input on that, we allow all council members on that, and we allow council officers on that. And that should be a matter of good practice, of good policy. So there should be no one in this chamber that should be afraid of us evaluating and reviewing all our resources of where they go, where they're allocated, how they're not allocated, if they miss their targets, of where they go. Right? So, Chair, and I know some people are raising their voices, but no one should be afraid of this, whether it's individual or it's party or it's statutory bodies, whatever it is, they should not be afraid of it. If they are afraid of it, then maybe they've got something to hide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, for that. I don't know who you were trying to refer to as afraid of it. Everyone that I've heard speaking wants to see this, but I'm moving on. Councillor Harkin, you've already spoken on this, so I'm going to move on and go to Alderman McClintock with a separate issue.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. Yes, mine should be glad to know it's much less contentious. It's on HC 108/21 under the dog control update. Just wondering if we could get clarity maybe from officers. There has been a bit of confusion, quite a bit of confusion out there about the dogs off lease element of the dog control order. Now, I know we've done fantastic work as a council, and you yourself, Mayor, as well, have done fantastic all over the dog fouling issues. But I think what a lot of people are asking for, why are there no signs in our parks explaining to people what they can do, when they can let their dogs off, where they can let them off? And I'm just wondering if council officers could pick up on that, because normally we do a lot of publicity online. I don't think I've seen as much for this, but it's the actual physical notices in the park. It might be very beneficial for a lot of people. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Alderman McClintock, would you be happy if I asked the relevant officer to follow up with you after this meeting?
Mayor, yes, thank you.
Okay, and any other member that has a similar concern, if we can let us know, we'll do the same. Members, 8I is the bi-monthly Audit Assurance and Risk Committee, Monday the 19th of April, pages 211 to 216 for accuracy.
Proposed, Emmett.
Thank you, Emmett. Seconder, please.
Philip.
Thank you, Philip. Same pages, 211 to 216 for matters arising. Councillor Doyle, AAR 1821.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry for the delay there. Yes, I brought up a very comprehensive concern that I had at AAR with regards to advice provision. Because of the advice of the deputy chair at that point, I was advised to bring it here because they weren't accepting any motions. Effectively, Mayor, what my concern is around the financial inclusion program and the access to food program that we received DFC money for, and we allocated then to the local growth partnerships, particularly in my own area. As members will be aware, because it was in our papers back when we signed off on one of the tranches of access to food in particular, whenever a coordinator receives a call, one of the forms that they have to fill out around secondary support includes advice provision, i.e. if someone phones up, they're in obvious difficulty, they are entitled to get support from a relevant advice provider. In my own district, I have raised concerns around where those referrals are going, and I can put that in context, Mayor. For example, I should say I'm on the advice panel, and I declare an interest as Ballyarnett Local Growth Partnership and member of the board for Cairnhall Resource Centre, that for the over 300 people in one tranche, the referrals to advice provision don't add up in terms of the three providers, and I'll give the exact context with that, Mayor. I've checked with Advice Northwest. They received 10 referrals from Ballyarnett. Cairnhill Resource Centre, which is on the ground in the area, received 0 referrals from those programmes. So I've asked where the rest of those referrals have gone. I would point out that Councillor Duffy at the committee made the point that during this period, Cairnhill Resource Centre wasn't the only provider in the area. I would go back here and say that actually, given that she thought I didn't know anything about Ballyarnett, the Advice Northwest outreach wasn't taking place during that time because of COVID. So actually, Cairnhill Resource Centre was the only provider on the ground. I've raised it at AAR. It's in the context of wider concerns raised by members of the advice panel that you would have heard previously. Mayor, I have asked and already spoken to our lead assurance officer around my concerns, and I've been putting together this short motion, which I'm going to put in the chat box. I think that, again, if anyone has a problem with transparency, they'll vote against it, but there is nothing to fear from us looking into programmes that we are the secondary funder, at least of, and I'll put this in the chat box. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle, for that. I don't know, I'm sure members can see it in the chat box, Councillor Doyle. As I understand it, you were advised to bring it in a motion to council, i.e. a proper notice of motion, or to request a report on the health and communities on relation to the access to food programme. Again, I think that this is too big of an issue, in my opinion, to be asking councillors to make a decision on it within a few minutes. And I would respectfully ask that this is returned to the next full council meeting, or if you're, I'm unaware, if you're on health and communities, and apologies for that, but if you're on health and communities, I would suggest that you ask for a report, as I understand you've already been advised. So on this occasion, like the last one, and like others in previous meetings, I'm not going to accept this, because I think, once again, the notice of motion, i.e. notice, is a very important part of people's decision making and the transparency of this council. So on this occasion, Councillor Doyle, I'm not going to accept that proposal. And I do note that you've asked to come back, and I'll let you in very quickly. And I'm guessing that you're not going to be happy, but that's my decision. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. No, it's not about whether I'm happy or not. My understanding of this, and this goes to part of the conversation that happened earlier. I understand that the deputy chair of AAR at that time was advised by officers not to take any motions. So this is the only opportunity that I have. I do believe it's in order. I have given notice in the sense that I've spoken to our staff who can and are well aware of my intention, plus from the minutes that are here, Mayor. This is the only opportunity I have to raise it. I'm not on health and communities. I do think it's in order, Mayor, and I would, if possible, with respect to yourself, I would ask for the city solicitor's view on it, because I do think, given all of those mitigations that I personally have put in place to ensure that we can get this discussed, I do think it's in order for us to discuss it, Mayor, but I would appreciate if you could ask the city solicitor for his view, because I don't believe that your ruling is appropriate, but I do respect you have the right to make it.
And in relation, before I go to the city solicitor, Councillor Doyle, in relation to my comment around the notice, and I appreciate that you've spoken to staff and made them aware that you're going to raise this here. Fully appreciate that. But when I say notice, I'm talking about elected members. They, in my opinion, also need notice as to have an informed position on your proposal. And you will understand that is the practice, and that is why we have the deadline, the cutoff point for notices of motion to be in. So when I talk about notice, I'm talking about for elected members. Philip McKinney, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. So you want to opinion from the city solicitor, I'm more than happy to go to it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was in attendance at the minute, and the advice from the Deputy Mayor to the elected member on that occasion was, as you've said, Chair, either to bring the matter forward as a notice of motion or to full council, or to bring it or to request a report to be brought into the Health and Communities Committee. To bring the matter forward as a notice of motion does require it to be brought with notice in accordance with standing orders.
Thank you, Philip.
Point of
Councillor
order, Chair.
Hargan. Point of order, Councillor Doyle.
Can I just double check, Mayor, and I'm not trying to be funny about this. Motions, notice of motions are required to be on 13 days before a council meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, the audit meeting didn't take place until the 19th of April, which was only 10 days ago. So in terms of my ability to bring a notice of motion, I wouldn't have been able to do that. That's not on me. I'm following the procedures laid out. And again, Mayor, I would ask, given this is the only opportunity I've had to raise it, that it's in order, that we do go ahead and discuss it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Doyle, no one is suggesting first and foremost that it's out of order. There is another opportunity for you to raise it, and that is at next month's full council, which I'm advising you to do so. It's unfortunate that you haven't had the appropriate time, but it's not to say that we're not, that I'm saying we won't hear it. I'm saying that we just won't hear it now. And you're more than welcome to bring it back to next month's full council. And I note also that you have said on a number of occasions, with respect, that you think that we should hear it now. And with respect, right back at you, I've made my decision and I'm not changing it. So I welcome and await the opportunity for members to discuss this proposal at next month's full council. Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I respect your decision, but I disagree with it in terms of not allowing this discussion to go forward. And it's disappointing that two proposals for discussion haven't been allowed to go forward, both from not the bigger parties after a discussion about carve-ups and stuff. So this, what Councillor Doyle is raising, certainly refers to the previous discussion, and there's a lot of details in there. That people have had an opportunity to read. This didn't just get thrown to councillors today. They've had access to this document now, so nobody should be surprised about the content. And really, the proposal that Councillor Doyle has made flows from the content that people have known about. And I think he's made the point as well that this couldn't.
Councillor Harkin, Councillor Harkin, do you wish to address the item that Councillor Doyle raised, or my decision around his proposal? Because my decision around his proposal has been made, and we're not discussing it any further.
Well, yeah, okay. Can I finish my points then?
If it's around the topic, yes, but if it's around the decision, no.
It's around the topic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So something was mentioned earlier about people stirring stuff up. The issue that's got stirred up here is the fact that two of our advice providers who do great work in this district were facing huge cuts that was going to lead to people not having jobs and one of the services possibly not being able to sustain itself, and that some of the data that Councillor Doyle has referenced explains that. I think that there's a broader context, and I think that this is why we have to treat this issue very seriously. There has to be transparency. I think it's unfortunate that we're going to be delaying this now for who knows how long. But I would encourage Councillor Doyle and others to keep pushing on this issue, because of course people across the district are extremely angry about this and they're very, very concerned about it.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm a bit disappointed in your decision, Chair, and if I said I respected it, I would be telling lies, so I won't say that. But Chair, as you know, there is a considerable amount of anger about this, because if you cast your mind back about a month ago, there was a very heated discussion on social media, which you were very much part of, from people in Chantal. and myself and yourself had correspondence in that. So you are well aware of what's going on. I'm miffed at why you're taking this. But Chair, regarding all of that, look, whatever you decide to allow us to come in and discuss this, and even if it is an hour a month, you know, Chair, there has been correspondence to council regarding these issues from some communities, and you know, there's issues with where people's data is going, but they haven't got an answer back from council. In fact, I had a visitor of the day from the Bogside who was very concerned, and when I phoned and talked to a senior council officer, I couldn't get the answers, and I was told that he would talk to another officer and get back to me. I haven't got back. But whatever you allow this in, Chair, well, you know, if it's next month or next year, I think it's a meaningful and timely proposal. And I think that it would reassure all the ratepayers and constituents of the entire, you know, city and district that our council in all its forms are acting in an equitable way. And that if we as a council carried out this internal audit, policy review, whatever way it goes, that we would seek to establish and enforce a code of conduct and practice, not only for councillors, council officials, you know, that would ensure consistency and impartiality of all council functions regarding this. And Chair, I think this may involve inviting feedback from external stakeholders and constituents to hear their concerns in this regard, not just the usual suspects who council seem to can't get beyond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. And just to be clear, once again, Councillor Donnelly, I am not stopping this debate because I don't want to have it or because I don't know about it. I'm stopping it because, in my opinion, it's not the right procedure. And regardless of my own personal thought around this issue or any other issue, my job whilst chairing this meeting is to make sure that we're following the right procedure. So if Councillor Doyle or the previous one from Councillor Harkin comes back next month, I'm more than happy to hear it, but it needs to come back in the right format and in the right manner so that other elected members have notice and time to inform a decision around it. And I'm not going over this again, members. That's my decision. It's been made, and that's it. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in on it. I'd like to declare an interest in terms of being part of the local growth partnership in Ballyarnett, also Advice Northwest, and also the Vice Chair of GSAP, which very serious allegations were made about at the audit and assurance meeting. I did attend that meeting and I was very concerned about the allegations that Councillor Doyle was making. I did go and speak with GSAP in relation to it and have been assured that everything was in order. So in terms of the proposal being brought forward by Councillor Doyle, I have absolutely no issue with it and would have been actually happy to second it because there has been a lot of talk here about transparency. There has been a lot of allegations thrown into the mix, and what has actually been missing from all this is facts. So I would be quite happy to see an investigation take place so that facts can actually be presented to people, and particularly to the public who are being misled and who are hearing allegations being made without any evidence to back them up at this point. So I, for one, in terms of going forward, will look forward to this proposal coming, and we'll look forward to any investigation by the audit section being carried out, and whoever they need to talk to, they can talk to, because I know that I look forward to the facts of this issue being presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Can I also just declare an interest as a member of the Ballyarnett Local Growth Partnership and the GSAP board, please? And Councillor Mellon has declared an interest as a member of the Resource Centre board. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. And like others, I don't agree with your decision. And I'll tell you why now. To see this was raised at Assurance, Audit and Risk Committee. A vital remit of that committee is what's contained in this motion to carry out an internal audit by the staff of Assurance, Audit and Risk. Earlier on, you let a motion go through about writing a letter. This motion only contains what's in the remit of assurance, audit, and risk. By not allowing this proposal, and that's what that is, a proposal coming from a member of assurance, audit, and risk, not allowing it, Mayor, it sends out a clear message that there's no assurance, that there's no audit, and there's a big risk. There's nothing in this motion, proposal, that says any member of this council needs to go and research information. It doesn't have to go and seek further information. There's nothing in this motion that 2 minutes recess would allow members to put this proposal to the floor and make up their mind whether the remit of assurance, audit, and risk to carry out their remit. And you should be allowing this to stand on the floor, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. And in relation to your last point, you said I should be allowing this to stand on the floor. I have no issue with it standing on the floor in due course under the proper format. And you also mentioned about this sending a message out that there is no assurance to the wider public in this council. I take the opposite opinion and think that it sends out a message to the public that there's a process in this council, and that whilst there's not long left, and I recognise that, but while I'm mayor, we'll be following the process. I have no issue with the issue being discussed, as you're quite clear, and seeing that discussion happen. But what I do take issue with is people not following the right procedure and proposing a motion, and that's effectively what it is, a motion on the floor without giving the proper notice and following the proper procedure. Now, I am not talking about my decision again. I have made it, it's final, and that's it. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not on audit, but I'm reading these minutes, which Councillor Doyle actually proposed as accurate, and I would just like to state the figures he's talking about the proposed cuts, those were rejected at the Advice Services panel. I'm sure it's accurate in terms of what he said at the actual audit committee, but it's not accurate in real life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell.
Point of order, Mayor.
Just a second, can I just point out that Councillor Mellon has also declared an interest in the Ballyarnett Local Growth Partnership, as is Councillor Farrell. Councillor Sean Carr has declared an interest as a member of the Cairn Hull Resource Centre Board, and Councillor Sean Harkin on Advice Northwest Board. Point of order by Councillor Doyle, and then members were moving on from this.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, not only are the figures correct, and they didn't stand because other councillors voted them down, whereas as are minuted and as the councillor previously referred to on this an occasion when this is brought up, himself and a former Sinn Féin representative actually proposed and seconded these numbers. The proposed cuts would take place. So, I mean, I'm not surprised that he has a problem with it now, because it's very embarrassing for someone to try and cut a resource centre's budget whenever he's actually on their board.
I think Councillor Doyle.
Councillor Farrell, I'm sorry, I'm not having back and forward. I'm sorry. Councillor Logue, board member of Dove House, declares an interest, and Councillor Tina Burke declares an interest as a member of the Mir LPG, and anybody else on local growth partnerships that will be noted, members. So moving on, just moving on, but moving backwards, if you just bear with me 1 wee second, because I've got something here that I need to just clarify. Just bear with me, members, please. Yes, Alderman Guy has query related to C64/21 that council write to the Department of Antishek and raise concerns that citizens of Derry City and Strabane District Council have the potential of receiving €100 fines for travelling for essential reasons under the Republic of Ireland jurisdiction. Alderman Guy, I'm reliably informed that that letter was sent to Antishek on the 12th of March, and as of yet, there has been no reply received. I hope that clears that up for you, Alderman Guy. Thank you, and thanks
for checking it there.
No worries, of course. Thanks to Alan for providing that information. Councillor Paul Fleming, a member of the Fahan Growth Partnership. Rachel Ferguson, the same. Connor Heaney, Outer West. And Tina Burke, again. Dove House for that one. Members, it's gone 6:05, and I don't know about you. Sean Harkin, Outer West, noted as well. It's definitely due time that we had a break and we all pulled our jets, as they say. Mary Durkin, Outer West, and Ryan McCready, Fahan, Local Growth Partnership, Shauna Cusick, Outer West. Members, as they come in, Teresa or Ellen will take a note of them. I'm not sitting here to read them all out. And on that note, members, we'll take a 10-minute break and I'll see you all back at 6:20. Thank you all very much. Okay, members, if we're all ready, we'll kick off again. And we'll move to item 9 is our notices of motion. And the first notice of motion is in the name of Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. I've condensed this a bit to try and get through it speedily.
No, but just before you move on, Councillor Barr, just to note that Councillor Doyle has seconded your proposal or your motion, sorry, in the chat box.
Thank you, Emmett. It mainly concerns the PSNA investigation and procedures, which have been deeply flawed from day one. For example, in the week of the search alone, the council were allowed to empty bins in an area where a potential crime had happened. A 14-year-old child's clothing had been found in the street, but more importantly, his underwear, shorts, and raincoat were and still are missing to this day. Noah's mum and Aunt Neve, visibly upset, asked police officers to prevent the bins being emptied, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Why? Police allowed thousands of people to walk across and contaminate a potential crime scene instead of sealing off the area where Noah was last seen. Why? At a press conference immediately after Noah's body was found, before the post-mortem had taken place, the police stated that no foul play was suspected. Again, why? A specialist dog team was on standby waiting to be called. The call never came. Why? The police said they were going to do a door-to-door leaflet drop to jog people's memories and contacted Noah's aunts to approve a photograph of the leaflet. When contacted a few days later, they claimed the leaflet drop had taken place and would check the information gathered. 15 minutes later, a reporter contacted the PSNA press office on the family's behalf to ask about the leaflet drop, only to be informed the leaflet drop never took place. Why, and why was the family lied to? Important water samples of the location were never gathered. The family were assured by the senior investigating officer and the coroner that these vital water tests would be carried out. Why were they not? No warrants at any time have been obtained to retrieve important CCTV footage from any of the buildings. Why? The PSNA never offered or suggested a reconstruction. Why? How and why did Noah end up where he was? It is worth remembering where Noah allegedly entered the storm drain and where he was found is a distance of approximately 900 metres. That equates to the length of 9 football pitches combined. People who have lived in that street for 20 years did not know that storm drain was at the rear of their properties. How would Noah have known? Noah's mum, Fiona, and Aunt Neve have undertaken their own investigation and have dedicated every minute of their lives to establish the truth in relation to what happened to Noah. They shouldn't have had to do this. The points listed above are just a small sample of issues the family have in relation to PSNA, lack of a transparent and thorough investigation from the beginning. I myself, nor the Donoghue family, want to hear the fact a coronial investigation has taken place used as an excuse for a totally inept and inadequate police investigation into this child's disappearance and death. Donoghue family are from Strabane. Noah lived in Strabane. His Aunt Neve is still an employee of this council. It is this council's moral duty to support this family and their demands to have this case investigated in a thorough, transparent and diligent manner. And I would ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Members, I have a number of indicated speakers. The first is Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. And I just seen the email from Philip, the city solicitor, in regards to the motion. Yes, I'm happy to have it worded that way. Mayor, on the amendment, you want me to speak on the amendment now, Mayor?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. And I just
Sorry, just before you do, can we get a seconder for the amendment?
Yeah, Mayor, I had unmuted my mic there to come in and second it.
Sorry,
So
thanks, Sandra.
happy to do it.
I think it's Nuala who's now in the hot seat in terms of the administration and getting things on the screen for us. So if I can just ask Nuala to put the amendment on screen, please.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I put the wording of the amendment into the chat box. Unfortunately, the strikeouts don't come through on the copy and paste too well, but we'll get it worked out.
Right, okay. Whilst we're doing that, Councillor Boyle, if you want to address the amendment, and the staff can work in the background to get it on screen. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Philip, and the team. I want to say, just to thank Councillor Barr for bringing forward this very important and sensitive motion. And I think it's right and just that we do get the truth around what happened to Noah Donoghue. Our party leader, Michelle O'Neill, and the MP for North Belfast, John Finucane, met recently with the Chief Constable and raised concerns over the PSNI handling of the Noah Donoghue case, and has made this call for a full investigation. Michelle O'Neill and John Finucane, and indeed our party, continue to support Fiona and the Donoghue family in their quest for truth and justice. We are calling on the PSNI to use all possible resources in getting that truth and justice, and to leave no stone unturned in getting the truth of what happened to Noah Donoghue. This investigation is a matter of public interest. It is extremely heartbreaking and traumatising for Fiona and her family. Noah's death had a huge impact, not just on the family, but the entire community of North Belfast and beyond. Many questions remain unanswered, and we understand everything needs to be done for Noah's family to get to the truth of what happened to their beautiful son, grandson and nephew. As a mother and grandmother myself, I cannot begin to imagine the heartbreak Fiona and her family have and continue to be going through on a daily basis as they search for unanswered questions. We urge the Chief Constable to proceed with a full and comprehensive investigation. On behalf of my party, I want to reiterate the call once again that if anyone has any relevant information regarding Noah's disappearance or death, please bring this forward. We shall continue to support the Donoghue family. We have made that clear publicly and privately. And once again, I want to send my sincere thoughts and the thoughts of our party and prayers to Fiona and her family at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Doyle, I notice you want to speak on the original motion. Do you want to wait until we handle the amendments?
No, I'm happy enough to fire on, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yep, no, go ahead, that's fine.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Barr for bringing this motion forward and for asking me to second it. There's little I can add to the passionate contribution of Councillor Barr. I hit the nail on the head, and into your
Sorry,
point.
Councillor Doyle, just bear with me. Point of order from Councillor Gallagher.
Chair, it's on the amendment and in regards to Chair, all throughout this proceedings today, we've been talking about bringing notice of motion, and we talked about pop-up motions and what you've allowed and what you haven't. Do you see the amendment? There's nothing in the amendment that's not in the original motion that was brought as original motion, and this pop-up amendment, I feel, is the exact same thing that's what's in the original motion brought by Councillor Barr, and I think there's no difference in it, and we'd like a ruling on it, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Gallagher, I would just point out you did mention there the pop-up amendment. I think it's the phrase that you used. Councillor Gallagher, you're on this council long enough to know that this is the way that we deal with amendments. There's no notice given in terms of amendments unless the proposer of the amendment wants to make members aware themselves.
Yeah. Yes, Chair.
So this is just let me finish. So in terms of my acceptance of the amendment, this is in line with our procedure that we've always used from my time on council. But you've asked for a ruling, and I'm going to ask the city solicitor for an opinion on that, please.
Yeah, Chair, the motion as it appears on the screen, or sorry, the amendment as it appears on the screen is in line with the amendment as it was originally submitted. But effectively, Chair, whenever you look at the wording of it, all the amendment does is to remove the words "right to" and replace them with "urges." It removes the words "have demand," And then that's really all that the amendment does, Chair. Sorry, Mayor. So actually, it looks like there's a substantial change to it, but actually, the in terms of words moved, removed and replaced, there isn't actually very much there, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Fob. So we'll go back to Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor. Very short comments to make, so I'm going to start again if you don't mind. Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Barr for bringing the motion forward and for asking me to second it. There's little I can say to add to the passionate contribution of the proposer. He's hit the nail on the head, and I know it's something that's been close to his heart for some time. Aintree are proud to support this motion and to be part of Noah's Army. This, I think it's fair to say, is not a case just for Belfast. It goes to the heart of every parent's sense of security, their knowledge that their children will be safe in their own neighbourhood. Something happened to Noah that day. It's the duty of the police to investigate and for the courts to adjudicate on the case. At present, having spoken to people close to the family, the fact that those who have been clearly implicated in events surrounding Noah's disappearance have repeatedly breached bail and been slapped on the wrist is symptomatic of Noah's family's distress that justice isn't being done. Every stone should be overturned, every snippet of evidence collated to bring Noah's family closure about what happened to him, and we are proud to support that call today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Jason Barr.
Mayor, can I speak on after the amendment, please?
Yep,
That's okay.
no worries, we'll come back to you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Yes, Chair, and like Councillor Doyle, I'll speak on the original motion. Chair, first, could I say...
Do you want me to come back to you then, Councillor Gallagher, or are you happy to go ahead now?
No, I'm happy to go ahead now, Chair, thank you.
Right, go ahead.
Chair, first, could I say I'd like to commend Noah Donaghy's mother, Fiona, and the wider family circle for the effort and for their dignity that they've had to stand up to this last 9 months. We say like how we hold our children dear is a mark of our society. How do we let our children die in such a mysterious, questionable circumstances when the powers that be are meant to protect us and appear to be in a very great hasty rush to state nothing to see here? Well, let me say there are many anomalies in this case. The PSNI have rushed out to state no foul play suspected prior to due process. No house searches when Noah was missing. No gathering of CCTV. No fingerprinting items that have been recovered. Once again, such inactions bringing into question, is this nefarious actions by a sinister hand at play? It lacks transparency. It certainly falls below the standards that we should expect. And as a society, we cannot let this go unchallenged. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Barr, for bringing this motion. As a mother of young children, I can't fathom the pain Noah's family are feeling, and I fully understand Fiona's determination to find the truth. I don't think anyone will be able to stop me from finding out everything. Noah was a gifted boy who was loved by all, and when he left his home to meet his friends, he was only supposed to be out for an hour. There's been so much speculation around his movements and after he left home, and how he was then found 6 days later. It's only right that the Donaghy family get a full investigation to make sure they know all the factors around Noah's last movements, and also to stop these traumatic online rumours which do nothing for the family. We are happy to support the motion, and hopefully this will help the Donaghy family find out what happened to their beloved Noah. We're also happy to support the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman Ward.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me on. And it's a day I won't forget, the 21st of June 2020, when reports were coming out and it was widespread on social media throughout Northern Ireland and throughout the UK and Ireland. These reports were coming out, and obviously then the coming days of sad news, and my heart goes out to Fiona and the family, and this summer motion came forward in council before, and we fully support it, and DEP will be fully supporting this here motion today, and also the amendment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wark. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, first of all, I want to commend Councillor Barr for bringing forward this motion. I think it's entirely appropriate. And I also want to commend Councillor Barr for the work that he's done to champion this case. He's been very, very active on it, along with a lot of other people. And I can completely understand why. As Councillor Gallagher said, we send our solidarity to Fiona and her broader family and everybody that has been involved in this campaign. And this was a tremendous tragedy. I think it rocked everybody. And I think that it's unfortunate that the investigation has been carried out in the way that it appears to have been. The lack of transparency and the frustration that Fiona and her broader family have faced has actually compounded the tragedy. So we'll be supporting this motion, and I think that Noah's death has clearly touched people right across this island, right across the world, and I think it speaks to that he was a lovely child, an amazing young person with a fantastic future, and now that's at an end, and people are trying to figure out why. And from all the reports I've read, I think that the PSNI, instead of helping Fiona and helping to figure out what happened, have actually created more suspicion through their inaction or lack of transparency. And this is just really unfortunate. I mean, it adds to the number of issues that we've been raising about policing. It's really been, the people power of Fiona and the broader campaign that have forced accountability from the PSNI. And thankful, and that's why this motion is in front of us today. If it had been dealt with properly and humanely, we wouldn't be discussing it. And unfortunately, we have to. So,
Councillor Harkin, can I ask you to bring your remarks to a close, please?
Well, no, yeah. Hopefully it'll get unanimous support here in the council. Again, solidarity to Fiona and the Noah's Army.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Donnelly.
All right, Chair, thank you. Look, again, like the previous speakers, I'd like to send solidarity to Fiona Donoghue and her wider family. The strength, the courage, the dignity that she has shown, despite what can only be described as an unimaginable, painful experience inflicted upon her and her family. A mother's bond with a child, and you can very clearly see it in photographs, and that it's just absolutely heartbreaking. And I think she is one very, very courageous woman. And Chair, but my like some has been outlined, and I'm not going to turn this into political football. My views on the policing situation here are well known, as outlined by one or two other contributors. I believe that they're part of the problem here. But Chair, what I would like to do, so in that regard, Chair, I'm going to be abstaining, but I would like to wish her luck in each and every avenue that she goes down, and I hope that she can get some type of justice here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Jason Barr, you looking to come and address the whole lot?
Yes, I'll just speak to it now, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
The loss of no one in such tragic circumstances needs to be properly investigated, and no stone should be left unturned in finding the truth. The Donoghue family need to be commended in standing strong and in demanding that this truth is finally given. This issue touches every single parent across the north, and it's important that this council and the people of Derry City and Strabane District Council send a strong message that we stand full square behind the Donoghue family. So that's why, Mayor, in saying that we in the SDLP are more than happy to fully support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Members, just in terms of my own opinion on this, I would join with all of you and support Fiona and the wider campaign to find out for truth and justice around this particular issue. I know and unfortunately have family members who have lost children and have watched them go through that hurt and pain of trying to come to terms with that, but not knowing what actually happened and why it happened must multiply that pain and suffering so many times. So with all of you, I would like to join with you and send my support to Fiona and the wider family. And I sincerely hope that they do get truth and justice and find out exactly what happened to Noah, so that the appropriate measures can be put in place, that this terrible loss can no longer happen to any other family across the north. Raymond Barr, no, sorry, hold on. We have to go to the amendment. Councillor Donnelly's going to abstain on the amendment. Is there anyone else who's saying that they're not supporting the amendment? Councillor Barr wants to speak on the amendment. Councillor Barr? Raymond Barr, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, we recently discussed at great length the amount of time that was being spent on motions or pop-up motions or pop-up amendments, and to me here now is a perfect example. A meaningless amendment that does nothing but maybe slightly dilute the original motion. I'm not sure what the motive was behind this amendment. I don't know if it's showboating or appeasement. I'm inclined to believe the latter. Having discussed the motion with the Donohoe family this morning, I know they will be disappointed that this amendment was proceeded with. I know I am. That's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Just trying to get a read here. Right, so John, would you mind taking us through the vote, John? There's a number of different comments in that chat box, and I just want to make sure that we get this vote on the amendment correct. So, John, if you don't mind taking us through the vote, please.
Yeah, that's fine, Mayor. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy. Alderman Guy. Alderman Hussey.
On the amendment, I presume, Mayor, is that correct? Against?
Alderman Carrigan.
For.
Alderman McClintock.
For.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cusack.
Against.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against.
Councillor Donnelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Doyle.
Against.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin.
Against.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher.
Against.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Logue.
For.
Councillor McGuire.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
For.
Councillor McKeever.
Against.
Councillor McKinney.
For.
Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Riley.
Against.
Councillor Tierney.
Against.
Thank you, members.
Raymond Barr, would you mind turning off your mic, please?
Mayor, I have recorded 19 for, 18 against, and 1 abstention. So on the basis of that, the amendment passes.
Okay, John, thank you. The amendment has passed and becomes a substantive motion. Did I see? Yep, Alderman Hussey on the substantive motion.
Thank you, Mayor, and firstly to the family. I can't imagine the pain that they're going through, and they need answers, and that is what this motion is about. Perhaps, I presume it will still be Councillor Barr who will do the winding up on the motion. One thing I wonder at the motion is it's asking the police to investigate themselves, and I wonder why the motion didn't perhaps seek an external comprehensive investigation. Councillor Barr proposed the motion, so I mean he can answer that one. There may be very good reasons, but as I say, the family do need answers, and I trust that eventually they will receive those answers, but it will not bring Noah back. And as I say, I can't imagine the pain that they would have to endure with that. And I thought, I'm sure I speak for Darren and myself, are with the family at this time, and it's just going on and on and on. They need answers brought to a close. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Jason Barr on the substantive motion.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to come back in just to reiterate our position why we didn't support the amendment. We felt that the word demand was more powerful than the word urge. I know as a parent I would be demanding from the PSNI, not urging them to look into an investigation. So we felt that the amendment did water it down slightly, so that's why we didn't support it. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michaela Boyle on the substantive motion.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me back in. Mayor, on the substantive motion, and as I said earlier, I want to thank Councillor Raymond Barr for bringing forward the motion. It is a very emotive subject. We're talking about justice for Noah and his family, and you know, Fiona and her family. We don't want her to go through the heartbreak of years and years to get unanswered questions around Noah's death. As I said, our thoughts and prayers are with Fiona and her family at this time. Any mother that suffers the loss of a child in this horrific way does deserve the truth and justice. And just to reiterate, the public is behind Fiona. Just in Councillor Barr's comments when he spoke, I spoke to Councillor Barr yesterday. This is not a pop-up amendment. He was happy enough for me to bring it forward today. So, you know, language is key. It says a lot about the person behind the language. You know, the reason and the rationale for the amendment was about legal issues, and we want to make sure that the family get the best in terms of support, in terms of truth and justice, and being transparent and open from the PSNI about what has happened, what has gone on in the past, and what will go on from here on in terms of getting the right answers to the loss of a beautiful son, grandson and nephew. So just to say, you know, I'm delighted that the amendment did pass. You know, there was some very insensitive comments made around it being a pop-up amendment. I sent the amendment earlier to council, and as I said, I spoke to Councillor Barr yesterday, and he was happy enough for me to bring forward the amendment today. So Gurmil Mayogat, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I'm going to go back to Councillor Raymond Barr to sum up, please. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that the motion has been successful. In relation to what Alderman Hussey says, we're not asking for the police to investigate themselves. We're asking the police to investigate Noah's disappearance and death. In relation to Councillor Boyle's comments there, she did contact me yesterday to tell me that they were bringing this amendment, but to say that I was happy with it couldn't be further from the truth. I acknowledged it, I accepted it, but I was far from happy with it. That's all I have to say in the matter now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Barr. Members, in relation to the substantive motion, I'm now going to put that to the floor. Can I assume that everyone, with the exceptions of Councillor Donnelly, who's indicated that he's going to abstain on both for his own reasons, is happy with the substantive motion? If anyone's not, can you let me know? SDLP happy to support. Martin Riley content. Alderman McClintock, yes. Derek, yes. Okay, no one's telling me any different. So, John, with the exceptions of Councillor Donnelly, can we record that vote in that way, please? I don't apologize. I don't know what the numbers are of attendance are, but everyone else in favour. So the motion in the name of Councillor Barr has passed. Next motion is in the name of Councillor Emmett Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to, I just see Councillor Ferguson has seconded it there, Mayor, so I'm just going to fire on, if that's all right.
Yep. Councillor Shauna Cusack has declared an interest in this. Can I ask for Councillor Cusack to be put under the lobby, please, Paul?
Yeah, do that now, Mayor.
You just let me know when she's done, please.
That's her in the lobby now, Mayor. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Paul. Go ahead, Councillor Doyle. That's been seconded by Councillor Rachel Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. In September 2017, the Department for Communities launched a consultation on the fundamental review of social housing allocations. It was long overdue and used to enable the Housing Executive to move into addressing circumstances and situations it faced and communities faced in the modern era. As part of the consultation, a proposal asked views that the Housing Executive may treat a person as ineligible for full duty homelessness status on the basis of their acceptable behaviour at any time before allocating that person a social home. 75% of respondents agreed with the proposals, as do we in Aintu. Whilst there is always a need to balance the needs of tenants who need extra support, it is well past time that problem tenants face consequences for their actions. We all know, probably too well, the negative impact that even one disruptive household can have in a new community. I've had too many calls, particularly from newly built areas in Ballyarnett and further afield, where the behaviour of some has had reputational damage on areas that house young families that are vibrant and are in the process of building new community links. It must stop. Until now, outside of the usual channels, there's been no mechanism the Housing Executive could use to ensure that the practice that many will have seen, the moving of the problem from tenants from one area to the other, stops. Social housing is both a right and a responsibility, and I would like to see the Department of Housing Executive implement these changes as soon as possible. The second part of my motion, Mayor, will be of no shock to many in this chamber. In relation to carrying out repairs, they are responsible for, under the law and their own tenancy agreements. Housing associations fall into three categories: the good, the bad, and the ugly. I won't make reference to specific associations tonight. I probably don't need to. I will give examples, however, where some do not take their responsibilities seriously. I was called 2 weeks ago, Mayor, by a young mother in Ballyarnett who had no heating in her home for 4 weeks. She lived with her young son and a toddler in the house. Her housing association kept sending blow heaters to the property and telling her that somebody would be out to fix the problem numerous times to no avail. The issue is now resolved, but that was totally unacceptable. Tenants are waiting too long for even minor repairs to be carried out, and there seems to be within some associations no sense of urgency when an emergency arises. Another case that came to me was from an older lady in Ballymacrotty who had a flood in her hands. A pipe under her radiator had burst just below her floor. She had called a repairs line and was told someone would get back to her within the next 3 days. 3 days with gushing water flowing into their living room and destroying their soft furnishings. There are, of course, associations that by and large fulfil their commitments, but I think it would be prudent to ask all associations operating within the city and district to be invited to speak to us about how they carry out repairs. I would naturally have loved to get private landlords included in the motion tonight, but we would need to have a meeting probably that would last weeks. Regardless, if we pass this motion tonight, they should take note. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Alderman David Ramsey.
You, Mayor. Thank you for letting me on. I want to propose it's more an addition than an amendment to the motion, and I will just put it up here now whenever I get into the chat. Okay, basically an addition that I believe is pretty relevant, and I will speak to it. That this council also encourages families and individuals who are suffering at the hands of antisocial neighbours to participate in the review.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? I know you're saying it's an addition, but it's technically an amendment.
Yeah.
Alderman McClintock. Yep. Point of clarification, Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor. More just to be helpful for Alderman Ramsey. The consultation was carried out between 2017 and has just recently actually ended and been reported on in 2020 there. So the review is actually over. But I know what he was getting at. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
Can I
just bear with me? I'm not going to have a cross chamber discussion on the review. If Philip, if you're on the call, can I just get some direction? If the review's already taken place, is there any need, or can we accept the amendment?
Well, I think the amendment's encouraging people to participate in the review. So, I mean, if the review's already going on, the amendment would appear to be consistent with that.
Right, okay. Fine. Go ahead, Councillor Alderman Ramsey.
Okay, thank you. Well, the reason why I put this addition on is simply because this is an issue that many of us as councillors have to deal with. And unfortunately...
the point of order there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor Duffy. I'm just seeing it in the chat box.
Yeah, I think Philip misunderstood that
Yeah.
the review is over. It's not that it's ongoing. It is actually over. So
Yeah.
you can't contribute to it. It's done.
Yep. Philip.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, that certainly changes the position. Sorry, as I understood the question that had been put was in relation to the view ongoing, but no, certainly there is. It would appear that amendment would appear moot if the consultation is over.
All right, thank you, Philip.
Okay.
Alderman Ramsey.
Can I,
on that basis, we can't accept your amendment.
Can my amendment be changed then to make contact with ourselves with reference to, if this motion goes through,
Alderman Ramsey, any amendment, Alderman Ramsey, and you will know this from previous meetings. I'm asking that they be put under the chat box, and when they're put under the chat box, they'll then be put on screen. And whilst you're doing that, just to try and speed things up, I'm going to move on, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm moving to Councillor Sean Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. The review of social housing allocation is an important issue. The review itself was wide-ranging, and as pointed out, raised 20 proposals, the most controversial being numbers 2 and 3, dealing with changes to eligibility for applicants involved in what's termed unacceptable behaviour and possible exclusion from obtaining social housing. Unacceptable behaviour will depend on a number of factors, but it is open to interpretation. The policy guidance, as it appears, can be at the moment both a legal and moral minefield with those tasked to make decisions. Respondents to proposals 2 and 3 in review appear to support the proposals for treating applicants as ineligible for social housing and for full duty homelessness status where their behaviour is deemed unacceptable. Results, as pointed out by Councillor Doyle, showed around 3 out of 4 respondents showing support for both proposals. The comments made by respondents to the review reflect the obvious concerns and issues on this matter, such as drug addiction and alcohol or mental health problems are cited, and that these applicants will require help. Issues such as information sharing and all relevant inputs are also raised. The report is very detailed and goes over 100 pages dealing with all factors of allocation. But what is clear is that this is a contentious issue and the department is looking at a prevention strategy in relation to eligibility rather than trying to manage problems. I am sure all members will have been contacted by constituents on issues about neighbours who are causing problems and have been asked to intervene to try and sort it out for their constituents. We would welcome the opportunity to hear from the relevant officials on this review prior to implementation in order to allow members to explore this issue further. We also agree with Councillor Doyle that it is important to hear from senior officials from housing associations in regards to maintenance and repairs of properties. Again, I'm sure that all councillors have been contacted in relation to matters like these. It would be important for our council to have the opportunity to speak to senior management to bring to their attention the concerns that our constituents have in relation to the maintenance and repairing obligations with housing associations. It definitely appears that they would need to be more proactive when dealing with repairs due to some of the companies that we have been dealing with and what our members have been dealing with. We, of course, will be supporting the motion from Councillor Doyle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. Will I just propose the additions first, Chair?
Yeah, just put it on the chat box for me, Councillor O'Neill, please.
It's really not gonna it's really not an awful lot. It's just
Just bear with me. Alderman Ramsey, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
It's only a few words, so it's just the notes the responsibilities of housing associations in providing timely and high quality repairs. Sorry, I was reading it off the screen there. I'll just get it off the screen now. High quality maintenance and repair to their properties. So just to add there, and the surrounding areas for which they have responsibility. So I can just type that on if you want.
Yes, please. It's
so,
just important, Councillor O'Neill, just that what we put on the screen is exactly as what you want. So it's just easier if we have it in the chat box.
No problem.
So that we're not interpreting your meaning wrong.
Right, there you go.
There we go. Can I get a sec? Is that it?
No, it's just another just like small addition. It's just what do we see here now? Sorry, it's just playing between screens. So invite officials from the housing associations and housing executive. So if you want me to just type, that's in the last paragraph. Operate in this council area to brief members. So yep. I'm just going to add in and housing executive. There we go.
Right. So before you speak to it, Councillor O'Neill, can I get a seconder for your amendment, please? And just so that we all know what we're voting on when we get to that stage of the amendment. Nuala, if I can ask that the lower text in red for now is removed from the screen, please. And Councillor Harkin has seconded Councillor O'Neill's amendment. So go ahead, Councillor O'Neill, if you want to speak to your amendment, please.
Okay. Just to speak on a whole, like we obviously people for profit believe in a simple premise that everyone in our society requires a decent and a secure place to live, irrespective of their income, and housing should be treated as a public, universal public service, the same as health and education. And based on the experience of previous generations and internationally, the most effective way to deliver this is a decent secure home based on need is through public housing. And the housing executive here is a concrete lasting reform of the civil rights movement, and it has an outstanding track record of improving the standard of homes and building communities. And it's this legacy that's under threat with the proposed privatisation of the housing executive. And with regards to repairs, as long ago as 2003, a National Audit Office report found that improving council homes through direct government investment is far less expensive than doing it through privatisation, and that's still the case today. So I definitely welcome the Housing Association and the Council Chamber as per the proposal, but I'm also critical of housing policy, which has seen housing associations as the only authority who could build new houses since the 1990s. And it is a step also towards privatisation. But with regards to the antisocial behaviour, I really do feel for residents who are experiencing antisocial behaviour. We've spoken to workers and trade union reps who are on the coalface of trying to address this antisocial behaviour, and they do not feel that they're properly supported by the organisations that they work for to address this. And we've also spoken to workers about maintenance and repairs, and workers again often find themselves arguing with the organisations that they work for to enable them to respond to the speed of repairs. And I think in terms of these problem tenants mentioned, we also have to ask, why do people display this unacceptable behaviour? And why are the support mechanisms not in place to support people with whatever problem it is that they're presenting with? And we need to also ask, is it because some people have problems, do they not have a right to live in our communities? So the evidence shows that these people with more complex needs do often then present as homeless. So we have to campaign for the supporting people budget to be increased and not cut. And those
Councillor O'Neill, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah, no worries. It's just we need to also look at the support mechanisms in place for workers to address the problem, but also for the people who are presenting with the problems. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Patricia Logue.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to say, our party will be supporting the motion and the amendments. But before I speak on the motion, I just want to point out that the Housing Executive do present to our governance committees regularly, but we have no problem with the amendment for them to come in here too as well. I think it is a good time that the housing associations come in and speak, especially on their planned maintenance plans because of COVID. There has been a lot of work which has been put back, and we need to be updated and all of that. But as regards the start of the motion on the review of the social housing allocations, there was 20 recommendations put in place that went out for consultation, and out of these 20, there are 18 of the recommendations are being taken forward. Now they are put into phases, and the recommendation 2 and 3 are in the second phase, so they're looking about 18 months at that. But I do have to say, while there are antisocial issues, we need to be providing sustainable tenancies and building positive, supportive relationships, and so that people have a wraparound support in order to maintain their tenancy. Those with vulnerabilities must be supported, and the root causes of unacceptable behaviour should be examined and addressed holistically. And this is mentioned in the review.
Councillor Logue, can I ask you to bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yes, this is the way we are going. And saying that, we must be mindful too of all the people within the community, and I have no problem with the other part of the amendment or the motion that's coming in regarding contacting people who are impacted by antisocial behaviour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logue. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. And it is a very complex issue. There is some people who do have, to get a house, you have to go through the point system, and points are awarded for complex medical needs and people who would have vulnerabilities. And I do believe, I agree with some of the previous speakers here that the support network isn't in place for a lot of these people. It's the nature of the society here. It's due to the cutbacks and the lack of adequate resources. There is also an issue, Chair, that in some areas there's just a small core number of people who do not care about those who live beside them, and they will carry out their actions and do not care. about the consequences. This is particularly widespread in new builds, and there's some new builds that have just got a bad reputation, and there is people looking to get out, management transfers and all sorts. So the issue does need to be tackled, but there is also a responsibility on the housing executive and who I've just been handed a petition within the last 48 hours, and it's to do with Craigan. And I just to give you a flavour of what it is, and this is a settled area, and it says, we the residents of Lislane, Carrigrey Gardens and surrounding areas wish to raise our concerns about the allocation of dwellings in this area, brackets mainly flats. There have been incidents of noise and severe violence towards the people who have been allocated these premises. Whilst we understand that it is a human right of individuals to have a roof over their heads, we feel it necessary that these people are vetted prior to placing them in the community in close proximity to vulnerable adults and children. Recent violent incidents have caused unnecessary fear to these vulnerable people. We trust you take these concerns to the appropriate allocation officers. That's an area that is highly settled. It's not a new build, so there is a lot of the issues can be complex in themselves. Just regarding
Donnelly, can you bring the remarks there close, please?
One more point, Chair, if you would allow me. Is some of the new builds, Chair, some of these housing associations, in the small print, you have to have house insurance, and a lot of people can't afford it and don't have it. But if there was a problem in the house and a flood, and it was a result of no fault of their own, they still are required to carry out the refurbishment, and I think that's wrong too. So I would encourage people to read the small print and maybe something that can be done about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Pardon me. Alderman Devaney.
Mayor, for allowing me in, and just to speak to the amendment, we have no problem in supporting the amendment coming in here. But and I think we all know as public representatives the issues with housing, affordability, the issues around neighbours, noisy neighbours, and problems with neighbours is a very complex issue as well. And it's a difficult one for those neighbours who are causing, for those people, for the neighbours, for the tenants who are not causing problems. And I think it is always a very lengthy issue trying to get those issues resolved because they're very, very complex. I just want to bring to your point, Mr. Mayor. I know at the last full council meeting, myself on behalf of the DEP, we proposed to invite the housing executive in. Maybe it would be and I did specifically say the health and community special one, but then it was amended then to have a special full council. Maybe that would be that special council, special full council meeting, Mayor, could be adapted to bring housing association members in as well to discuss all the issues around here. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. I'll let the officers work out the logistics of that, but I understand the reason for your suggestion. Members, on the amendment, I haven't heard anyone speak against it, so I'm going to take the amendment as it's read, quite literally, and agree that that's passed unanimously. Everyone content with that direction? Anyone who's not, can you let me know, please? No, okay, so the amendment has passed unanimously. And we're going to go back to Alderman Ramsey, who has a further amendment.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Doyle for bringing this forward today.
Yep, the amendment has been seconded by Alderman McClintock, I believe. Is that right?
Yep, it has been. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before you go, can we see the amendment on screen, please, Nuala? Go ahead now, Councillor or Alderman Ramsey.
Yeah, no, just to thank Councillor Doyle for bringing this forward today. He's brought it forward at a very, very good time. And a constituent has basically asked me to share this one example of the situations that a lot of people are facing at the minute due to the neighbours, a bad neighbour issue. Basically we all agree that things have to change, and a lot of people have mental health issues now because of the neighbourhood issues. But in this one incident here, there's been 63 incidents in the past year. There's been 42 incidents of screaming, shouting, swearing at kids and banging doors. There's been 5 incidents of intimidation, abuse, harassment, and 6 of dog issues with barking, etc. and stage 1 complaint has went through, and nothing ever happened. Stage 2 complaint has went through, nothing has happened, and the NHG basically have not been able to deal with it. And hopefully, and again, forgive me for my ignorance, I thought that the actual review wasn't completed, but it obviously is. But the current Good Neighbour strategy, it just doesn't work. There just doesn't seem to be any power. The social services call regularly. They do everything they can, but the children are still left with what's going on. The PSNI at the property at many times, and they just don't seem to have any powers either with regard to this antisocial behaviour. They told one of the neighbours that as a student who obviously has issues with sleeping because of what's going on, and it's affecting obviously her study. The police very foolishly turned around and told the girl that not to worry about her exams because of the COVID. She'll not have to do her exams, they said. Now, that is totally unacceptable, and that's all in writing. I have a file here which is extremely thick. Cameras were installed at the victim's home, obviously for their own safety, to try and give them a wee bit of peace of mind. But
Alderman Ramsey, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
The cameras are a bigger issue now than the person themselves. And lies. The victim's been told lies as well, and this is just an example, and that's why I'm putting that wee addition on, because I think it is important that we get people like this coming forward and wanting to tell their stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Members, there's no further indicated speakers on the further amendment, so I'm going to take it as read unless anyone wants to make me aware otherwise. No. Okay, so the amendment has passed unanimously, and no further indicated speakers on the original motion from Councillor Doyle. So I'm going to ask Councillor Doyle to sum up, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks everyone for their contribution, including the amendments. I think they are timely, and I think that they do add to the motion. Look, we all know that, and I suppose I was trying to be diplomatic about it, but Gary has hit the nail on the head. It's there's a lot of settled communities with issues, but a lot of the issues that come through me are from new communities that have been built, where there are obviously a rush to get into them, which then sometimes turns into a rush to get out of them. And I think this will, if implemented, and I know the timescale that Councillor Logue mentioned is still accurate, will give people the opportunity to hopefully address that, so that we don't have reputational damage on areas that are brand new and are in the process of building links within them. So thanks everyone for the contributions, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Members, no one has spoken against this substantive motion. So I'm going to take that as read and pass unanimously unless anyone makes me aware now, please. No, so that's passed unanimously. Before we move on, Paul, can we bring Councillor Cusack back into the meeting, please?
Yeah, no problem. That's Councillor Cusack back in.
Thank you, Paul. Moving on, members, the next motion is in the name of Councillor Rachel Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies, my internet's playing up, so if I come in and out. So I'll take the motion as read.
Okay, and it's been seconded on the chat box by both Councillor Martin Riley and Alderman Ryan McCready. So go ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
There's about 200,000 people in Northern Ireland, about 1 in 7 of our population that are deaf or hard of hearing. A number of those are actually my family members. You can be born with a level of deafness or can develop later in life. 90% of profoundly deaf children are born to hearing parents. There are a range of ways in which deaf or hard of hearing people can communicate. They range from hearing aids, induction lip systems, lip reading, and through sign language. When I was doing my 101 BSL course, my tutor told me that she's seen a trend where people who were born with a level of deafness learned to sign, but some people who lost their hearing later on didn't use sign. They were never taught and relied on hearing aids. If we only embraced using sign, then there would be less barriers for the deaf community, and this would help empower them. In Northern Ireland, only between 3,500 to 5,000 people use BSL or ISL. So this results in deaf people not having access to the same information or services as the hearing population. Even though BSL and ISL are recognised as languages elsewhere, the deaf community are forced to rely on a disability discrimination legislation to access information in their own language. Deaf people are excluded from undertaking many different services as there's a lack of translators. We've seen the difficulty here in our own council for the service. Unless it's well in advance and for a short period of time, we can't provide it. Some deaf and hard of hearing children are denied qualified support assistants who can sign when attending school. So I ask you, if we truly want to be an inclusive society moving forward, making sure everyone is empowered, then we have to make sure everyone has the same opportunities. If we taught either BSL or ISL in our schools, then from the very start, our deaf and hard of hearing community would not only have to rely on special translators, but they could speak to us day to day. That's why I hope that you will support my motion and call on the Minister of Communities and Education to commit to a Sign Language Act and bring forward legislation that will include sign language into our key stage 1 and 2 curriculum and introduce it to our sign as a GCSE for secondary students. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Members, there's no one who's indicated to speak at the moment. Yep, Councillor Riley.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for bringing me in. And just happy not only to second this, but just to speak in favour of it, and to thank Councillor Ferguson for bringing it forward here this evening. I know this motion of sorts came before Belfast City Council recently as well, and I, like others, I'm sure, have also been contacted by the mother of a deaf child in relation to tonight's motion, who herself is trained in delivering deaf awareness to schools and businesses. I'm informed that in Sweden, where you are the hearing parent of a deaf child, you're automatically entitled to lessons in Swedish sign language, while here parents have to either pay for it themselves or find a charity that delivers sign language classes for free. I don't think that that's good enough. And if we're teaching pupils at school languages, then we should be teaching them sign language as well. So in terms of advancing inclusive relationships across society, we in the SDLP are happy to support this motion, and we're also glad to see a related item appearing on the Governance and Strategic Planning Committee meeting for next week. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Rachel for bringing the motion forward. I'm a former board member of the Foyle Deaf Association, and despite not being hard of hearing or deaf myself, I do have members of my family who have difficulty with hearing, and I'm really pleased to see as well that the phrase deaf culture is relatable in this motion, because it's something that I had to learn a lot about in terms of working with people who have hearing difficulties, and I think it's really important to see this motion here today, and we're more than happy to put our name to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I first just thank Rachel for bringing this forward. It's one that I fully support, and on behalf of my party, fully support it also. It's very timely sometimes that when we go through life and society, it's just given that the foundation of communication is there, for everything. But if you are deaf, or you have children who are deaf, or family members, it's a complete cut off entirely. That fundamental communication is gone. So anything which can enhance that experience or increase the deficit between those who can't hear and us, that we can train in sign language, whether it's ISL, BSL, or the very basics of Makaton, learning at children through through the universal stuff. If it can light up, and I would urge every member in here to learn the absolute basics if you can, or if you can go a bit further, then do so. Because when you're walking along and you come across someone who is hard of hearing or deaf, and you can communicate with them in the very basics of sign, you should see the expression in their faces and the joy that someone has taken that time to do so. It changes their world. So if we can all do that and just pass it forward, in light of everything that Rachel has outlined on the legislative side, I fully endorse, and well done for bringing it forward to this council. Thanks.
Thanks a million, Alderman McCready. Councillor Paul Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor, and on behalf of Sinn Féin, first of all, could we welcome the motion from Councillor Ferguson, Rachel, both very informative and very timely, and given, as Rachel has pointed out, the number of people across the north in terms of our deaf community. And what it also brings to mind is inclusivity and equality. So from our point of view, we would want to see a sign language act in terms of Irish Sign Language and British Sign Language. It's mentioned in the new decade, new approach. We want to see it brought to fruition as quickly as possible. The all-party group in Stormont have agreed this. The consultation has been done by the Department of Communities, so there isn't any good reason as to why this can't be brought forward sooner rather than later. And just on a wider point, right across the island of Ireland, always endeavoured to be supportive of the deaf community, and they shouldn't be seen as separate from the rest of us in any form or fashion. And the idea also in Rachel's motion in terms of mainstreamed in the schools, we would also be supportive of as well. So, and the broad term and right across the motion, we're supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Ferguson for bringing forward this proposal, and People Before Profit will be supporting it. And look, we believe that we should be taught sign language from, early on, just in school at the beginning of our education. We should be taught multiple languages. But I think there's clearly, if we want to create a more inclusive society and remove barriers for everybody's participation, and also broaden out everybody's ability to communicate, being able for everybody being able to use sign language would benefit everyone. So this is a very good motion that sparks that discussion and gets people thinking along those lines, and tries to push forward this argument to do that. I mean, as we know, there are far too many obstacles in society to people being able to fully participate. When there are there's solutions that have been around for a long time to give people more access and more equality. The one thing I will say, and it's frustrating to see again, non-delivery in terms of the new decade, new approach, that we have to say again, this is something that was written down and promised, that hasn't been a commitment that is there, but is as yet undelivered on. And I think there is just far too many commitments that haven't been delivered on in terms of the executive. So we welcome and support the motion, and we hope it gets moved forward. And maybe this message from Derry and Strabane will help to shake things up at Stormont.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and as others, thank you, Richard, for bringing the motion. It impacts on myself quite directly, as those who will have witnessed me when we were in the chamber, constantly having difficulty hearing, because as a result of a sports injury 50 years ago, I have had 50% deafness. And as Rachel rightly points out in her motion there, it's a cultural linguistic issue. I don't regard myself as disabled, so that should be recognised in taking the issue forward. And obviously, in our game, communication is an extremely important aspect of our daily life. And my former game as a teacher, clearly that was also there. And I welcome the latter part of trying to ensure that children learn the basics early, and those who wish to pursue further to a GCSE level can do so. So, Rachel, thank you for bringing this forward. And thank you for also highlighting that deafness doesn't necessarily mean total deafness, and those of us who have partial hearing do have difficulties as well, and that has to be recognised. Thank you for the motion, Rachel, and our party will be supporting that fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Sean Carr.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for bringing me on. Can I also welcome this notice of motion and thank Rachel for bringing it forward. And I do think it's timely that it should go into education, because younger people, like sponges, they'll observe it early in their lives, and it will be a good thing. As an older person, trying to even learn Makaton, to speak to my grandson, it's difficult. So I believe that the earlier it's done with young people, the better, and just to welcome and support this motion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Ferguson, to sum up, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the members and the support. It's greatly appreciated. If I could do one thing, I would recommend every member try and at least do the very basics, BSL or ASL. My understanding of sign language, my mind was blown, because, like members have said, it's not just a linguistic, but it's a cultural aspect, and the fact that whilst you're signing, there's so much expressions that you have to do with your face, and there's a lot of touch, and the structure around how you sign is completely different in the way in the structure that we talk. So I really appreciate your support, and hopefully I'll see a few of you signing in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Members, no one has spoken against that particular motion. So are we happy that it's going to pass unanimously, as opposed to put it to a vote? Yep. Okay, if that can be recorded as unanimous, the motion from Councillor Ferguson. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Members, the next motion is in the name of Councillor Christopher Jackson. And can I just check that your position is still the same, Councillor Jackson, in relation to Standing Order 16.1(6)?
Yes, Mayor,
Yep.
yes.
Okay, so can I get a seconder for Councillor Jackson's motion? Conor Heaney, thank you, Councillor Heaney. Members, Councillor Jackson, under, and we've discussed already today, under 16.1(6), is proposing that this motion be moved to the relevant committee, which, as I understand, is Environment and Regeneration. Are members happy and content with that direction of travel? Alderman McClintock agreed. Anyone who's not, can they please make me aware?
As myself, Councillor Donnelly, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone with the exceptions of Councillor Donnelly? No, okay. So with the exceptions of Councillor Donnelly, under Standing Order 16.16 16.1(6), Councillor Jackson's motion will be moved at the next relevant committee, which is Environment and Regeneration. Members, as I said, under Chairperson's business, due to unforeseen circumstances, at this point I have to leave the meeting and would ask the Deputy Mayor if he would take over and carry on from Councillor McHugh's motion, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And
thank you, Graham. Thank you.
Okay, it's just to go back on one here in Chairperson's business on the Mayor. It's just on the housekeeping, folks. Just to remind members, it's 3 minutes on a motion and 2 minutes when speaking on it. So as we move on, the next motion in the name of Councillor McHugh.
Cormac, Chair, and would like to welcome you to Shawnee Castle, Derry. Mayor, take the motion as read.
Can I have a second there?
I've seconded in the chat box, Chair.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, now.
Okay, Mayor, take the motion as read there. Just
yeah, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor, there are many reasons why Castle Derry is in need of physical and indeed economic regeneration. It's been some 30 years now since any significant physical work of a public realm nature has been undertaken in the town, since the diamond area was demolished and the town centre was opened up and re-imaged. The electoral wards that make up Castle Derry and its hinterlands, they feature regularly amongst some of the highest in the scoring wards on the poverty and deprivation indices, and that's similar as well when you look at unemployment levels. Over recent years, Castle Derry, we've lost all 3 of our banks. We've seen the closure of St Eugene Secondary School, Ergana and Drum the Bay primary schools,
and most recently our postal sorting office has been relocated to Strabane. However, Mayor, there's much to be positive about and plenty to celebrate about Castleberg as well. The people are very resilient and have learned to adapt to the changing nature of our economy and indeed wider society. The town has a growing reputation as a destination for eating out, with some excellent restaurants, bars, coffee shops and cafes to be had. Small businesses have opened up at the new enterprise site on the Cleader Road and within the town centre itself, with the potential for more. The town also sits on the Derry River and in the beautiful Derry Valley. It has a wealth of historical sites, including ancient burial chambers, standing stones, and indeed the ruins of the Derry Castle. It certainly has the potential to be developed as a gateway town into the bordering county of Donegal and the Wild Atlantic Way. That's also referenced, Deputy Mayor, and the local development plan, which is ongoing at the minute. Within the motion, Chair, specifically, there's reference made there to the prime location of the former PSNI barracks within the town, and as I say, it forms part of any regeneration initiative that arises out of this motion. Members will be well aware that I have raised this issue within Council on several occasions, and arising out of the last time, a community consultation was undertaken at Derry Valley Leisure Centre, and there was a list of projects arising out of that with potential developments for that site, but disappointingly, Chair, Council didn't express any interest on the site, and no community group or organisation came forward for any project for it. I'm just mindful, Chair, that we have recently had the announcement of the city deal, city and district deal, so this would represent an opportunity for this council to demonstrate to the community of Castleberg that it does indeed represent not just the city deal, but the city and district deal. I'm conscious too, Chair, that the audit of our playing pitches has identified in the Derry ward a lack of 4G provision, and that is something that could be explored going forward and will tie in with the previous use of the site where there was tennis courts situated there. Soon, Peace Plus will be opening up a £1 billion European funded project. Another opportunity there for council perhaps to explore what could be done on the site. But whatever arises out of it, Chair, I do believe that this council has another opportunity as part of this motion to relook or revisit the development of that site, where some 23 years after signing the Good Friday Agreement, and what's left there now is a blot in the landscape of Castleberg and should be removed. So, Chair, just to conclude, as the motion calls for, let's get together with the statutory agencies and other stakeholders, community groups, political leaders, enterprise groups, and let's see what we can come up with and truly deliver something in terms of regenerating Castleberg for the benefit of the entire community in Castleberg, because community relations in Castleberg has never been better, and I think that if we approach this with a can-do attitude, then...
Councillor McHugh, can you bring your remarks to a close?
Yeah, very briefly, Chair. As I say, if we approach it with a can-do attitude, then I think we can deliver on the aspirations within our Derry plan and indeed the local development plan as well. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Next on the list is Councillor Edwards.
Can I propose an amendment? Should be in the chat box there.
Be a seconder for the amendment.
Second that, Chair.
Seconded by Councillor Riley. There you, Councillor Edwards, you talk away until Luna gets that on the screen.
Thanks, Member. Thanks. I thank the member, Councillor McHugh, for bringing this important motion to Council, and the SLP are fully supportive of, albeit with a slight amendment. Over the years, Castleberg has suffered its fair share in terms of disinvestment and removal of public services by both Council and by Stormont. It should never have happened, and it's important that a regeneration plan for the town is fully advanced and that necessary investment comes from Council and from Stormont. given that Castleberg is a large border town and given the opportunities that now exist due to our relationship with the EU, now is as good as time as any to advance regeneration plans that could act as a catalyst for additional investment in a town. In terms of council, I note that before my time, there was a Green Infrastructure Master Plan adopted by council, and there's some work commenced at the castle site in particular. But there is a list of a lot more projects involved in that as well that haven't been advanced, and it would be good to get an update on that. And it's also, as the mover of the motion referred, it's disappointing Castleberg and other towns and villages haven't been included in the city deal. But I know that there is a capital list project, and it'd be great to have an update on the projects for Castleberg. But I do think it's important in the context of today's debate that we look at Stormont Department's funding for Castleberg. Where's the tourism plan? How many times have we invested in any visit Castleberg? We see digital hubs being opened up in different towns, and we also have seen a lot of investment recently in business parks. But again, Castleberg is left out of this. In terms of youth facilities, Strabane is getting a brand new youth centre, and I don't begrudge them that, but Castleberg again can't even get youth workers on the ground. And there are only a few issues that I could reference, many more. The motion tonight also makes reference to the police station, and we as a party have been engaged with the PSNI, who said they're open to considering the disposal of the site for.
Councillor Edwards, could you bring your remarks to a close?
Just as a last point, I wanted to include in the amendment the former Castleberg hospital site, given that we were recently informed that the Department of Health is scheduled for demolition, and the amendment's very brief. It slightly adds to the motion, and just calling for an update on that and ask exactly what's happening, because that's a key site within the town as well. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey, I see your amendment coming in, but do you want to talk on this amendment first?
I think, Mayor, you need to deal with that amendment first.
Okay. Alderman Corrigan.
Sorry, Mayor. Mayor, I do welcome the what has been brought forward here by Councillor McHugh, and I do note there will be amendments here from Councillor Edwards and Alderman Hussey here. But
Mayor, point of order. Point of order. Are we discussing this amendment, or is Alderman Kerrigan discussing this amendment, or is it like myself, maybe wants to wait until we have a full motion there? I think we need to know what the substantive motion is.
I'm content, Mayor, or Chair, if you wish to deal with the Councillor Edwards' amendment first, and then we can discuss the motion as a whole.
Okay, members, I see. Does anybody want to chat on this amendment? Now I see no one else on the chat box on that. Is there anybody against this amendment? Councillor Donnelly abstaining. Anyone else? So we'll take it here. There's nobody against it, so we'll move it on. Just to note that there's one abstention on that. What I'm going to do now is bring in Alderman Derek Hussey on his amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. My amendment's in the chat box, and it's in the second paragraph.
Sorry, Alderman Hussey. Noah, could you put that follow-up amendment on that? And Derek, you can continue on. Thank you. On your amendment.
The amendment is after the word location in the second paragraph to add "and with private owners of vacant business premises in the town."
Just 2 seconds there, Alderman Hussey, until note there that is now. You are going to continue, Derek.
And private owners visit business in the town. Chair, speaking, sorry, it hasn't been seconded.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you. Speaking to the amendment, first of all, congratulations to, I was going to say Alderman McHugh there, but Councillor McHugh on bringing the proposal here. It follows on from my own main motion in Council and indeed the motion from Councillor Maguire with regard to Newton Stewart. You know, as Derry councillors, we're looking to improve our area whenever we can, and this is aimed at doing exactly that in the Castle Derry part of the overall Derry area. Councillor McHugh will know that for a while I would not have agreed with the barracks being, so shall we say, opened up or whatever. But I think there's a realization now that given the circumstances, we cannot see you know, police being based back in Castle Derry again, at least not in the barracks as it is. Within the motion, Councillor McHugh refers to local stakeholders, both the community and private sectors, which is why I have sought to add that sentence or those couple of words to the end of the second paragraph. Councillor McHugh himself will well know, and the Derry councillors will well know, in the area of the barrack, there are vacant premises which could be utilised within a regeneration of that area generally, and there are other sites in the town. I would also support Councillor Edwards in bringing into the equation the former hospital site, again an opportunity site on the edge of the town that needs to be considered. But with Peace Plus funding of £1 billion sitting there in consultation, and very shortly, you know, we'll be beginning to look at how to access that. With the UK, I think it's prosperity funding, the Levelling Up Fund, which is a capital fund. There are funds that are there that I trust Council will be making major bids for going forward. And, you know, it gives the opportunity for this sort of proposal and to wind up and the aims of this proposal to be enacted. Happy to support the motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Alderman Corrigan.
Chair, I fully agree, Chair, as with the previous speakers here. And Castle Derry, as I referred, as the third settlement within our city and district, and there is a need in the town. There are various vacant properties in the town, Main Street, and we do need, and again, losing the banks in the town was another blow to it, and so we do need a plan of action here to be done to revamp the Castle Derry town centre and the surrounding area. And I do fully agree with the work that needs to be done there. Do have concerns slightly in regards to the PSNI barracks that's there. There is still a requirement of some sort of, yes, for the police. We are all referring to rural crime and the large hinterlands outside Castle Derry. And I mean, the officers, when they come into the town, you know, for even those police officers to go to use toilet facilities, they have to run back to Strabane. There's no facility now left in the town, so there still has to be something, maybe not to the extent. And I mean, there was a reason for that station at a time. And I mean, a former member of this council, Alderman Thomas Kerrigan, was the one who opened that station, and there was massive infrastructure and to constructing that station and the structure that it is. To try to demolish it, there could be massive cost, but I know that there are several private individuals who are seeking would purchase that site. So again, council would have to be seeing if there is an interest on itself that council would buy. But given the PSNI budget, we do. I don't think it should be giveaway. But definitely there needs to be a plan of action that the council can play its part and try to revamp Castle Derry and try to give it its proper place as the third settlement within the city and district. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Corrigan. I see there's no further speakers, and I'm hearing no one speaking against the amendment here. Is there anybody against this? Want to put on the chat box now? And record Councillor Donnelly abstaining. No further. So,
Chair, can I just sum up there?
Yeah, I'm coming on now. It turns into a substantial motion, and I'm going to ask now Councillor McHugh to just sum up.
Reece, Chair. Thank you again, Chair. Very briefly, Chair, just to thank the previous speakers there for their support and their amendments, which I think complement and indeed enhance the motion. I'm glad to see that Councillor Hussey has mellowed his position. His old age must be getting to him. Councillor Edwards' amendment there to do with the hospital is well noted, Chair, and again, I thank him for that. Just on Councillor Kerrigan's points, he's saying that there is a need there for some kind of location for PSNI neighbourhood team in the area. I think he would agree that the size of that vacant premises now wouldn't merit the retention of it for police officers having to use the toilet. We do have in place the community toilet scheme in the area, and I take on board his points about the cost potentially to council. But I mean, if council did come up with a project for that area, I would be seeking that it would be gifted to council. But that remains to be seen, Chair. As I said in my closing remarks, let's knock our heads together with all the interested parties and see what comes out of it. And it may be, Chair, that it goes back onto the open market. Hopefully it won't, but again, Chair, thank you, and thanks to the people that supported the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and that motion passes on behalf of Councillor McHugh. Folks, with Chairperson's business, the Mayor did mention, he was talking about a break at 8 o'clock. So if members are happy, we could take a 15-minute, or I think it was 20-minute break. Is members happy, or are members happy to continue here?
Content.
Tell them what way.
Content to take a break.
Yeah. Members, we'll see you back at 8:15. Is that okay? All right. Thank you, folks. Okay, members, welcome back. I'd say 8:15. So we're going to continue on here. So the next motion is in the name of Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Just getting my video there. Can I mark the motion as read?
And can we have a seconder, please?
I'll second that, Chair.
And Rachel Ferguson's on the group chat, and there's somebody else there. Okay.
Councillor
Continue,
McKinnon.
Councillor. Okay, continue, Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, so I just want to begin by saying that people before profit fully support the right to protest, and this motion is not to diminish that right, but to protect patients and healthcare workers from what they perceive as intimidation and harassment from these protesters when accessing healthcare centres. Should this motion be successful and if Stormont legislates for buffer zones, people will continue to be able to protest against abortion if they so wish to in the city centre or at whatever prescribed distance from healthcare facilities. But we have to remember that right to protest should not interfere with the fundamental right for women, girls and pregnant people to access healthcare, which is their legal and human right. What is happening outside these healthcare centres is unacceptable, and it is intimidating and traumatising people with the use of inflammatory and shameful messaging. Shame is not an effective tool for social justice. Shaming people to achieve your campaign's goal is another form of oppression. We've all probably been service users of healthcare services and have felt vulnerability when accessing support. Then imagine, as we take that step towards support, we are met with protesters causing upset, intimidation and shame. So we need to ask ourselves, are we comfortable with people being shamed for accessing healthcare services? The experiences of service users and staff from anti-abortion protesters have been awful. And I'm going to read an excerpt here from the Northern Ireland Abortion and Contraception Task Group report on reproductive healthcare in the North, where some of these experiences have been recorded. So I'll just read this. On one occasion, protesters turned up outside dressed in black robes with their faces painted white with black tears, carrying a baby's coffin. The CEO of an organisation in the building next door approached her and politely asked them to take the coffin away, explaining that one of his employees had just returned to work after her baby died at 6 months. He added that the woman was extremely upset at the sight of the coffin, however, they refused to remove it. In the Waterside Health Centre, there's all sorts of services such as GP, physio, maternity and paediatric services. All of these service users and workers are having to experience these protesters when they are present, and we've no idea what people, whether patients or staff, are going through when they enter health centres. People are often seeking healthcare in very traumatic circumstances, and people really should be able to access this healthcare and this health centre without having to look at often medically inaccurate posters and leaflets and without intimidation and harassment. This is not a debate on abortion. I believe this motion can and should be supported by people who may not support the right to choose, but who do disagree with harassment of patients and healthcare workers who are accessing healthcare centres. This call is not refined to Derry or even to Belfast. We've seen in Limerick the campaign Together for Safety, who also call for safe access zones, and we've seen successful campaigns in Ealing Council, who was the first council to introduce buffer zones, and Manchester City Council, who introduced safe access zones just last year. Our government has an obligation to take effective measures to protect and guarantee women, girls and pregnant persons' rights to health, physical integrity and non-discrimination and privacy as they seek healthcare information and services, free of harassment and intimidation amounting to obstruction of their access to that healthcare. As access to abortion is often time-bound and urgent, it is vital that exclusion or buffer zones are introduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. And next on the list, we have Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Councillor O'Neill for bringing this motion forward. Whether you agree or not, this is not a motion about your opinions on access to abortions. This is creating a safe place for people to access many different services, perinatal, antenatal, paediatric services. The imagery and tactics used by some of these groups is nothing short of intimidation. Intimidation sometimes of vulnerable people, and I fully agree that there should be a buffer and a safe zone for anyone who wants to access any of these healthcare centres. The graphic images of abortions are used as a shock tactic and to try and shame someone who may have to use the services for a number of reasons. One could be due to fetal condition. Is someone who should be shown compassion and support, not bully and protests where you're swarmed and preached to. I have no issue in explaining to my daughter when she's age appropriate about women's health and what that entails. What I do not respect is that these protests show images to children, and that's not protecting children. Look, I'm not saying don't protest. Feel free to protest away from the healthcare centres, and don't show inappropriate images when you can't censor who can see them. If you want to, give out leaflets where people can go and access the information when they know that it's not going to be shown to someone who may be traumatised, or to children who should not have to see it until they're age appropriate. So we are more than happy to support this motion and thank Councillor O'Neill for bringing it.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting this motion. Obviously, the proposer hasn't been watching us last 2 years from our party colleagues, because every month we have the right to workers, the rights to this, the rights to that. The only rights they haven't called for is the right to the life of the unborn baby. And here they are trying to have a buffer zone to stop people protesting. Is there anybody in this chamber, virtual chamber, who has not stood outside a premises protesting while workers are out factory gates where workers were going in and out? Did they feel they were right to protest? I'm sure they were there, they felt the right to protest. So these people have the same right. No, and this here's calling on council officers to investigate harassment. I don't believe this is a council officer's remit to investigate anything as regards this. See if people have problems on the PSNI. No, so I will not be supporting this motion. I know it comes to mind to me, do as I say, not as I do. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Duffy?
Deputy Mayor, for allowing me in, and thank you to Councillor O'Neill for bringing the motion. And I have to say that was a shocking example that you provided there in terms of some of the imagery that's used around these protests. I think it's really important that we stress that this motion in no way impedes anyone's civil rights or their right to protest. I think that needs to be made really, really clear. This motion is recognising the complete distress that these protests outside healthcare clinics are causing to people that are vulnerable and using them. People have no idea, as Councillor O'Neill has pointed out, why people are going into these healthcare facilities. They have many different services held within their buildings, including the staff that work there. Many of these protests are using imagery and language that is graphic, distressing and traumatising. I really believe that no one accessing healthcare services should be subjected to abuse and harassment. People are more than entitled to their views and their conscience, but they aren't entitled to protest just outside these facilities to make people feel that they are being harassed and bullied. And they are entitled to protest, but just not outside these buildings. There needs to be a buffer zone, as that will protect the individuals from this unsolicited harassment. I would just also like to note in terms of the motion that there are serious health inequalities here in the Western Trust, where our early medical abortion service has been paused. This is causing huge health inequalities for women living in the Trust area, and I sincerely hope that this is addressed speedily and that local women are not subjected to having to return to England for services in the midst of a global pandemic. But I'm happy to support the motion. Women are entitled to healthcare free from harassment and in their local area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Minnie?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we support the practice of protest, but this motion is not about banning or stopping lawful protest. It is, we would say, about regulating protest. that may stray outside the parameters of lawful conduct. It is well documented that the frequency of protests outside healthcare centres have increased from various organisations. These protests can be accompanied with banners, posters, placards, and may even take the form of protesters trying to engage members of the public in this very sensitive and delicate social issue. Some protests can become vocal, thereby with the result of dissuading healthcare patients from using the service, or for that matter, any other service that may be operating within the facility, but does not necessarily deal with the issue of abortion or associated services. Members, if interested, Chair, could look at the recent English Court of Appeal case of DDerry v London Borough of Ealing. The court was asked to adjudicate on the fairness of the council imposing a public space protection order, essentially the legality of a buffer zone. The court found that on appeal, the council in granting the order had complied with all human rights provisions, thereby showing that the human rights in question were not absolute but qualified rights. I note as well that our Department of Justice in 2018 carried out a review of legislation which included comment on the possible introduction of PSPOs here. I understand that our own council may have contributed to this review. This review reported back in December 19, but to date I believe nothing has come from this. Chair, in essence, this motion raises a very important point about the right to protest in a democratic society. The majority of assemblies or protests do not need any such intervention. However, matters such as this, where protesters are potentially interfering with another citizen's right to access healthcare in a way which affects their own privacy, without adding further distress to them, it seems only right that a suitable regulatory procedure is in place to deal with these issues if so required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I've just scribbled down there as other members were speaking, two phrases, not entitled and regulating protests. I generally don't know where people get off. On the 5th of October 1968, the people of this city defied a ban by the unionist government aimed at stopping them from protesting and marching in their own city. They did the same in January 1972. They defended their human rights then and would no doubt do so again. This motion is aimed at the right of freedom of assembly, the right to free speech, and to own the legacy of the civil rights movement. It hasn't gone unnoticed by the general public that this motion comes from a party that has instigated protests about many issues, some we agree on, some we don't. Surely it must be a source of great embarrassment for them to attempt to bring this motion before this council. After all, as part of a working democracy, the right to protest is essential and must be protected. Not my words, members, the words of People Before Profit on the 13th of April this year, weeks ago, referring to protests against Debenhams in the south. Derry mustn't have got the memo. A number of years ago, the then Office of First and Deputy First Minister drafted legislation that would require up to 37 days notice for a protest. We were all shocked and horrified by the text, and those of us who value the right to protest were led by someone who challenged John O'Dowd on BBC's Hearts and Minds, who slammed the legislation as a significant curtailment of the right to protest. That person was Eamon McCann. Indeed, Eamon planned to lead us all in a march and protest if the legislation was as it was. Peaceful protests is a mechanism that's in the DNA of the Derry people. When something happens or is about to happen, they don't consent to. I hope it never changes. Seeking to curtail the right to protest is not going to change that. I look to other examples, for example, where the right to protest has been defended. It was used as a defence by People Before Profit TD Paul Murphy in court when he led a mob of 50 people surrounding a car of a female government minister protesting at water charges. Seemingly, however, images of people praying in the street don't meet with the approval of the proposer. This is, however, the beauty of fundamental rights. I don't have to like pro-abortion protests. The proposer doesn't have to like pro-life protests. If someone in this chamber proposed limiting the rights of pro-abortion protesters, I would be the first to defend them. You only seek to limit the rights of those you oppose, and then we're down the rabbit hole. Where does it end? At the time of writing these notes, I can surmise the proposer will refer to harassment, police presence, and the behaviour of those protesting outside the clinic on the waterside that offers early medical abortions. Firstly, let me place on record, Aintree doesn't organise or engage in vigils or protests of this nature.
Doyle, can you bring your remarks
those that do. Let me be clear, I've spoken to some of the protesters as well as statutory bodies who state no warnings, never mind arrests, have been issued to protesters. There's CCTV in front of the building and the police have never once been called in bad faith. I contrast that, Mayor, with Deputy Mayor, with the member of the proposers party seeking on social media they have individuals allege harassment by protesters and ring the police whether they were there or not. We can't escape, none of us as members can escape, that this motion will create two tiers of citizens in this city and district, those who get our approval and those who don't. I didn't enter this council wanting that responsibility. This council is not a protest commission, nor should it be, and I will be the first amongst anyone if these
Councillor Doyle.
to break them. And I would like a recorded vote, please, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle, and that'll be requested. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for allowing me on. Deputy Mayor, it's not very often that I agree with Councillor Doyle and Councillor Carr, but I agree very much with Councillor Doyle and fully support the comments of Councillor Carr. Very much do as I say and not as I do here. Chair, we're picking and choosing what protests we're allowing and what we're not allowing. We were more than content, and the amount of comments that were raised over the months in regards to Black Lives Matter protest within and the Guildhall Square, and there were protests that took place at O'Neill's factory and Strabane, and those were fine. But yet, someone would wish that wishes to conduct a peaceful protest at healthcare centres. No, that doesn't suit our narrative. We're not for it. Now, Chair, the motion states to condemn the harassment, and it's making the false presumption that harassment is taking place. Has the council any evidence from the PSNI that actually harassment have taken place? Is there any evidence to show that? As far as I'm aware, at any pro-life groups that protest at abortion centres, healthcare centres, there's always a PSNI presence, and they have the adequate powers to deal with any harassments if it was to take place. The part of this motion, I feel, is definitely not within council's remit. Harassment is an issue for the PSNI, not for council. These so-called buffer zones, as has been made mention to here, they would effectively criminalise any person that engage in pro-life activity outside these centres. And the buffer zones are discriminatory, as they would only target pro-life groups. I'm waiting on the member here bringing forward this motion to call for buffer zones at all protests. Why in particular this one? Why not all other protests? And should there not be a buffer zone at any form of protest? They're very keen at calling protests, but yet, oh no, it's the ones we choose. The freedom of the assembly, freedom of expression are fundamental human rights and are protected under Articles 10 and 11 of the Human Rights Act. And as well as that, Chair, there are many other organisations that use graphic images. I'm sure we have seen the PETA, the People for Ethical Treatment of Animals, and some of the images which they have in regards to dogs and various things like that. And it's all an interpretation of it. I know personally, Mayor, that I had got a touch because recently there I had posted on social media in regards to the livestock which I had or the dead stock as they were taken out of the water course, and people said that was graphic images, but yet in my opinion it wasn't. There were so there is interpretation to that. And again, even road traffic adverts, those road safety adverts that are put on the television, they would be I had a family over from England, and they seen those adverts on the television. They thought they were horrendous compared to the road traffic advertisements that took place over in England, Scotland, Wales. So it's all in that interpretation of it. But Chair, I'll be against this motion. I definitely will, and I do concur with the remarks from Councillor Doyle and Councillor Carr, and just feel that it's very much we're picking and choosing what suits us and what protests we're going to call for here. And again, I would wait to see if people before profit call for buffer zones at all protests, or if it's only these ones. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's no secret here that I'm very much pro-life, and against abortion in every form, and I will, time and time again, be the voice, hopefully, of the unborn within this council. Now, whilst there is a right to protest, I am 100% behind non-harassment and bullying. I do not like those words, and I don't like those actions. But what I can't get over is the protests. Some of those protests are prayer groups. So where's the harm in that? And they have a buffer, as I say, saying anybody. And Councillor Kerrigan was right. You know, do we see it outside chemical plants within the city? Do we see protests, you know, of Councillor O'Neill and her environmentalists? Do we see these protests out the chemical plants? If there was a buffer around them, would they be happy about that? So what is the difference here? Now, thankfully, SDLP have got a conscience clause, and allow us a conscience clause, and within that conscience clause, we can make up our own minds how we vote. And I have to be clear here, Chair, that I will not be voting in favour of this motion. I will give the unborn a voice as far as I can go. Now, some of the women going under those clinics are seeking contraceptive advice. You know, why do they want to put a buffer? You know, why does people want to harass? Now, I'm totally against harassment, and I want to make that quite clear. But when it comes to the unborn, yeah, they need a voice. And if this is my voice by not accepting this motion tonight, then that's the way I'll be going. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's no doubt that many of these protests have become an absolute disgrace in various areas. Most are peaceful, like the one I witnessed outside Waterside Health Centre today. However, I do believe in the right to peaceful protest. Listen, I may not agree with the severity of the abortion laws imposed in Northern Ireland, but I do believe in the right for women to freely access healthcare of their own choice in a safe and uncontested way. But I don't believe I can support a buffer zone for protest. You know, we rightly heard how much these people are bringing, the Councillor O'Neill that's bringing this forward, how much protesting they have done over the years, and I'm sure if there had been buffer zones in place, then perhaps well-paid jobs would still be in the city. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think really we need to look at the bigger picture here. We're talking about abortion. Some of these women are attending these clinics not about abortion. You know, they could be attending for other medical reasons. Perhaps maybe they have carried a child for perhaps 29 weeks and lost that child, and have to go into these avail of these services in these clinics, and to have to go through the protest that Maeve has described, I think is absolutely diabolical and disgusting, to be quite honest. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just as the previous speaker to me indicated, you know, we don't know why people are attending the medical centre in Spencer Road. They could be attending there to have a consultation with a GP in relation to trying to access fertility services, for example. They may be going in to that building to discuss with their GP the outworkings of a recent miscarriage, because as we've known for many years, but it was in the news again this week in relation to the number of pregnancies that result in miscarriages. So it is distressing for people in those circumstances to have to access healthcare centres and being passing these types of protests for people who do want to genuinely have a family, but through medical reasons are unable to. So for that reason, I think that there is merit in the proposal and the motion before us in relation to ensuring that people's right to protest is protected, but so too is the right of citizens to go in and get medical advice on a very sensitive issue without the fear or the difficulties that these protests present to them at a very difficult time in their lives. So that's why I'm in favour of the motion before us. As others have said, the SDLP apply a conscious clause in relation to these issues. Each individual SDLP member can make their own decision whether they support this or not. But for the reasons I've outlined, I think that it is appropriate that we support the motion as it stands on the paper, because harassment of any level should not be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, at the danger of being accused of having some very strange bedfellows, I want to make it very clear. Chair, in principle, I support the motion, but I can't vote for it. Now, I want to be very, very clear. It's not for the reasons outlined by Councillor Carr or Councillor Dobbins or the DUP. Chair, these protests, they stigmatise, they traumatise, they're judgmental, they're intimidating. A lot of these are done in the name of religion, they're unchristian, and it's unwarranted harassment. And I don't believe that the venues where they have these protests, it's no place for this type of activity. I do believe there should be a buffer zone. I think there should be a safe area where people have access to services, but I do think there's a potential in this motion that it does diminish the right to protest. Chair, there's a bill going through Parliament, British Parliament at the minute, and it's the police crime and sentencing bill, and it'll outline what the British government are attempting to impose upon people is to do away with the right of protest. And I feel that the ambiguity of this motion could feed into that, Chair. You know, this if that bill is passed, it will effectively ban protests, where in the past protests could be banned if there was a serious risk of disorder or violence. Now, if this is passed, that it could be down to that they become a public nuisance. You know, there is, you know, in the motion it says that we call for it to be regulated by council or other bodies. I wouldn't trust, after today's performance, Chair, I couldn't trust this council to regulate anything when we couldn't even get audit passed here today and the serious issues that is affecting this community. Who will police it? I don't trust the system to do so. I don't trust council to regulate it, or so-called other bodies. You know, when people talk about our government or the PSNI, I can't
Councillor
trust them.
Donnelly, would you bring your remarks to a close, please?
So whilst I think that there should be a buffer zone, Chair, I can't support the motion because I can't understand how we're going to police it or who's going to police it, and it will have a knock-on effect on other protests. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Harrigan.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Look, a lot of the points Gary raised, I would agree with. I think that there is a concern right now about the protest bill going through Westminster, and I think we should oppose it. I agree with Brendan Behan when he said, there's no situation that can't be made worse when a police officer turns up. So I don't think we would be looking to the PSNI to try and have anything to do with this. I've been watching, and I'm sure other people have seen the scenes at Newry at the health clinic there, and that is what is the issue here. It's about people trying to access health services, mostly women, and it's not the case that every protest is where people are being harassed in a very aggressive way, but sometimes it is. And when you look at places like the United States, when this was left without a challenge, those protests became more and more aggressive, and very, very difficult. Became increasingly difficult for women to access different services that they have a right to. So I think what this motion is doing is it's attempting to have this discussion and actually say for the vast majority of people, they don't support the harassment of women who are seeking healthcare, including access to abortion. And that includes, I would say, people who are obviously pro-choice, but people who don't support the right to choose. Most people don't agree with women getting harassed with those big signs and coffins on the way into a health clinic. And so this debate, I think Maeve was very careful to not make this a debate again about pro-choice, anti-choice. This was about, you know, how to have a situation where we don't see the scenes of women getting harassed, and we know that the vast majority of people don't support it. So I hope that this sends a message to the people who are actually organising these.
Will you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah, I will do, Deputy Mayor. I hope this sends a message to the people who are organising them that it's really unacceptable, and that people should be left, you know, people have the right to continue to protest in the Guildhall or, you know, wherever they want, but they shouldn't be protesting or aggressively harassing people on the way in to access health services that they've got the right to. Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hargan. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair, for letting us in. I would like to start off by saying I've been at many protests in Derry and further afield for 20, 30 years. And those protests, I would say, on many occasions were very upbeat. They were friendly. They were engaging, whether you were on either side of the argument, and there was be a lot of interaction. And when I relate it back to what I see happening in the likes of Newry, I don't see these as protests. I see these as acts of harassment, intimidation. They're designed to humiliate. They're designed to shock, insult. They're designed to create hate and despise those seeking access to healthcare. You see what I would say to some of the speakers? They can march, anti-abortionists can march around city day and night to their heart's content, and I would be happy for them to do so, and I would support their right to do so. But I don't think what they're doing outside these clinics, they are identifying people entering them to cause hate and to despise them and to further possibly endanger their mental health with some of the graphic stuff that they're showing them. These are not protests. None. However, again, on this motion, I would agree with Councillor Donnelly. Some of the wording I think would need to be changed about giving the powers to council or the other bodies. I'm not so sure about, but I think that this council should have every right to acknowledge what is happening in Newry, what's happening on the waterside, that we don't accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, when I first read and considered this motion, I saw it as a motion against bullying, harassment, and the shocking imagery that goes along with these protests. And it was against, basically, it was trying to protect people who were felt harassed, intimidated going into these clinics for all sorts of reasons. And as Councillor Ferguson already pointed out, these images were being presented to children and young people, and it just wasn't right. And on that basis, I was 100% prepared to support the motion. However, after listening to the many arguments, I feel like it definitely has descended into an argument about abortion, and that's a very, very sensitive argument. And I feel that on that basis, and because of the way I know from past experience how individuals can manipulate people's opinions and statements from these meetings, especially on that issue of abortion. And on that basis, I will be abstaining, but want to make it very, very clear the argument against protest, the argument against harassment, 100%. That should not happen on our streets, no matter what the issue is. But I will be abstaining on this one. Thank you.
Councillor Cusack, members, I see no one else on the chat box, and we'll be going to vote on this motion. So, Councillor O'Neill, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thanks for the contributions of support. I really feel that freedom of speech does not equal the freedom to hate or to stigmatise. This is about access to healthcare, which is a legal and human right, and the obstruction of the access to that healthcare to further traumatise women, girls and pregnant people and other service users that are accessing the healthcare centre is completely wrong. To use shame is awful, and it really impacts the mental health and the well-being and the experience of healthcare users in this city and district. I don't agree that that this inhibits the right to protest at all. And thank you, Councillor Doyle, for listing our excellent examples of our track record in protesting. But this is not inhibiting the right to protest. As people can march all around the city if they do so choose. But outside healthcare centres, when people are accessing health services, is not the place, because they're inhibiting the human and fundamental and legal right of these women, children and girls and pregnant people. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Neill. Chief Executive, John, do you want to go for your vote?
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
I think he's had to leave the meeting, John. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Abstain.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Abstain.
Councillor John Boyle.
Or.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For, John.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cusick.
Abstain.
Councillor Dobbins.
John.
Was that abstain, Councillor Dobbins?
Abstain, John.
Thank you. Councillor Donnelly.
Against.
Councillor Doyle.
Against.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edwards.
Abstain, John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For, John.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Abstain.
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly.
So I'll make you an offer.
Councillor Lowe.
Members, could Councillor Lowe cut off her mic here?
For.
Councillor McGuire.
For.
Councillor McHugh. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McKeever. Sorry, is that Councillor McHugh?
Yeah, apologies for John.
Thank you. Councillor McKeever.
Against.
Councillor McKinney.
For, John. For, John.
Councillor Mellon,
For John.
Councillor Mooney,
For John.
Councillor O'Neill,
For.
Councillor Riley,
For.
Councillor Tierney is not with us. Okay, thank you. Chair, I have recorded 18 for, 12 against, and 6 abstentions, so the motion passes.
Thank you, John. Here the motion passes for Councillor O'Neill. Moving on, the next motion in the name of Councillor Farlow.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and you're doing well. So I think John Boyle is going to second.
Can we have that on the chat box, or is...
Apologies, Deputy Mayor. I just couldn't get the unmute off. So yes, I will second that.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Boyle. Okay, Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the Health Inequalities Report is an annual publication which analyses health statistics across all the trusts in the North and all the council areas in the North. And the report makes sorry reading. It clearly shows that our health outcomes are poor in relation to other council areas. It has 41 key indicators, 25 of which we are worse than the Northern Ireland average. And 23 of those, we are either the worst council area or the second worst council area. And the report also demonstrates the clear link between poverty and poor health outcomes. In short, areas of deprivation, of which we have many, have far worse health outcomes. And I'm not going to go through each of the 41 statistics, but I'm going to raise some key highlights or lowlights. In terms of male life expectancy, the most deprived areas across Derry and Strabane, a man can expect to live to the age of 72 and a half. In 3 Mile Water, which is Antrim and Newton Abbey, basically Jordanstown, the average man can expect to live 11 years longer. That's 11 more years with his friends and his family enjoying life. In terms of female life expectancy, we're not much better. In the most deprived areas in this council area, the average woman will live to the age of 78 and a half. In Downshire East, in Lisburn and Castlereagh, a woman can expect to live 9 years longer. We all know alcohol and smoking are the causes of a lot of deaths. Here in this council area, we have the worst outcomes for both. In terms of alcohol, we have over 50 deaths per 100,000 people in the most deprived areas. If we compare that to Lisburn and Castlereagh, that's 5 times the amount of deaths. In terms of smoking, again, the most deprived areas, over 300 deaths per 100,000 people a year. And that's 3 times the amount of deaths in Hollywood and North Down. And I found this particular statistic quite astounding. In the most deprived areas of Derry and Strabane, medication for anxiety and depression, nearly a third of people in our most deprived areas are being medicated for anxiety and depression, which is 3 times the amount of Balmoral and South Belfast. And the last statistic I'm going to quote is about childhood obesity. In primary 1 classes across Derry and Strabane, from the most deprived areas, nearly 9% of our children in P1 are obese. And that's double the rate in Ards, in Newton Abbey.
Councillor Farrell, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Give me 2 seconds. So I'm just saying these figures are shocking. And we often talk about regional balance and regional inequalities, and it's mostly about university provision and job creation and infrastructure. And we don't talk about health inequalities. They're real. The reality is that people in poverty and deprivation are living in pain. They're living complicated lives. They're living difficult lives, and they're living shorter lives. So therefore, Deputy Mayor, we would call on this council to support this motion to ask the Northern Ireland Executive to implement a strategy to tackle deprivation and poor health outcomes across our council area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Farr for bringing forward the motion, and I want to begin by saying that the 2021 Health Inequalities Report makes for very disturbing reading, even for those of us who represent our community and who day and daily see the reality of such inequalities and the impact that they are having. The north of Ireland is not a large area, neither does it have a large population. So while the report is useful in terms of identifying the effects, it does nothing in terms of identifying the cause of those effects or explaining why they persist, nor details a strategy in terms of how they can be remedied. This is why we agree with the proposer of the motion that a targeted health strategy is required. Deputy Mayor, while all the detail needs analysed in considerable depth in the time allowed to us, I want to draw members' attention to a few of its findings. And I don't want to be echoing what Councillor Farrell has already said, but in our district, on average, men will live 7 years less than in the least deprived districts. And on average, women will live 4.8 years less than in the least deprived districts. These are all too precious lost years with parents, grandparents, and even great-grandparents. The rate of respiratory mortality among under 75s in our district is 3.5 times that in the least deprived districts. In the Western Trust, the drug-related death rate in our most deprived areas was more than 2.5 times that of the Trust average. Indeed, deaths due to drug misuse was the largest inequality gap in the Western Trust. The rate in our most deprived council wards for alcohol-related admissions was more than double the Trust average and almost 2.5 times the 11 council average. Deputy Mayor, there can be no doubt that seeing the statistics presented in black and white are shocking. While I recognise it's not just our district, the map accompanying the report presents a stark image of health inequality areas, and the split east and west of the band is there for all to see. I agree with the proposer of the motion that a targeted strategy is required.
Councillor Boyle, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah, 2 seconds. That once again we have a motion on health from a party that has refused to take the health brief at the executive every time it was open to them. At this time, however, it is incumbent on everyone to put their shoulder to the wheels in terms of ensuring positive mental health interventions that are required west of the ban are put in place. So, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, we will be supporting the motion. Gourmet Mahaga.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Alderman McClantic.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for letting me in, and the DUP will have no problem with supporting this notice of motion, and thanks to Councillor Farrell for bringing it forward. I won't quote the figures because both Councillor Farrell and Councillor Boyle have already quoted them. Briefly, just to say that the health inequalities within this district are very evident, and the whole link between deprivation and poor health outcomes is very evident as well. We do need to have a health strategy that works for us west of the ban and works for us in this area of deprivation. So we will be happy to support the motion before us. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Alderman McClantic. Councillor Hargan.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, we will be supporting this motion, and some of the statistics that Councillor Farrell didn't mention are indeed shocking, and they should shock people. They're not new statistics, and I feel like the proposal that's in there, another call on the health department, the health minister, on Stormont to do something about this is, it's what we should do, but I don't think it's going to change anything, because I don't think that the Stormont government, and I mean it collectively, is actually going to act on this. We've had nearly 25 years now of peace here, and we've actually seen growing inequality. Very few of, or none of, the executive parties, as far as we are concerned, speak out about the fact that 50% of the world's wealth is held in the hands of 3 billionaires. And ultimately, that's the problem, because we have growing inequality here in the north, where more and more wealth is concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and you get the health and deprivation outcomes that those statistics represent. And look, the policies coming out of the executive over the last 20 years have actually led to this. Of course, the Tories are driving it forward, but the Stormont executive hasn't tried to reverse that or put up determined resistance, whether it's doing nothing about living wage rates, bringing in Tory welfare reform, the imbalanced regional investment strategies that we have, one thing after another. So we have no confidence that the Stormont executive is actually going to address this. We think it's going to take a people power movement that brings together communities right across the north, and indeed right across this island and the islands more generally, that can really challenge the economic model that we have that leads to deprivation and health, these types of health outcomes. We don't think that the Stormont executive will act on our call, which is why we believe that the council needs to be calling people to begin to build people power movements that will actually challenge the executive and force it to do something about this desperate inequality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Hi, this motion coming from the SDLP, getting supported by Sinn Féin and the DUP, it just sounds very much like the merry-go-round that we have been on for years and years and years. This council has over the last number of years been presented with programme for government, anti-poverty strategies, and when we challenge those, these same parties, SDLP, DUP, they come out and protect these policies, such as dormant house agreement, fresh start, new decade, new approach, all crisis management, all highlights, but they're called, some of them are called like apple pie. Nice to look at. No substance, no actions, no outcomes. They don't have any targets. And time again, here we are finding ourselves talking about a report that inequality, the parties that have been in government for years, that has absolutely no depth, as the previous councillor says, absolutely no confidence. This is about electioneering, and nothing else. No substance, no nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Farrell, do you want to sum up? I don't see, just 2 seconds there. I don't see no more speakers on the chat box. No one else? No. Councillor Farrell, do you want to sum up?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I was very careful not to politicise this. I didn't mention any party. This is about health, and it's about regional inequalities, and it's about deprivation, of which we have a lot. And I know Councillor Michaela Boyle, she had a political dig about the health ministry. It's more than about health, and her minister is currently developing an anti-poverty strategy, which does not look at poverty on a regional basis. 27% of people living in the north living in poverty live in this council district, and that the strategy that her minister is developing will not look at that. It looks at the North as one complete entity. And in terms of Councillor Gallagher, I don't know, it was a rant. He didn't say if he was supporting the motion or not, so it'll be interesting to see how he votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. I'm not too sure myself on that. It appears to me, is there anybody against this motion? Councillor Donnelly is stealing. Is there anybody against it? If there is, would you put on the chat box? I'll give you a few minutes here. Okay, members, there's no one that's spoken out or spoken against the motion here, and all members happy enough. So the motion for Councillor Farrell, that passes. Okay, folks, the next motion is in the name of Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the motion is read. If I get a seconder.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'll second
Members,
that.
is that Councillor Boyle? Sorry, who seconded that?
Michaela Boyle.
Thank you, Michaela. Okay, Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chair. As we all know, the A5 is a vital infrastructure project which has been continually recognised within important agreements such as Fresh Start in 2015 and most recently the New Decade, New Approach in 2020. This long anticipated upgrade would put in place 85 kilometres of dual carriageway from the south of Derry at new buildings down to Athnacloy and Tyrone. In other words, it seeks to do something that appeared unthinkable to previous generations of policymakers in Stormont and give the North West a decent modern road and connect it to the rest of the island. The A5 will improve connectivity to the region, including north-south links, while ensuring the local people have better access to opportunities like education, training and employment. It will enhance social inclusion by improving access to services and by better connecting communities. Most importantly is that it will save lives. The A5 transport corridor as it stands is not fit for purpose, with a significant portion of the track being below modern road standards. DFI has projected that the new A5 could prevent 2,877 casualties and 19 fatalities over 60 years. However, when you consider the number of people who have lost their lives on this road in recent memory, I think it's safe to say that this is understanding the positive impact that upgrading this road will have regarding road safety. It's clear that the A5 is fundamental for improving road safety, as well as transforming the economic fortunes of the entire Northwest. It's the DFI responsibility to ensure that the project has rigorously went through all the necessary statutory processes which should allow the scheme to stand up to scrutiny. However, the PAC report following the 2020 inquiry was not satisfied with the efforts taken to properly prepare this scheme for construction. For example, by not taking into account the most recent flooding data or by demonstrating fully that a series of sensitive areas along the route won't be adversely affected. The report also believes that DFI needs to further demonstrate that the current design of the scheme is the best option for the Northwest. This is despite the fact that we all know the A5 cannot be matched in the benefits it can bring for the Northwest. In fact, the PAC's report into the previous public inquiry held in 2016 concluded that the A5 is a scheme of major public significance and that they were not persuaded that alternatives are reasonably capable of achieving the same scale of benefits as a proposed scheme. Clarity is needed over what seems to be a change in tune here. Questions need to be raised as to why the issues that needed further consideration were not sufficiently examined in previous environmental statements. In last year's public inquiry, people could not believe that a project this long in the making now needs any more documentation and consultation. Following the report of the 2020 public inquiry, the department has accepted the report's key recommendations regarding their preparation and consultation and further documents on issues such as flood risk and other environmental concerns, as well as the consideration of alternatives to the proposed scheme. Following this decision, officials are to prepare a further addendum to the environmental statement for consultation in early autumn. This is expected to lead to the reopening of the public inquiry early next year. Going by previous timelines, the inspector will issue a report probably around mid-22.
Could you come to a close, please?
Yeah, which DFI will most likely publish and respond to in late 2022. So if the scheme gets a positive response following the process, commencement of construction now appears to be about 2 years away at least. These new developments came as a massive shock to many, so as it was widely expected, the Minister would finally announce a decision to proceed. The delay has added a new chapter of frustration and disappointment for people who have now anticipated this hugely important scheme for years now. The A5 now appears to be put further back than ever before in recent memory. This motion is to express the complete frustration the west of the Bann has with the scheme's inability to get off the ground, but also to stress the absolute importance of this scheme and the unflinching support for it in the northwest. I'd appeal to the Minister to ensure that the A5 scheme is properly prepared going forward, so the latest delay, which came as a massive blow to the region, will be the last. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McGuire. Members, I see no further speakers or no. Councillor Barr.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, for allowing me to speak on this motion, which is such an important issue facing the northwest and the west of this province. It is important to remember that the current A5 road is one of the most dangerous roads in the island of Ireland, and countless lives have been lost as a result. From 2015 to 2018 alone, 15 lives were lost between new buildings in Knocknacloy. This scheme has the potential to save many lives on the road and is therefore vital that it goes ahead. This scheme will significantly boost connectivity, connecting the northwest and west to Dublin and Belfast alike. This scheme will be a major boost to our local economies and will be a vital catalyst in attracting and creating jobs in the area. From the outset, I want to state that it is deeply frustrating that the A5 has not been delivered, and that in itself is a failure of this devolved government. Despite all the promises and potential, it is unacceptable that the project with the single most potential to transform the lives of everyone living in the west of the Bann has not been delivered. When the railways were closed back in the 1960s, the then Unionist Stormont government promised the people state-of-the-art motorways connecting the northwest to Belfast and to Dublin. 60 years later, we are still very much awaiting these vital upgrades. Like others, I am disappointed due to the developments last month regarding the A5 and the need to further consult on the scheme. The PAC report, while hugely disappointing, highlighted significant concern around the environment and flood mitigations. These are concerns that cannot and should not be ignored. Rather than falling into the same traps as Minister Mallon's predecessors, I fully support Minister Mallon and her decision to bring further consultation under the Habitats regulations to advance the scheme under the backdrop of the PAC report. Would be hugely irresponsible to open up the scheme to yet another legal challenge by the alternative A5 alliance and further perhaps permanent setback. Finally, I have confidence that the action taken by Minister Mallon will deliver results. Given the history of delays, legal action and incompetence concerning the scheme, our team is committed to getting the A5 back on track and demonstrating how devolution can really deliver for the people. The SDLP, along with our MLA Daniel McCrossan, fellow councillors and Minister Mallon, remain fully and totally committed to the A5 scheme. This is our unmissable chance for change, and we won't stop until the final sod is turned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Alderman Ramsey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for letting me in, and thank you to Councillor McGuire for bringing this very important issue forward once again. It seems a lifetime since we went down that road and seen the fences going up and marking out the new road, and it filled the people of the northwest with hope, and it's been scuppered so many times. 60 years is a long time, and we can't just sit back and blame one government or two governments. It's a number of governments have failed us over the years, both unionist and nationalist. The northwest connections, I mean, with A6, which is progressing and is going to help it, we do need the A5 connection as well. And life hasn't even been put in front of this. How many lives would have been saved if this had progressed? With so few people out there who seem to be able to manipulate and get a way forward to block this here. And thankfully now, Minister Mallon, I believe, and I'm sure most of us do now, that she has a way forward here. There's a small number of people that have definitely created serious problems for us in the Northwest. Infrastructure and obviously inward investment has been strangled. And we'd always talk about deprivation and about us being like on the other side of the world. It's shocking this how the A5 has progressed so slowly, and it's time this was dealt with. And thank you again to Councillor Maguire for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Maguire for bringing the motion. Myself and Councillor Alderman Guy have absolutely no difficulty supporting this motion, in particular with regard to the ongoing delays to the scheme. These need to be mitigated at the earliest by whatever means necessary. The inquiry report in 2013 led to PAC not approving the progression of the scheme. However, let us not forget that this scheme did miss the vote following the 2016 inquiry report, when it was given the go-ahead. Regrettably, there was no minister in situ to give approval, so the Permanent Secretary did, given that MLAs had decided to take a wee 3-year break. What we have now is £83.4 million thrown into a black hole, over £51 million of that given to consultants and solicitors, and not 1 inch of tarmac. The 400 million promised from the Republic of Ireland has suddenly become 75 million. What might have been was jumped on by those who opposed the scheme and challenged, resulting in approval being withdrawn. And now a new inquiry giving us an interim report from PAC that we now have. The interim report fully acknowledges the need for the vast majority of the scheme, albeit with extra work needed, as has been outlined by Councillor Maguire, following the 2017 flooding and further environmental matters. Some will claim that this scheme goes back to 2007, others 2005, but I can assure you that the desire for the major upgrading of the A5 Londonderry to Ballygawley route goes back on documentation to the mid-1990s and before. I still have here a transportation infrastructure study undertaken by ICBAN and the then Northwest Regional Cross-Border, funded by the European Regional Development Fund under Interreg, with specific reference to the A5 Trans-European Network. Back then, the various phases needed were identified in that report, and I firmly believe
your remarks there,
I will draw my remarks to a close. Back then, they were identified, and I firmly believe that a phased approach is still the way to go, rather than lumping it all into one. Yes, the sum of the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, but you still have to have the parts in place. Our last A5N2 working group meeting, I urged the Minister to get work underway on the non-contentious sections and work harder where the conflict still remains, while there are some funds available to get it started. Let's forget the delays. Let's see work on the ground on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I see no more speakers on that. Councillor Maguire, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's good to get support from all the speakers. I think everyone that travels them roads recognise how important it is to get the new A5 dual carriageway and not an upgrade, which has been mooted this past while. And again, I just thank everyone for their support, and hopefully we can work together and keep it on the agenda. And the Minister will, as what Councillor Hussey says, maybe start the non-contentious areas. Thank you.
You fair. Members, I am not picking anybody up. I'm not picking anybody up against the motion here. Is anybody against the motion? Could you put it on the chat box? I'll give you a few seconds on that. Okay, folks, I am taking that motion as unanimous on behalf of Councillor Maguire. Well done. Folks, we're moving on to the next motion in the name of Councillor Heaney.
I propose a motion as read, Chair.
Could I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Go ahead,
Okay,
Councillor
Chair. Lennon once said there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. I believe Ireland is approaching one of those moments in the time ahead. Just about every major political party in this island, including the DUP's Gregory Campbell, have now acknowledged that a referendum on Irish unity is now inevitable in the time ahead. Therefore, we have a duty to begin to prepare to in case what might happen if a unity referendum was to be positive. This council has done sterling work, along with its neighbouring council in Donegal, building the North West City region. However, in preparation for the ending of partition, we must go much, much further than that. To take the approach, as some have, that now is not the time, is actually the irresponsible thing to do. It risks repeating the mistakes made by the British in relation to Brexit. To prepare and to be ready as a corporate body and as a council, and to begin facilitating and engaging in the discussion about what an ending of partition might look like, which is already happening all around us, is actually the sensible and responsible thing to do. A working group on Irish unity could look at the structural and practical changes that might be needed in the event of Irish unity. It could provide a forum for citizens of this district to feed in views and what they want to see in relation to a new Ireland. It could consult with key stakeholders in the city and beyond on what practical and preferred steps that will be needed so that we can best exploit the opportunities that the ending of partition would bring to this region of Ireland. I would therefore encourage my fellow councillors, particularly my fellow unionist councillors, not to knee-jerk to traditional party positions on this issue, but see this working group as an opportunity for everyone to engage in the discussion and to shape the outcome. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The conversation around the future of this island should be one that's done with respect and understanding, and I appreciate Councillor Heaney is trying to open up the conversation. But what this motion does not reflect is the other possibilities. The motion is basically stating that there's going to be United Ireland in a way which I perceive the working group is going to talk about how that looks. It does not address the fears of other communities, nor does it open the conversation up on what happens if the outcome is not a United Ireland. It is not for our council to predetermine the outcome. Our own MP, Stephen Farry, has openly engaged in conversations around this, as we believe you should always be in the room and part of the conversation rather than outside and not having a say. But this working group isn't exploring all options. It'll be people like myself and others in the middle who will have to engage in a meaningful way on how it looks before we even consider which option we choose. For me, it's about the best option for my children, what the possibilities will bring for them. We do need to learn from Brexit. So unfortunately, we'll not be supporting this motion tonight, as we feel it does not send out the right message of being inclusive and open and everyone's option. Everyone has an opinion. It seems like this motion is trying to get others to accept someone else's predetermined view on the matter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman McClintock.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for letting me in, and it'll come as no surprise, I'm sure, to anybody in this virtual chamber, but we will not be supporting this notice of motion, nor would we be participating in any working group if it was set up. This is a one-sided approach. It contravenes all of our good relation policies within Council, coming at a time when the British government has invested massive amounts of money into Northern Ireland through the COVID response and the related health issues, the amazing vaccine rollout we've had. Never have we been more grateful for the input of the British government and to be a part of the United Kingdom. It is not the role of this Council to try to influence or assess the constitutional change. We don't need an internal referendum carried out really by this Council. In the year when we mark the centenary of Northern Ireland, proudly mark the centenary of Northern Ireland, I think Sinn Féin is deluded into thinking that we're on a course for United Ireland. That is no predetermined outcome. It is not for us as a Council to set up a working group to look at this issue, and we will not support this nor any outworkings of it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. And can I start by thanking Councillor Heaney for bringing this motion before us this evening. I'm conscious it's Councillor Heaney's first motion to this chamber, and it's a well measured and important one, which is welcome. It's also welcome that Sinn Féin seem to be moving away from this border poll now attitude in relation to the future constitutional position of this island towards more of a dialogue approach, where people from all backgrounds in terms of across this chamber through the format of a working group that we have established already, so that people across the council chamber can get involved in this discussions if they wish. I'm conscious the previous speakers just indicated that they wouldn't be partaking in it if it does pass, but I would urge people to read the text that's on the screen. It's about consulting with our ratepayers. It's not about telling them what way to vote in any constitutional referendum that might come our way. The job of Irish Republicans and people who want to support a unity campaign is to try and convince other people who might be otherwise minded that the view of a 32 county republic is the way forward. And I say that fully conscious that it isn't just about the 6 counties joining the 26 and leaving it at that. There needs to be fundamental change across this island, both in the 26 counties and in the 6 counties, in relation to what a new Ireland would look like. I think that's the type of conversation and that's the type of work that this working group needs to do should this motion be passed. So we welcome that engagement and that dialogue, and we would encourage people to be part of that conversation. So the SDLP are happy to support the motion on the agenda tonight. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Chair. I have no bar supporting the motion. My problem is, how do I get something on the working group? I asked the question before, what was the criteria for independent councillors to take a place in a working group, and no one could tell me. Asking independents to nominate one independent to sit in these groups is discriminatory, smacks of inequality, and disenfranchises those members and their electorate by effectively depriving them of a right to be represented on these groups. Councillors Donnelly, Gallagher or Card do not speak for me or my electorate, nor I for them. This is something which needs to be addressed. It's undemocratic that independent councillors are deprived of representing their constituents. If we had 4 members in the chamber belonging to minority parties, those 4 members are entitled to sit on a working group. The same should apply to independent councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. When I read this motion, I was a wee bit surprised. I was wondering, and I'm not surprised that unionism has the wording of the motion has in effect unionists are going to boycott it, right? So I thought, well, it's possibly an election. It's orange and green. Let's go on the orange and green here before the election. Some of the terminology used here by Councillor Heaney when he talks about a referendum and Irish unity. Now, unless he knows something that we don't know, because I've never heard any referendum on Irish unity. What Irish sovereignty now, because of Good Friday Agreement, has been boiled down to is a British legislatively controlled border poll, and I assume that that's what he's talking. So if we're going to play the green card, then I suggest that we play a proper green card, and I have an amendment to make, Chair. I'll just put it into the box here now. I would like they take out Irish unity and put in that text so it says a working group on, and then insert the text that I've said, Chair.
Okay, 2 seconds. Have you got a seconder? Yeah, Councillor Gallagher. Just 2 seconds here, Councillor Donnelly, until Noel puts it up. There we go. Okay, go ahead there, Councillor Donnelly.
You know, partition has been fostered by the British to maintain their interests in Ireland, and the only way, you know, I agree with some of the stuff that Councillor O'Reilly said there. Irish unity could mean an awful lot of things, but I think when we talk about the restoration of sovereignty, where it is in effect self-determination, where the people of Ireland decide their future without external impediment, you know, a British legislated border poll is not self-determination. So I think if we're going to play the green card here, then we need to be, you know, we need to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. And one further speaker, Councillor Hargan, do you want to speak on that amendment?
No, I don't want to speak on the amendment. Thanks, Chair. So if you can either take this now or come back to me later.
Okay. There's no further speakers here. John, can we take a vote on the amendment, please?
Okay, Deputy Mayor, Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Devaney.
Alan and Morris had to leave the meeting. Sorry, John.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against, John.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Burke.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cusack.
Against.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Doyle.
For.
Councillor Duffy. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edwards.
Against, John.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Harkin.
Abstain.
Councillor Heaney.
Against, John.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Logue.
Against.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McGuire.
I'm sorry.
Councillor McHugh.
Against, John.
Councillor McKeever.
Against.
Councillor McKinney. Councillor McKinney. Councillor Mellon.
Against.
Councillor Mooney,
Against, John.
Councillor O'Neill,
Abstain.
Councillor Riley.
Against.
Thank you, members. Deputy Mayor, I've recorded 5 for, 27 against, and 2 abstentions, so the amendment falls.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, could we go back to the original motion on that? And could I bring in Councillor Hargan?
Thanks, Chair. Look, People Before Profit has made our position very, very clear in this discussion. We believe partition failed the vast majority of people on this island and created 2 reactionary states. And in terms of addressing the constitutional issue, there is a discussion underway, and we are for ending partition and establishing a new Ireland that will benefit the vast majority of people and not the elites that run the 2 states, north and south. So we welcome the idea of setting up a working group to have these discussions, to talk about what a new Ireland can look like and how it can lead to more equality, more social justice for everybody on the island, from all communities and people of all backgrounds. And so that is why we'll be supporting this. We believe that the way the motion is constructed is actually too narrow, because if we want to convince people that ending partition can lead to an island that will increase equality, we actually have to involve people in that discussion. So there's mention here of community. I'm not really sure what community means, because some people might interpret that as community organizations. Some people might think that's front groups. It also says business organizations or business representatives. So we would like to bring an amendment that we believe is inclusive, in the sense that it attempts to make it clear that we are reaching out and trying to engage the broadest number of people, that we want to be involved in this conversation, and that we want to convince that a new Ireland's possible, and that a new Ireland will actually address all the social grievances that people are frustrated about here in the Northwest and right across the island. And indeed, engaging those people will actually lead to the kind of Ireland that many of us would like to see. So I'm going to put that in the chat right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hargan. Just 2 seconds, members. Okay, members, thank you, Fred. No. Okay, Councillor Doyle, do you want to come on and speak on this amendment?
On the substantive motion as it stands, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, members, we have a amendment on the floor here. I'm going to take this to a vote. Okay, John.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Guy.
Sorry, Chair. It needs to get a second, and I don't know if anybody wants to speak to the motion, to the amendment.
You're correct there,
Thank you.
Councillor
No
Hargan.
problem.
It does need a second, and I'm seeing there's a seconder there now, Councillor O'Neill, but I am seeing no members willing to speak on this on the chat box. Is there any members want to talk on the amendment? I'll give you a few seconds here.
Mayor, sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'll speak on the amendment, but then on the substantive, when we get there.
That's fine.
On the amendment, I know what Sean is trying to get at, that we do need to have that wider conversation, because talking to ourselves in the mirror, which is what this almost originally looked like, is of no benefit to anybody. I'm happy to go with it. I would just say I don't know how we're going to actually get that working, because as he knows from other working groups, trying to even get people in to give us expert opinions sometimes is quite difficult. But if we can do it, yeah, absolutely, I'm all for it. Thank you.
I'm going to bring in the city solicitor. I'm going to take 2 minutes here and bring in the city solicitor. See, on that amendment, does that follow through the proper on the motion there? If we take 2 seconds here just to look at that.
Chair, you want me to come in on that now?
Philip, could you just give me a bit of lead on this here? See, with this amendment put on there, does that follow through with that motion?
Yeah, I mean, yes, Chair, it does. I mean, it's expanding upon and providing specificity to well, I think particularly in this case, the community representatives that the motion is to speak to. These are issues in respect of which clarity will be needed in due course in respect of the motion in any event.
Thank you for Philip. Councillor Hargan, do you want to sum up? I don't see any further members here.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have anything to add, but just in terms of where the amendment would go, it just is there following.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Order, Alderman McCready.
Deputy Mayor, thanks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when there's amendments, you don't get a chance to sum up.
I wasn't actually going to sum up. I was just pointing out where the amendment would go.
Go ahead there, Councillor Hargan.
Sorry, yeah. So I was just saying, I think it's just to go after add following business representatives. It would start there. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see any further members on the amendment. John, could you take us on the vote, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against, John.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For, John.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Doyle.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
For, John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
Abstain.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Logue.
John.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McGuire. Councillor McHugh.
For, John.
Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney. Councillor McKinney. Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mooney,
For.
Councillor O'Neill,
For.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Thank you, members. Chair, I've recorded 25 for, 7 against, 1 abstention, so the amendment passes.
Thank you for that, John. Councillor Gallagher on the substantial motion.
Sorry, Chair. I was looking to bring a further amendment.
Right, okay.
And it's in the chat box. And it's after working group. Council establish a working group of all parties and all independents within council.
Yeah, just give us 3 seconds here, Councillor Gallagher, to get this put on. Okay, you have a second there. Councillor Barry, second to that?
That's right, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. You want to carry on, Councillor Gallagher?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's been the practice over a number of years to set up working groups, and as soon as a working group is set up, it automatically excludes 3 independents that sit in this chamber. Chair, and we've heard it tonight, and the arguments around this, and when we're talking about Irish unity and Irish sovereignty, and it's going to include all the people that are on this island. And I think that if we're starting that within this council, the first step we take shouldn't be excluding at least 3 elected members on this council that have a mandate, have gone to people, asked for a mandate and got it. So it is important that all voices within this council chamber are included within this working group if it is to have any value. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gallagher. Can I ask the city solicitor on his opinion on that there amendment, please?
Yeah, Chair, there's no issue with the amendment.
Thank you for that. Members, Alderman McCready on the amendment.
No, Deputy Mayor, I'll wait until the substantive. Thanks.
Sorry, folks, could you turn off your mics? There's somebody coming on there.
No, when things are shared out, there's only one independent. So it's
Councillor McGuire.
McGuire.
We're hearing everything here.
Chair.
Okay, Alderman Hussey's on the substantial motion. Councillor Duffy on the amendment.
Yeah, on the amendment, Deputy Mayor, thank you. Just in terms of where Councillor Gallagher's coming from on it, and you know, we are looking to be as inclusive as we possibly can in the conversations around Irish unity and people's views on it, and to garner as many views as possible to bring people on that journey of where certainly we want to go. But in terms of the working group, this amendment does really concern me because it is setting a precedent. And, you know, while this chamber, and it might be in a virtual setting at the minute. It has 40 people in it. So we're all representative of the communities. We all have a mandate to be here. In terms of working groups, Sinn Féin has one representative on that working group. So effectively, are we excluding 10 of our other members who also equally have a mandate and have a voice and want to be on that working group? So I think I understand what he's saying, but I do think that, you know, you put yourself in front of the electorate elect you, and then you do come into the chamber with a voice, but you do also have to be respectful of other people's mandates and other people who are part of a political party. And with political parties does come probably a wee bit more strength in terms of numbers and that voice going through. So while we want to be as inclusive as possible, I am really concerned that this amendment will take us down a path that isn't right in terms of our working group makeup. But on this occasion, I will support it because of the subject matter, and I do think that it is important, and I would urge our unionist colleagues to join the working group as well, because I do think that it is really important to have as diverse a voice and as diverse opinions on that working group as possible. So on this occasion, I will support it, but I do have to say I am concerned of the direction that will go, because we do have a significant mandate in terms of political parties on here, and we are elected on our mandate as well. And on that working group, only one member of Sinn Féin will be there, only one member of the SDLP will be there, and that is excluding 20 members. So on that note, I'll finish.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Apologies to Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, do you want to come on the amendment?
No, Chair, I actually made name on before the amendment went on.
I know, that's why I apologise for that.
To seek clarification on what Councillor Barr raised earlier on about the membership to this working group. Because look, let me put it on record, which I have done umpteen times before in this council. Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Gallagher, or Councillor Barr do not speak for me. I am an independent member with a mandate, and I speak for myself. And I have put this on the record a long time before, that we come from different backgrounds completely. And in this particular case, I want a voice within this working group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Donnelly, it's on the amendment.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Chair, look, I'm very alarmed at the comments by Councillor Duffy. You know, it's as if she's doing us a favour here, Chair. She slipped, you know, the people who gerrymandered had their reasons for doing it. You see this partitionist attitude, this exclusion, it's absolutely shocking. We're on about setting up a working group that will, you know, lead the Irish unity or restoration of Irish national sovereignty or a new Ireland, whatever people's views on it. And each and every view is important, and so is elected members. Very, very important. And you see, if we're going to exclude minorities, what type of new Ireland or sovereign Ireland would, what type of message does that send to people if certain people get into power? And I would appeal to unionists here too, come along and make your point. I think your participation is vital. You know, we can disagree, but I would appeal to unionism to come along and make your point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Riley, is it on the amendment?
Yeah, it is, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for bringing me in. I think the point has been made a number of times this evening, not just in this debate, but generally in relation to people's mandates and the need to respect the mandates of people in this virtual chamber. But that cuts both ways. There's a need to respect the mandate of all the parties in this chamber. You know, so as we have working groups, there is one position for the SDLP on that. We have 11 councillors, so we would have to choose 10 councillors who wouldn't be part of this debate or this working group. I'm also conscious that working groups themselves are not, they don't have delegated authority to make decisions on behalf of council. So anything that goes through a working group has to come back to the virtual chamber where 40 councillors can have their say on it. You know, so I think we need to put that in context and also respect the fact that we do have a process in place that already has designed what working groups look like. I hear what the independent members are saying, that not every independent member speaks on behalf of others. I understand that, and it's with that in mind that I would ask the proposer to maybe change the language of his amendment to reflect the view that this working group would be open to all interested members. And by doing so, that reflects the mandate that each one of us have across this chamber. So it's open to all independents and all parties. For anyone that has a view on a particular item that's coming up on this working group agenda, that they could drop into that meeting and have the conversation in relation to it, but not feel compelled to go to every single meeting. Because there may be some of or for unionist councillors who don't want to partake in this in a formal sense, but would value the opportunity to be able to attend a working group meeting if there's something on the agenda that's relevant to them or their DEA. So I would ask that Councillor Gallagher include the words open to all interested elected members, and I think that resolves the concerns both from the larger party and the smaller parties and the independence point of view. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Alderman McConaughey.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, for letting me in. Yes, it's on the amendment. I'm very concerned about this amendment. It's why are we changing the rules just because the subject matter is Irish unity? Suddenly we want to change the rules that we've been abiding for from the beginning of this council. So I'm absolutely opposed to it. I think it's setting a very dangerous precedent when we chop and change just to suit the subject matter. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McConaughey. Councillor Gallagher, is this on the amendment?
Yes, Chair, it is. And
Go
Chair,
ahead there, Councillor Gallagher.
thank you, Chair. This isn't changing the rules one, but there's various groups that this council run, organise and represent, and it's open to all members. Some are. So it's not breaking the rules. To say, come back to Martin's point, that the amendment says to include all parties. That rules out no one within any party. No one. And all independents. Rules out no independents. So
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Point of order, Councillor Riley.
If the amendment says all parties, it does rule out 10 members of my party from attending it because it only allows one representative from my party to be there. So
well,
I take issue with
Councillor Gallagher. Go ahead there, Councillor Riley.
So I take issue with Councillor Gallagher's point that it doesn't rule out the elected members. It does rule out elected members of a party if it in the text that's in front of us in red at the moment. That's why I'm asking him to reconsider it and to put it in to say to include all interested elected members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Go ahead there, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. We're into semantics, but if anyone turns up to this working group and says, I'm a member of a party, they're in. That's basically, so of 10 SDLP, 11 SDLP, 11 Sinn Féin, if they're in a party, they can turn up to this. So we're into semantics, but I'm happy to include all party members, if that makes a difference. Inclusive of all party members and all inclusive of all independents. Chair, just if I could finish, this is about being inclusive. This is, and the sentiment of this motion, and it talks about minority groups, migrant groups, LGB, women's groups, all throughout throughout Ireland. But we want to exclude elected members, independents. Councillor Duffy was on there saying, half-heartedly saying, we support this, but wants to exclude 3 elected members that have got a mandate. So if we're really being honest about being inclusive and real genuine about being inclusive,
Can you bring your remarks to a close here, Councillor Gallagher?
Exclude all elected members. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Chair. I think some people are missing the point. When I was speaking, I wasn't referring just to this particular working group. I was referring to the principle of independence, having to elect one independent to sit on any group. Councillor Duffy and Alderman McClintock mentioned setting a precedent. No, I don't think so. If your party has representation as a collective, you're one voice. An independent has one voice. Well, Councillor Duffy talks about independence as if they were a party. They're not a party. An independent is an independent. I listened to the remark that she will let us sit on maybe this committee with a bit of humour. You know, it all comes down to, as Councillor Gallagher says, it comes down to equality.
Thank you for that. Councillor Boyle.
Look,
Sorry, John. I mean, sorry.
Boyle, sorry.
Emma Doyle there. Sorry.
Sorry, did you say Doyle or Boyle?
Doyle.
Okay, sorry about that.
Deputy Mayor, please don't ever do that again. Listen, I'm not in the business of excluding anybody from.
The same myself,
Quiet, please.
He's all right. He's grand. Look, Deputy Mayor, I'm not in the business of excluding anybody from anything, but I just want to get a clarification because obviously I'm in a bit of a different situation from the other parties. I'm a representative of a party, but I'm also here on my own. When we come to AGM, for example, and committee positions, for example, and other positions are handed out, are the independents treated as a group, or are they treated as independents? And again, it's for my own interest, because I think that'll do away with any talk of setting precedents. So if you could help me out with that, Deputy Mayor, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John or Phil, want to come in on that?
Deputy Mayor, with regard to the AGM and committees and the filling of committees, independents are treated as independent members. The current position, as I understand it, of council with regard to working groups is as discussed during the debate, which is there's one representative from each party and one representative from the independent members. If Philip wishes to clarify that, but I think that's the correct position. Is that right, Philip?
Yeah, Chair, Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Thanks,
Thank you.
I think that underlines my concern about people talking about precedents, because it obviously doesn't. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle. Got it right that time, John?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And I think it's interesting actually because there are some elected representatives here who are suggesting that, you know, the goalposts get moved to suit various different people. And I have been present whenever those particular representatives wanted a rolling the hunt. And so therefore, they may well wish to consider the idea that we will go back to rolling the hunt, even for working groups. Because if it's going to be based on the DeHunt principles, which is effectively how we operate our council, then that is potentially a direction of travel as well. And so I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see that happen. I think Councillor Riley, my colleague Martin Riley, has come up with a very, very reasonable compromise. And the reasonable compromise would be to include all elected representatives of political parties and indeed independents in this particular working group. Martin has suggested that, and I don't see why there's a problem with that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Duffy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I actually think that we have got completely distracted from the actual debate, which is the motion and not the makeup of working groups in the council. It's, you know, if we want to change how that is done, somebody bring a motion on it, somebody do something in terms of that, instead of using an excellent motion in terms of Irish unity to do it. I think there's just a wee bit of mischief going on here in terms of this motion. We're completely distracted away from what the subject matter is. But in terms of what Councillor Boyle said there, is 100% right. We decided as a council that we would, in the instance of working groups, we would move away from DeHunt because we actually thought that the working groups were a fair way to have representation from everyone across the chamber in an equitable way, and in a way that, you know, smaller parties were given a voice, in a way that independents were given a voice, rather than it being the bigger parties, as people like to use that term. So this was an intent to be inclusive, and you know, I certainly don't want to see working groups being made up using DeHunt's system, because I actually think it will detract from a lot of the interaction and the alternative views and the way that council business is done. But you know, this is becoming a wee bit ridiculous tonight. I want to concentrate on the subject matter, which is the setting up of the working group in terms of Irish unity. And I would ask that we concentrate on that. And if there's an issue with working groups, we come back to that at a different time.
Councillor Duffy, could you bring your remarks to a close, please? Okay, members, I see no further speakers on the amendment here, and I'm going to take a vote here. John?
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Guy?
Against.
Alderman Hussey?
Against.
Alderman Kerrigan?
Against. And I think
Alderman
Alderman there are now present as well, John.
Okay. Alderman Breslin? Sorry, is that what you said, Alderman Kerrigan?
I believe
It's Alderman.
Only
Alderman
Alderman
Devaney is
Devaney.
back.
Alderman, sorry, I misunderstood. Alderman Devaney? Alderman Devaney?
Against.
Alderman McClintock? Alderman McCready?
Against.
Alderman Ramsey?
Against.
Alderman Wark?
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr?
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr?
For.
Councillor John Boyle? Councillor John Boyle?
Apologies, against, Chief Executive.
Councillor Michaela Boyle?
For, John.
Councillor Burke?
For.
Councillor Carr?
For.
Councillor Cusick?
Against.
Councillor Dobbins?
Against, John.
Councillor Donnelly?
For.
Councillor Doyle?
For.
Councillor Duffy? Councillor Edwards?
Against, John.
Councillor Farrell?
Against.
Councillor Ferguson?
Abstain, John.
Councillor Fleming?
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher? Councillor Harkin?
For.
Councillor Heaney?
For, John.
Councillor Jackson,
For.
Councillor Logue,
Right, John, for.
Councillor McGuire,
For, John.
Councillor McHugh,
For, John.
Councillor McKeever,
Against.
Councillor Mellon,
For, John.
Councillor Mooney, Councillor O'Neill,
For.
Councillor Riley.
Against.
Thank you.
Mayor Jason Barr's on the chat box.
Changed to against, please. Okay. Okay. That's Deputy Mayor, if you just let me just do a check in the count there again, please.
Yeah, no worries, John.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Deputy Mayor, I have recorded 17 for, 17 against, and 1 abstention. So I just want to check with Philip if you have. Yes, he's recorded the same. So the casting vote is yourself.
Against, John.
Chair. Pardon me.
Chair, can I ask clarification?
John.
Can I ask for clarification? Can you change your vote once the vote has ended? Can I get a legal opinion on that, please?
Sorry, go ahead, Philip.
At any point up until the outcome of the vote is announced, the vote can be changed. Once the outcome of the vote has been announced, then it can't be.
Okay, we'll continue. John, my vote's against them.
Okay, so on that basis, Deputy Mayor, the amendment falls.
Okay, folks. Going back to the substantial motion now. On my list, I have Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for letting me in. These unbalanced discussions may be taking place, mostly I might add, in an echo chamber. Those few unionists who are participating have no desire to be part of this all-Ireland utopia that is constantly portrayed to us unionists. Arguments for a united Ireland are poor and totally unconvincing to us unionists. Besides, there's absolutely nothing to suggest a border poll is imminent or has anywhere near enough support. At a time when we hear nationalist and Republican politicians telling unionists to dial down the rhetoric, it seems as if there is perfectly okay for those same nationalist and Republican politicians, along with members of the Irish government, to continue with their pipe dream in an effort to agitate the unionist community further. This amounts to nothing more than deflection tactics in an attempt to win back supporters who are obviously sick to the back teeth of unkept promises for something that simply cannot be delivered in an acceptable way to all. If more effort was applied in making Northern Ireland work, Northern Ireland might just become a more attractive proposition to multinationals, big business, maybe even the Irish government. My colleague, Alderman Hussey, and I won't be supporting the motion, nor will we be joining a working group to discuss Irish unity. So there's a free seat there if anyone wants it.
You've heard Alderman Guy. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And the member who brought the motion forward, welcome to council. I hope you have a good tenure. I do, however, see your first motion coming forward is something more applicable to the legislative assembly and not necessarily council. Here in council, it's local issues and local solutions. You know, where we as a council are already struggling to deliver the most basic of services for our electorate and constituents, I find the time wasting of resources and money on putting together a working group before there's even an announcement for Ireland is certainly at odds with myself, my electorate, and my party. Clearly, you know, the reputation of the member precedes him with a great profile as a SPA to Martin McGuinness, the late Martin McGuinness. So now I'm not going to assert that he's been parachuted in here ready to hit a springboard into 2 pending MLA seats in Foyle. But certainly I'll take the position that using this council's resources, our ratepayers' money, crucially, of which a significant minority are unionists, whom have made it clear to me and my party that they don't want their rates being used for political gainship in pursuit of United Ireland, as many of my constituents are constitutionally opposed to it, find it deeply offensive and contrary to the good relations within this council. I just see this yet another cold shoulder to unionists within the city and district. I will challenge this, and every unionist in this council will challenge this at every juncture. Finally, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would advise that as the richest political party within the continent of Europe, if they want to pursue United Ireland, they should pay for themselves and not out of my ratepayers' money. Thanks for your time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. I have Alderman Hussey on the list now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It really has been laughable, some of the debate that has been going on here. You know, it's the committee set up to design a horse that's ending up with a camel. You know, and you look, I'm not sure who added the list of other bodies. You look at that, where's the men's groups? You know, where's the boys brigade, the scouts, the guides, whatever, Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Mayor or Deputy Mayor, I have a question which the legal officer can answer at the end of my contribution. Duty, which is suggests this council has a duty. Duty suggests a mandatory responsibility. You know, I'm not aware that council has a mandatory responsibility. So, you know, I question the legitimacy of the motion to begin with. Let's look at the background leading up to this. You know, the unionist or PUL community in our district council area, you know, they've already experienced, I suppose, a disdain for those of us who wish to commemorate and celebrate Northern Ireland's 100th year. That was changed a wee bit, or tried to be changed, by those who realise, hang on, we've made a slight mistake. Earlier in this debate, the Freudian slip from Councillor Donnelly, and if he plays it back, or if you play it back on YouTube, you'll find out that Councillor Donnelly actually said, setting up a working group that will lead to Irish unity. Those are the words that Councillor Donnelly said. Now, you expect unionists to be part of such a grouping? It will be a group that will preach to the converted, will sit in navel gaze. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my group leader has already said we'll not be taking any part in this. And I would trust that any unionist for SALT will just say, not for me, thanks, thank you. It reminds me, I suppose, you know, maybe over the committee room or the working group room, as people walk in, the words should be, work will free you. And I wonder where those words were used before. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've listened intently to the contributions from all sides of the chamber tonight. Let me say firstly that I do feel I do feel that there should be a discussion, given that there is a push for Irish unity. I'm an Irishman. I want to see the unification of my country. That having been said, I am also a realist, and it is perfectly clear to anybody who has been on the planet Earth this last week that Sinn Féin have been self-obliterated in the city and district and need to go back to basics, and that's where this motion comes from. The other aspect of it is that I find it sad, and I do genuinely mean that we're going to have a working group which will largely be made up of nationalists and Republicans, because I know exactly where most people stand, and I'm sure they know where I stand. What I would say to my unionist colleagues is that I don't want a United Ireland where you feel that you must leave. And if you want, one of the things, I actually read it recently, I can't remember where it was, Deputy Mayor, but someone said, we have all this conversation about United Ireland, and that's fine, but no one has ever actually, from a unionist perspective, sat down and tried to persuade me about the benefits of the union. So if unionist members want to set up a union working group, I'll be there, because I think that's what real republicanism is about. It's about all of the people from all of the traditions on this island. And I will be very sad to see that some of my unionist colleagues are not there, given that, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but certainly within the context of what Alderman Hussey had mentioned around the centenary, I think people stretched in order to ensure that people recognise that.
Councillor Doyle, could you come there, bring your remarks to a finish here, please?
Thank you. That this isn't about me over you. It's actually trying to bring about a situation where everyone feels valued and listened to. And I would urge my colleagues across the House to join the working group. And if there is a case to be made for the union, let's hear it.
Folks, I see there's another amendment on the table here. We're going to have to really try and push things through on this one, but I see Councillor Riley.
Yep, thanks, Deputy Mayor, for bringing me in. It's just to make the amendment that I spoke to in relation to when we were debating the last amendment, to include the words, I put this in the chat box, open to all interested elected members. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, to put that in after the word working group on the second paragraph. I think that speaks to what we had said in relation to ensuring that all interested views, and I have heard since I spoke last in relation to Alderman Hussey's point and others in relation to this, that they don't want to take part in the working group. That's their right, but should their view change, I think that it should be open to all interested elected members. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Point of order.
Who called point of order there, sorry?
Emmett.
Okay, Councillor.
Deputy Mayor, is this not, I know what Martin is trying to do and I commend him for it, but is this genuinely not just the exact same wording we've just had? The syntax is just different. And
I think so.
I did support the amendment, but listen, I don't want to sit here to 3 o'clock in the morning talking about the form of words.
Okay, Paul, could you come on?
Just
wait, Councillor Riley, I'm just going to get a bit of legal on this too. Paul?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Chair, I mean, I understand what Councillor Riley is trying to achieve there, but the correct mechanism to do that would have been to accept the amendment and then to move a further amendment to that to broaden it out even further. With the rejection of the earlier amendment, then I'm afraid this amendment would be deemed to be substantially the same and couldn't be accepted.
Thank you for that follow-up. Okay, folks.
Chair,
I'm
I'm
going
on the list there.
I know you're on, Councillor Donnelly, and I've Alderman Devaney there, and I'm going to have no more speakers after that. So, Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you. Just a number of comments. First one is the Alderman Hussey. It wasn't fraudulent, or it was the deliberate terminology that I used there. I think this motion is if people wanted unionism in the room, they could have stuck to constitutional issues, and I would say that unionism into the room. Chair, it was then perceived to be orange and green. No, I would say it's green. That's why I made my amendment earlier, the restoration of Irish national sovereignty, which nobody has, plenty of people voted against it, but nobody on the so-called nationalist side have explained why. But Chair, I can tell you here now, this is exclusion again. And if this motion goes through here, then you see, I see all your working groups, I'm coming off them, because what type of Ireland are we going to have if people are going to exclude elected representatives from having a discussion? Absolutely disgraceful, and shame on the SDLP. And it was pointed out to them that any councillor could come in, or any number of councillors from any party. It's exclusion, and it's wrong.
Chair, point of order. In relation to Councillor
Order there, Councillor Rennie.
In relation to Councillor Donnelly's point, I explicitly said a number of occasions asking Councillor Gallagher to adjust his amendment. He didn't. I've tried to move an amendment now, which has not been accepted. So Councillor Donnelly knows all is clear where we stand on this. We wanted this to be open and inclusive. That's why we tried to amend Councillor Gallagher's amendment so that open and inclusive meant all SDLP representatives on this council could attend, and unfortunately that didn't go through with. So we are where we are, but it is worth pointing out we spent more time talking about. We're spending more time talking about our standing orders and working groups than we've actually spent discussing the benefits of United Ireland, and I think that speaks for itself. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Devaney, or Alderman Devaney, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for allowing me in, and I do apologise. I had to switch off there for a while. I had a family issue to deal with, but I'm back on listening to the debate. And look, when I looked at this motion at the very start in its entirety, I looked at it and I did say this was a very divisive motion coming forward this time, despite all the issues that we're having across Northern Ireland. With trouble on the loyalist sides and trouble on the nationalist sides as well. So I thought it was very divisive, so it did. But look, that's Sinn Féin at the end of the day. That's the moves that they tried to make. But when we talk about the history and we talk about, this is another cover word for the word United Ireland. They have used United Ireland for a long time. And look, Sinn Féin have failed in that because they've always said that 2016, the Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland would be united. But, they have now changed their language here. So they have very, very clearly to unity. Which means the same thing for us as unionists. When I look back that when the Irish Free State was formed, and I read the history and when I read the deep history, Deputy Mayor, of what went on down in the Republic, loyalists, unionists, burnt out of their houses, murdered out of their houses, their farms were burnt out, people had to leave. Those who've had businesses were they wouldn't do business with them, and they had to close down, and unbelievable. So I believe we're too early yet for this conversation. Look, there's a lot of work to do before this conversation can take place. And probably this is running into the border poll. And I would state on the record, as you know, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we do not fear a border poll. I believe border poll today, months time, 6 months, a year, 2 years time, or 3 years time, whatever it come, I believe we will be very comfortable in it. And when I look at the statistics that come out to some of them polls, and that's what really gives me hope that we will win them border polls, and it will be the majority will vote to remain, to stay within the United Kingdom. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
You're on mute, Mayor.
You're on mute there, Deputy Mayor.
Apologies, folks. Thank you, Fred Alderman Devaney. Councillor Heaney, would you like to sum up now before we take a day of vote?
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll keep this very brief because it's been a lengthy debate. I don't tend to touch on the amendments at all. They've been well aired. So just a couple of comments just to close. Like, I'm disappointed that political unionism is refusing to engage in this. This debate is well underway and discussion is well underway. And I know many ordinary unionists are engaging and want to be involved in the discussions and are keen to be involved. So it's disappointing that the political unionism is still refusing to get involved in even a discussion about this. And similarly, the Alliance Party not willing to support the establishment of the group. I've been on many forums discussing this issue with Alliance Party members and with indeed Alliance leadership. So it's disappointing that they took that position on tonight's motion as well. But I welcome all the comments and that people have made. People are entitled to their views. I think this is a very important development tonight if this motion passes, not just for Derry Strabane Council, but for councils generally, that we will be keen to get involved at the local government level in this discussion and just working out what elements we need to focus on to get this debate into a proper and organised fashion. So thank you, Chair, for finishing that.
Point of order before the vote. I had asked Philip for clarification.
Point of order by Alderman Hussey.
Yeah, when I was speaking, I had asked if Philip could clarify an issue.
Chair, you want me to deal with that?
Please, Phil.
Well, Chair, the motion has been accepted onto the agenda as a valid motion, and I don't think outside of that it's appropriate for me to be getting involved in discussions around the potential interpretation of individual words therein.
You happy enough with that, Alderman Hussey?
Not really. I think it's a cop out with all due respect to Philip, but whenever that's said.
Okay, members, we are going to take this day of vote now. So the Chief Executive, John.
A point of order, Mayor, or Deputy Mayor.
Alderman Devaney, point of order.
I'm just thinking, and I did miss some of the debate on it, but I'm just, I would like a bit of advice on, look, can these groups be set up if one organisation says they won't be attending it? Does it give it validity? Because as I was listening to hear some others speaking, if the unionist bloc are saying that they are opposed to it and others are opposed to it, you know, does it have any teeth or does it have any validity to be called? And maybe that's for Philip.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Devaney. John or Phil, do you want to come on that?
Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if Philip wants to come in, but I had thought that you had called the vote on this matter. I'm not sure if a point of clarification can be raised after that. Perhaps Philip could comment, please.
Chair, the vote has been called in relation to the matter, so there shouldn't be any further discussion at this stage.
It was a point of order came on there, so it was Philip.
Yeah. There's a point of order.
Well, Chair, just very quickly to deal then with the, sorry, Deputy Mayor, apologies, to deal very quickly with that point. This is a working group. You know, it's up to the members whether or not they wish to attend the working group or not. That's a matter for the members, but doesn't affect the motion.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Phil, and thank you, John, and also Alderman Devaney. Folks, I'm going to take a
What I wanted to ask, does it affect the validity of the group being set up if there isn't cross-party?
Sorry, Chair, point of order also.
Right, folks.
Councillor Heaney has already summed up.
Folks, I'm going to have to move to a vote here because Alderman Devaney, are you happy enough with the answer from the city solicitor on your point of order? I can't hear. So, folks, I'm going to move to a vote here. John, could you take a vote, please, on the substantial motion?
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman Wark. Sorry, excuse me, Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For, John.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Abstain.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
Against.
Councillor Doyle.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
As an Irish Republican, this is not inclusive. Against.
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Logue.
For.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McHugh.
For, John.
Councillor McKeever. Councillor McKeever. Councillor Mellon.
For, John.
Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Thank you.
John, Councillor Kelly's on there on the chat box.
Councillor Kelly. Reconnected. Can I be recorded as 4? Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thanks.
1, 2, 3, 4. Chair, I've recorded 22 for, 12 against, and 1 abstention, so the motion passes.
Okay. Thank you, John. Members, I don't know if you want to agree with me on this one, but I think we should take a wee 10 minutes break here. The time is now 22:43 if we're back for 22:55.
Mayor, do you mind if I come in, because we may well want to again consider. I mean, I'm content to take a break at this point, but we may well want to consider when we might end up having to draw a line over it at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Now, perhaps yourself and senior officers may want to discuss that during the recess.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, Councillor Boyd, we'll think about it over the next 10 minutes, so we will, and we'll come back on that one. To see what we're going to do, okay?
Exactly. I just think of people who've worked a very, very long day up to this point already, you know, so.
Chair, can I come in? Chair, I think.
Folks are not going to have a whole
rather than-
discussion.
No, but I
think
think there should be a discussion amongst everybody. I don't think it's for
Yeah,
Councillor
and
Barr.
Councillor Donnelly, we will,
Hang on,
as I said,
sorry,
we will
sorry, Deputy Mayor,
discuss here.
hang on,
Councillor
Deputy Mayor,
Boyle.
Councillor Donnelly, I'm sure people will come back to us and then we can all consider it then.
Folks, I'm going to take a
Councillor
10-minute
Boyle,
break
you're
now,
not running the
and then we'll talk about that when I come back in 10 minutes, okay? Thank you. Okay, members. Let's say we're back at 5 to 11. Thank you for that. I think everyone needed that. I see there is a proposal on the chat box, and it's going to be up to members. I propose they halt the meeting now. There's 3 more motions left, and if we move on to confidential business, I'm going to ask if we could bring in agenda 12, sailing list for April 2021, and move on to confidentials as a proposal there, members. Is anybody against that? If we leave
Proposal
the
for that.
now for another day, and we go straight on the agenda 12 and then on the confidential.
Do you need a proposer, Mayor, to go, or Deputy Mayor, to go into confidential?
Yes, please. Could I have a
I
proposer and a
propose.
seconder?
I'll second that. That's Councillor Ramsey. Alderman
Okay.
Ramsey.
Okay, folks. All members happy? Yep.
And no, Deputy Mayor, I've indicated I'd like to speak.
Motion seconded. We go on to confidential. It's time to move on. Somebody has to work in the morning.
Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Ramsey. I just
Mayor, about members, there's a lot of people who have jobs as well as council.
Alderman Ramsey,
this
can
is
you wait there 2
ridiculous.
minutes? Councillor Riley, I don't want to see sort of continue into a 15-minute discussion now if we're going to move on, but do you want to come on there?
Yeah,
There is a
thanks.
proposer and seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing me in. I'm just conscious you opened up after the break, and a proposal was made and moved and seconded, but it hasn't been voted on. I think that I understand that people are saying they have other work to do tomorrow, but there are a number of motions down, of which mine is one, that I think should be spoken to on the agenda that's there. I don't think it's fair to the members who have tabled motions for debate that the debate is just ended without the consent of the virtual chamber being sought. So,
Councillor Riley, I'm thinking of the council officers here who've obviously been on all day. They're back on tomorrow morning again. There's obviously was quite a few motions to go through today, so there was, and that's the thinking on that. And there's a proposer and seconder on that, and it will be up to the chair to come to the decision. But I would like to get members' input on that. Councillor Duffy.
Mayor, I'm actually not content with how this is being conducted or conveyed. I literally resumed my seat to something being proposed and seconded, and we move into confidential without any any pure say on it. You know, we do have 3 motions in front of us. I know one of them won't take much debate from what I can see, and we have gone on for much longer on other occasions. I take on board what you're saying in terms of the length of the meeting and people having to work in the morning and people who have been working all day. But we are going through a process that is addressing that. And to have this decision taken now at this stage without any consultation with people in the chamber or in the virtual chamber seems a wee bit strange to me in terms of where we're at. I would be of the view that we continue for another while and see how we get on with the motions rather than coming back at this. We only have 3 motions left.
And Councillor Boy.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Obviously, I raised the idea before we went into the short recess. However, I wasn't either expecting that we would literally just come with a fait accompli and that would be the end of the night. I was considering, you know, that we might think to ourselves, can we go for another hour? Because there are only 3 motions. I share Councillor Duffy's view on that as well. And Mayor, I don't think it would be appropriate to put this to the vote. There's, you know, like you may well have a proposer and a seconder, but I don't think the voice of the would be to pause at this point. You know, so
thank you, John.
That's just my thoughts worth.
Thank you, John. And finally in this one, Alderman McClintock.
I don't want to have a debate about around how long we should stay on. Really, I think it would be good to have a sounding of what the members want to do. I certainly won't be sitting here after 12 o'clock because I have other things to do first thing in the morning. But I think we need to make a decision on this very quickly. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Okay.
Point of order. Deputy Mayor, and I want legal advice on this, and I think if I'm right in thinking you have the final say on this if you were so minded. So I would just like Philip just to maybe let us hear that information.
No, Mayor, under current standing orders, this has to go to a vote.
Deputy Mayor, it's Ryan. Can I speak, please?
Yeah, folks, I'm not going to be chatting about this 15 minutes. I'd love to get the meeting over tonight, but go ahead, Alderman McCready.
Thanks for your indulgence. I take on everybody's points. Everyone's got different circumstances, but my main concerns with staff, I've been on the call with a lot of the staff during the day, early in the morning, and they're still here. We constantly bang on about workers' rights and a good working environment. I know the staff go beyond expectations and what's in their job spec, but to expect them to go through from 8 o'clock this morning to midnight and back in tomorrow at 7:30, I just don't think there's a need for it. I think if there's 3 motions there's all the confidential, then let's cut that now, discontinue and reconvene when more appropriate. Thanks.
Okay. John, I think the best thing here is go to a vote. Obviously, it's the Vice Philip, and I'd like to take a vote on the proposal on the chat box, and that was from Alderman Devaney, and it's a proposal to halt the meeting now and carry out confidential and rearrange another meeting to deal the motions left to be discussed.
Did you say you wanted me to take the vote then?
Could
Chair?
you could you take a vote, because I don't plan to be talking about this. I'll be happy enough to continue the meeting, but obviously I think it's members.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can we clarify what?
No, I'm just going to vote now, John. I'm not going to be chatting about this for an hour, 10 minutes.
Yeah, but we need some form of words in front of us to say.
The words is on the chat box, sorry. No, apologies. Hi, I know it's going to. Could you put that up on the screen? It's on the chat box there. There it is, folks. Simple enough. I'm going to move on. John, could you take
Chair, on accuracy, I think you need to use the word adjourn, not halt.
Would they just alter adjourn, propose to adjourn? Yep. And this, why I put this proposal forward is because, look, we have many people who have been working long hours. We have some people in this council, the virtual chamber, who are carers, and some people who have children to get to bed early or get them to bed or try and get them to bed. And it's not easy.
Okay. John, could we take out the vote, please?
Chair, can I clarify, son? How can you adjourn the meeting and then carry on confidential business? The meeting is either adjourned or it's not.
It's up to the folks. Listen, there's going to be a vote on this. It's up to the chair. I'm happy enough to continue. We'll see what the members want. If the members obviously as feels, we'll continue on. So, John, could you continue with a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Devaney.
4.
Alderman Guy.
Four.
Alderman Guy.
4. Yeah, 4.
Alderman Hussey.
4.
Alderman Carrigan.
4.
Alderman McClintock.
4.
Alderman McCready.
4.
Alderman Ramsey.
4.
Alderman Wark.
4.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle. Councillor Michaela Boyle. Councillor Tina Burke.
Against.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Cusick.
Against.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against, John.
Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Doyle. Councillor Doyle. Councillor Duffy.
Against.
Councillor Edwards.
Against, John.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
4.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Heaney.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Logue.
It's John.
Councillor McGuire.
Against.
Councillor McHugh.
Against, John.
Councillor McKeever. Councillor McKeever. Councillor Mellon.
Against, John.
Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Riley.
Against.
Thank you, members. Chair, I have recorded 9 for, 23 against, so the proposal falls.
Thank you for that, John. Okay, members, we're going to move swiftly on then. The next motion is in the name of Councillor Edwards.
Deputy Mayor, take the motion as read, please.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Could I have a seconder, please? And Councillor Barr seconds that. Go ahead, Councillor Edwards.
Deputy Mayor, the reason for bringing this motion to council tonight is due to the number of reports that the SLP representative, especially in the Derry and Strabane DAs, have received in relation to dog thefts or attempted dog thefts throughout the past year. I've received correspondence from residents who believe that their homes have been marked by criminals as they have a desirable dog. Received multiple reports of people approaching dog owners offering cash for their animals, and I've even had a member of the public call me quite concerned and claiming that her dog had been drugged in her garden in an attempt to steal it by thieves. And only a number of weeks ago, there were 8 dogs alone stolen in Castle Derry, which adds to this considerable concern. These dog thefts are devastating to the families that they belong to, and it's like losing a member of the family. In this regard, I do believe the council should do all it can to prevent dog thefts across our district. The statistics given to me by PSNA show that across the entirety of the north, there has been a 51% increase in the number of dog thefts reported from 2019 to 2020. Equally, while the numbers are relatively low, the statistics in our district show a 50% increase in dog thefts from 2018 to 2020. And what I have noticed, especially in the last year, is that there is an issue with massive underreporting of dog thefts and attempted dog thefts to the PSNA. This does skew the PSNA figures in my view and makes them very unreliable. I think the PSNI need to do more on this issue to raise awareness with the hope that under-reporting can be tackled effectively. I have also engaged on this issue with a number of dog and animal charities who believe that this is a big issue across the north, along with the rise in puppy farms, especially due to the prices of dogs, which have skyrocketed. It's called the puppy boom, the pandemic puppy boom across the pandemic. There are reports in England as well that will suggest that the increase in dog theft is due to some puppy farms wanting to profiteer during the pandemic. Those puppy farms are there for profit driven. Some of them are keeping animals in completely unsanitary and unsuitable conditions, and it's our view that they should be shut down permanently. And it is positive, and I know that there is a private members bill going through Stormont at the moment to introduce loosely laws to ban the third-party sales of puppies in Northern Ireland in order to shut down these farms. But Deputy Mayor, to conclude my remarks, I must stress that this motion isn't about scaremongering, nor is it about creating unnecessary worry for dog owners across our district. It's not about attacking responsible dog breeders either in our area, but I do believe that council should take an educational role in providing important information how to keep their dogs safe from theft. I would like to see an online campaign ran by council on this issue. I'd also like to see a key information leaflet
Councillor Edward, could you bring your remarks to a close?
Key information leaflet being given out by dog control and our plan on how to keep dogs safe in the area. Thank you, Deputy Member or Deputy Mayor. I hope that members can support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Edwards. Next on the list is Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Edwards for bringing this motion. The price of dogs and puppies has soared in the last 12 months. People are stealing dogs not only to sell them, but also to breed so that they can make money from new puppies. More recently, we've seen a number of dogs given over to local charities who've not even seen a day outside of a crate. They've been overbred and given absolutely no compassion or love. Some people would see breeding as a quick way to make profit, and unfortunately, because it is not regulated currently, we do see many puppy farms popping up. Our own animal welfare team is based in Fermanagh Council and covers 3 council areas. They do sterling work, but we need people to report when they're concerned around dogs and possibly puppy farms. During the first initial lockdown, some houses had time at home to introduce a puppy into their family, and we've seen puppy prices rise from hundreds to thousands. You know, a German Shepherd puppy went from £400 to over £1,200 to £1,500, and puppies were being brought from England and Ireland to keep up with demand. Most puppies haven't had the proper socialisation and had to deal with families out of work, so a lot of animal charities do worry that when things return to normal, we'll see a huge influx of dogs needing to be rehomed. So I asked as part of the campaign to raise awareness that we include information about buying from reputable breeders or accessing dogs from our rehoming charities, as well as informing animal parents around how they can keep them safe and stop some opportunistic person from stealing their beloved pets. We're happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Next on the list is Alderman McClintock. Alderman McClintock.
Unmute. Sorry about that, Deputy Chair. The DUP are happy to support the notice of motion. We know how devastating the loss of a pet can be to anybody, but for many it's been their only companion during lockdown. So anything that raises awareness and informs the public is to be welcomed. Many people are concerned about reports of thefts, but not sure how to protect their animals. So I think any sort of awareness raising would be good. So happy to support the notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Alderman Hussey.
Chair, just very quickly, I don't want to extend this too long, but I hope Councillor Edwards will appreciate adding an amendment at the after theft to say, and it's in the chat box, including ensuring that their dogs are chipped at the earliest opportunity.
Have you got a Seconder,
Seconded.
Fred.
I'll second that.
Apologies, who was that?
Shauna.
Thank you.
Morris Devaney.
Alderman Devaney, second. Okay. Alderman Corrigan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Very briefly, I support the motion there, and we do know that the price of the pups now has rose astronomically this last wee while there, and again, do the worrying terms in regards to thefts, and again, neighbouring town land from my own with the pup stole there recently, but as well, we do have to be mindful there. We do have to have owners aware of looking about their dogs to try to seek that that's not that their dogs aren't stole. But we do have to be mindful that that individuals should be mindful of keeping a good eye on their dogs, because I mean, on the neighbouring town land, my own town land, there was dog attacks on sheep farmer, and there was a number of stock killed. And so there are those attacks there as well that do happen, and sometimes owners can be along the lines of my wee Fluffy or whatever else wouldn't do that. But when you see the aftermath of a dog attack and a flock of sheep, it is frightening on what your family pet can do. So we just have to be mindful, Mayor, that yes, it's devastating for anybody who has the dog stole, but we do have to be mindful. We should be trying to, I don't really want to add any more amendments to it, but we do have to be mindful that people are aware of where their dogs are and what they're at. So thank you, Mayor. We'll more than content to support the motion.
Councillor Corrigan. I see Sinn will be supporting that amendment and also supporting the motion on it. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for allowing me in. And look, I've no problem in supporting the motion and supporting the amendment. And I think it's getting to be a very, very worrying issue because the volume of people that are losing their friend, as they call it, from I know they have many sophisticated ways now of marking gates with blue or a different colour. And I've made inquiries to, where probably these dogs may be going. I know there are a lot of them going on to the market for people who want to have a dog as a friend, and they are going at very, very, very inflated prices. But I also made aware that a lot of these dogs are being used in these dog fights, where you have pet dogs who would not be trained in fighting or that bullfighting or whatever you want to call it. They are just through in there for the meat, so they are. So something like that there worries me. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. And I'm not picking up anybody against the amendment on this. If there's anybody against the amendment, could you put on the chat box? SDLP support amendment.
Sorry, Mayor, there is a note from the legal advisor. There is a legal obligation to chip a dog at 8 weeks, but I think we still need to remind owners, it's a legal obligation, but sometimes people don't do it. So I think we should encourage the chipping of all dogs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fred. Alderman Hussey, looking at the amendment here, I'm not seeing nothing on the chat box. The amendment passes. Going back to the substantial motion, could I bring in Councillor Edwards to sum up?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, and Alderman Hussey's right. I think it's a legal requirement to chip dogs 4 to 8 weeks old, but that doesn't mean it always happens. So it's good to have that amendment in there. I'm just going to keep it brief, Deputy Mayor. Delighted that we have the full support of Council. I think we could go. This is a massive issue sweeping GB and the Republic, and we could be setting away here in terms of Council being proactive in that sort of educational space. So happy that everyone's supported. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for that there. And I think it's a very important message Council's putting out there too, and it's a very, very good motion. I find that unanimous. I don't see anybody coming in the chat box against it. And I'll just give it a second here to see. And that motion's unanimous, so it is. Council, sorry, 2 seconds. There you are. That's Councillor Ever's motion that passes, so it does, and I do think it's a very important motion. Okay, moving to the next motion in the name of Councillor Hargan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I take the motion as read?
You can. Have you got a seconder there, Councillor Hargan?
I second it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Go ahead there, Councillor Hargan.
Thanks, Chair. Look, we've talked at length this evening again about deprivation in our district area and deprivation across the north. And we are in a situation where we have skyrocketing child poverty and growing inequality. And we've acknowledged time and time again that right now the Stormont Executive doesn't actually have an anti-poverty strategy. So I think this campaign and this demand is very, very timely, and it's come around because you know, people believe that there's an urgent need to take action to try to address you know, the deprivation that exists in all our communities and amongst all people from all backgrounds in terms of their families. The demand, as people will know, is for universal free school meals for every child, every young person to get nutritious meals as part of their education package. And universal means that it wouldn't be means tested, meaning that it would be for all children in education. And there's a number of reasons to do that. As people probably know, there's a lot of working families who just miss out on free meals, and but they're not well off, and actually many more of those families right now are struggling because of the pandemic. There can also be a stigma attached to free meals. You know, unfortunately, that's still the case. Derry City itself has the highest number of children in receipt of free meals. But you know, and so having it be universal is just like the way that the health service works. It doesn't ask you about your economic background or your social background. It's a right that everybody has, and in that sense, everybody you know, supports it. And there's education works like that as well in terms of primary school and secondary school. Everybody has access to it, and so the idea is in this campaign is to make you know, the school or the education setting a place where at least children will get nutritious meals, and that will then help their educational outcomes, because it's very difficult to learn, to study, to think when you're hungry, and we have far too many children shockingly going to school hungry. It also has nutritious meals, healthy meals delivered in the schools, means that it'll have an impact on health outcomes. There's an alarming growth in obesity among children, and some of that's related to the you know, fast food and food that isn't nutritious. So this campaign and this demand is really aimed at addressing a whole host of things. Now, I'm not arguing that this would get rid of child poverty, but it is a step to addressing it, and it's something that if it was implemented straight away or soon, it would have a meaningful impact on tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people right across our society. And I think it is something that will benefit people from all backgrounds and all communities. There's no doubt about that. And look, Saturday is May Day, International Workers' Day. It's going to be marked all across the world. And this is a campaign that is gaining support in working class communities. It's something that is bringing people together at a time when there's tensions and divisiveness. So I think our council should lead in supporting this and commend the campaigners that have been you know, pushing it forward. I'm sure you'll have seen there's been billboards up all
Councillor,
across our
can you bring
district.
your remarks to a close, please?
I'll just wrap up here. There's been billboards all across our district, and actually right across the north. So I'm hoping that all councillors will get behind this tonight and send a message of solidarity to the campaign. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Horgan. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and the SDLP is happy to support this motion. You know, we've got very high rates of poverty and child poverty across our district. 5 of the top 10 most deprived areas in the north are in our council area. We've got the highest unemployment in the north, we've got the highest economic inactivity in the north, and we've got the second lowest wage levels in the north. And given those economic conditions, this proposal for universal free school meals would have a massive impact and benefit to children, young people and families right across our city and district. And the universal nature of the free school meals proposal would remove any perceived stigma surrounding free school meals. So the SDLP is happy to support, and we thank Councillor Hartman for proposing the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Farrell. Alderman DeVenny.
Deputy Mayor, for allowing me in on this motion, and I have to say our party will be supporting the motion. And you know, I think a child needs a nourishing meal every day that they attend school, and I agree with the previous speaker well. As we all know, we have free meals at schools. I was Board of Governors of a primary school for quite a number of years, and I know in that school that I was Board of Governors and Deputy Mayor, we had a serious problem in getting the uptake up. You know, it always ran on about 45% of the 100% that could have had free school meals. But yes, there's that stigma around there that they just don't want to avail of the service, and I would like to see those figures now from some of the schools, because I do believe that is up. And I think, to be fair to the Education Minister last year, over the COVID issues over the summertime, he extended the weekly payment to the families over the summertime, which has to be welcomed as well. And you know, I always worry sometimes when we hear motions that's coming forward again, is where do we get the money out? Because we all know we have a block amount of money for every department, and I always say that if you take one slice of the cake, a small slice of the cake out of one department, it has to come out of another to take it. But wholeheartedly, we support the gist of the motion. Thanks, Chair, or Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that, Alderman DeVenny. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Harkin for bringing this motion forward. We support the ideals of the motion and indeed the sentiments of the Unison campaign for the free universal school meals. No child should be living in poverty, and in fact, no one should. In the context of tackling food poverty through schools, we also believe that whilst we 100% agree with this motion, that we should firstly tackle food poverty based on areas of highest need. And this is why our own MLA, Karen Mullen, has been working tirelessly to ensure that free school meals do not stop when children leave school for holidays. Tackling holiday hunger has been a priority for our executive team and indeed ourselves, and has resulted in free school meals being secured with resources until Easter 2022. And there is a call for legislation now to be brought forward so this can remain a long-term commitment to the executive. I also would like to note that we have seen continued implementation of the extended schools provision. I do welcome that, with over 60 school settings within our council area availing of it. But on the downside, you know, over 60 schools in our city and district, that shows a major need within this area, and I agree with all that has been said before. Our DFC Minister had appointed an expert advisory panel in October to review and make recommendations to help form the anti-poverty strategy. And that expert advice panel has has came out in the executive summary report to say that the majority of households in poverty live outside of Belfast area and are in the west of the north. One challenge is to ensure that opportunities for work are available in areas of economic underdevelopment. And I do welcome the fact that it has been stated that the west has a further gap when it comes to poverty and how we have to tackle it. Also, a part of that recommendations, they are clear that the Anti-Poverty Act should be introduced, and it should make discrimination in the provision of goods and services on grounds of socio-economic status unlawful, and include socio-economic duty, requiring public bodies to take account of socio-economic disadvantage when making strategic decisions. Age discrimination should also be made unlawful. I do also want to point out around the stigma around free school meals. Having had our canteen tickets, and everybody, young people would sell them for all our means. After, when I was at school, that was the done thing, and I do think that there was a stigma around holding them tickets, and indeed there still is today, with 20% of families not taking up their right to have the free school meals. I welcome some schools have already brought in smart cards or fingerprints so that young people and children don't see visually who has and who hasn't. So I will welcome the challenge around stigma. I do welcome this motion, and I do think that we should start to continue to target the objective need within our city and district. I would also like to state that it is my disappointment that we're looking at figures and facts, and indeed my own DEA area, when we're bringing it down locally, has 30% of the youth population, and whilst 35% of our young people in our city and district are living in poverty, is over 50% within our DEA. So I do welcome the anti-poverty strategy, and I hope to see the rollout of the recommendations from the expert advice panel as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mill. Alderman Hosty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you. I think it's Councillor Harkin's motion, isn't it? Yeah, Councillor Harkin, thank you for bringing the motion. Something along the lines of Councillor Mellon there, as someone who grew up with the different coloured meal ticket, I particularly felt it when I moved to grammar school, and a completely different sort of setup than my primary school. But there again, when I moved on and moved into teaching, to be distributing those tickets in class, one experienced again, and I had great empathy with those youngsters and the stigma that they were enduring because of the situation of having these different coloured meal tickets. And this motion simply wipes that off, and it is to be welcomed in that case. It should be an entitlement to our young people when they're attending school, and that's what the motion is concentrating on. On the point made by Alderman Devaney, I can sympathise with his comments there with regard to the funding of this. And I think one of the things we want to ensure is that this is not just a Northern Ireland issue. This should be a UK-wide issue. And the rationale for that is when it becomes a UK-wide issue, government, of course, have to become involved in funding, and there would therefore be Barnett consequentials coming into our finance department to ensure that we are not being disadvantaged financially within our overall budget. So just mindful of that, as Alderman Devaney has said, but totally supporting the motion, and thank Councillor Harkin for bringing it. Thank you.
Obviously, I'm seeing no further members on this, and I would like to bring in Councillor Harkin to sum up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thanks everyone for your supportive comments and other insights. And I think that some of those points that were made were very, very helpful, because look, we are often highlighting and underscoring and talking about deprivation and the different ways it actually works in our district and impacts people. And I think many of us, I'm sure all of us, want more action. And some of the proposals, like the anti-poverty working group and the discussions to Stormont, are producing excellent studies and proposals. But there's an issue here about action, and sometimes the initiative comes from elsewhere, and this is a campaign that has taken off, and it's not going to undo child poverty. It's not going to undo deprivation, but it certainly will help people and will make a difference, and it can spur other actions. So hopefully, by us passing this in the council, it'll give encouragement to all the campaigners. And it was delayed in terms of the launch, because I know Alderman Hussey had been asking about this. It was delayed in terms of the opening up of the campaign because of the pandemic. But the plan is to go beyond billboards and to actually, when it's appropriate, to be able to have large actions and mobilizations involving people from all communities in different cities, right across here. So that's the kind of pressure people are talking about trying to bring, and I think that can only be positive right now if it brings people together towards a kind of aim that will genuinely help people, bring people together physically and politically in this campaign for something that is a common good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. I'm not picking up anybody against the motion. If any member is, would they put it in the chat box, please? Okay, I will take it as the motion has passed on Councillor Harrigan's. Well done. Members, the next motion in the name of Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Motion stands there, and I'll allow you to seek a seconder, and then I'll speak to it if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Could I have a seconder, please?
Rory.
Was that Councillor Farrell?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead there, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I suppose just before we start this particular debate on the motion, it's worth pointing out that today the Minister for Justice in the Irish Government, Helen McAtee, has given birth to a baby boy. So congratulations to her and her family. She's the first cabinet member in the history of the Irish state to give birth and take maternity leave while in office. So it's just coincidental that this motion is down for debate today, but I think that speaks to the reasons why change is needed. Maternity leave and paternity leave and pay is critical for the well-being of the entire family, both for the mother, the dad, the newborn baby, or indeed babies, and indeed other siblings. Here in Northern Ireland, the current arrangements fall well below what's available in other neighbouring countries, and that position has been brought into stark light during the pandemic. To qualify for statutory maternity pay, you must have been with your current employer for at least 26 weeks and reached a threshold of average earnings. Statutory maternity pay is ordinarily paid for the first 39 weeks of your 52-week maternity leave entitlement, with only the first 6 weeks being paid at 90% of your average pay, and then 33 weeks at around £152 or 90% of your wages, whichever is lowest. I think that's a key point, and indeed that works out to be less than the national minimum wage. If you don't qualify for statutory maternity pay, you might get maternity allowance, but again, that brings other disadvantages for women on low incomes. There's a stricter earning requirement than statutory maternity pay. And it also brings complications for people who are on universal credit, because maternity allowance is deducted from universal credit award pound for pound. As a result, a woman with a new baby on maternity allowance can be much worse off than a woman in the same circumstances on universal credit and statutory maternity pay. But women can find themselves on maternity allowance rather than statutory maternity pay for arbitrary reasons beyond their control. For example, they might have changed job before realising that they were pregnant, or have had to take sick leave and were made redundant perhaps during their pregnancy. So there's a range of different reasons, and indeed self-employed women can only claim maternity allowance. In relation to paternity leave, and this is important for fathers, the current qualifying criteria can reinforce a message that parenting is less an important role for fathers than it is for mothers, and I think that that's wrong. Extending the leave would place a greater value on paternity leave, helping reduce stigma by breaking down gender norms, and put better balance on the care responsibilities and reflect the needs of a modern family. From our research, people in these circumstances, and fathers have to find themselves resorting to annual leave on top of their 2 weeks maternity leave to take more time off work. Charities such as Employers for Childcare and Maternity Action have supported petitions in Parliament, and I want to thank both those charities for producing such valuable fact sheets, which I'd encourage everyone to read. So in terms of other countries comparing to where we're at, there is other countries leading the way. In Denmark, people can get a total of 18 weeks maternity leave at full pay. In Belgium, mothers can have 15 weeks. In Sweden, people are entitled to 480 days of leave at 80% of the normal pay. And across the border, in the Republic of Ireland, people there can get a basic pay period of 26 weeks maternity leave, and indeed get full maternity benefit of €245 a week for that 26 weeks. So I think that demonstrates that there's a huge disparity in the system that we have here, and I would encourage people to consider supporting this motion so that we can get this maternity and paternity leave and the pay rates involved brought up to standard in comparison to other European countries, and I want to encourage people to support the motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
And thank you, Councillor Reilly, for that. Next on the list, I have Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for letting me in. Sinn Féin's happy to support the motion. As Councillor Reilly has alluded to, the difficulties, challenges women and fathers face when applying for paternity and maternity pay, and as he's highlighted, in the north we have one of the lowest provision for maternity leave compared to other countries. A report I looked at the length of time off compared to wages when in maternity leave here in the north. It was equivalent to just 11.7 weeks on average, whereas countries like Greece is sitting at 21.3, almost double. And then, as Councillor Reilly has alluded to, Sweden, which is the highest at 480 days paid parental leave at 80% of the wages, a figure which by all standards is high, and Sweden obviously sees the benefits to this and how it can allow parents that work and home life balance. Other research that kind of looked at showed that longer paid leave has benefits not just for the child's development but also the parents themselves. During both birth and the postpartum period, it's a critical time for mothers and their child, as during this time there's hormone releases from the mother that has proven to have an impact on the quality of the interaction between both mother and child during this period. A further study I looked at two different groups of women who undertook different lengths of paid maternity leave, and the results indicated that those who had the longer maternity leave showed not just a better understanding of child development, but also reported that the mother actually had a better impact on their self-esteem in motherhood, and if applicable, if they were in a relationship, it had a better impact on that. Adequate paid maternity and paternity leave obviously will help alleviate some of the financial stress and pressure that parents face, with many being forced to return to work early due to the financial stress. From the same report in 2018, it showed obviously when it came to the parental or the paternity leave for fathers, we were also lagging behind. At present, the entitlement is at 2 weeks paid leave. We as a party don't believe this is enough and have been pushing for this to be doubled to 4, as research showing the benefits this can have on the child's developments. We also want to see further change with that time being flexible during the first 9 months of the child's life, rather than being constrained to 4 consecutive weeks. The increased time and flexibility will allow more of an opportunity to meet the demands and responsibilities of parenthood. At present, if followers want
Councillor
to,
Burke, could you bring your remarks
yep,
to a
I'm just
close,
finishing up.
please?
Yep, then they will have to take it at the expense of the maternity leave, and that's just not acceptable given the low provision. So there's no doubt this needs addressed immediately. Happy to support the motion, and thanks to Councillor Riley for bringing it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Next on the list, I have Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Riley, for bringing this motion in. I feel that this motion really highlights the reason why people need to join a trade union, and given that it's Workers' Rights and Social Justice Week, which is really highlighted. It's been excellent, an excellent led by council, and it's really highlighted the struggles of working people, and this is such an important point to emphasise. We know that unionised workplaces have the best maternity and paternity leave, and the Equality Commission actually states that the most likely time a woman is likely to be sacked is when pregnant or on maternity leave. And this is in fact totally illegal, but it does happen. And if people were represented by trade unions in this case, this would not be allowed. And I don't think that, I think this change has to be led and will be led by trade unions, and that's the only way this change will come about. I don't believe that this will come down from the executive. I think we need to fight for better working conditions always, and particularly on this issue of maternity and paternity leave. And I also think the other important point on this is the privatisation of care as a whole, and the undervaluing of care. And there's been great examples said, like such as Sweden, which provides 2 years maternity or paternity leave. And we really need to think about the type of society that we want to build, one that enables people to age well from the cradle to the grave, and one that prioritizes care and values care and allows people to make those decisions without having to feel the need to return to work in order to survive. So thank you, Councillor Riley, for this motion, and I think it really highlights the workers' issues in this important week of workers' rights and social justice. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And thanks to Councillor Riley for moving this motion, which we fully support and endorse in its entirety. It's really good and refreshing to get the angle of maternity and paternity. Generally, throughout the kind of recent ages, certainly in my lifespan, that the paternity bit was generally forgotten about. But it's really good it's seen as a kind of family unit, where the benefits would come by balancing those commitments and the work commitments to both parents. So yeah, really supportive. Well done. I'd like to see something move forward in the legislative department on this. So well done.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Riley, for bringing this motion. We fully support the motion. I think it's an extremely important issue. I'll not keep you too long, but maternity and paternity leave can be a very stressful time, especially for new parents. It's a new way of adjusting to life, and as others have highlighted, there can be a real financial strain due to maternity and paternity pay. This can impact on mental health and contribute towards bonding issues with babies. And we do need to have more support around mothers and fathers, and also after the maternity and paternity, making sure that there is some sort of universal childcare enabling people to get back to work without having those crushing costs of childcare. So we're more than happy to support the motion, and thank you, Councillor Riley, for bringing it.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman Corrigan.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, didn't intend to come on, but I just sort of took a notion then. Fully support the motion, but again, you just have to be mindful of some of those small employers, and trying to get things going. I mean, I was able to get paternity pay, but I could never get no more than a week out whenever my weans were born, and again, one of the weans was born in January, and it wasn't happening. I wasn't getting the time off, full stop. So it's those things there. You can have difficulties. It's grand to call for it and support it, but again, a lot of those small employers, if you take somebody out of the office for a year, whatever else, it is difficult for those small businesses, and just be mindful of that as well with it. That's my only slight concern, but do support the motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that. I'm seeing no other members on the chat box. Councillor Riley, do you want to come on and sum up?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thanks to everybody for the comments in relation to the motion. I think that it is important that, as Alderman Kerrigan finished the commentary, that the rights and the thoughts of employers are borne in mind. That's why I think this falls to the Department of the Economy to consider all of this. But certainly there is a need to ensure that we will have a better society if our very youngest in society are able to spend that early time with their parents and their wider family. I think that is so critical to the well-being of the whole family unit. So I think that as part of that commentary that Alderman Kerrigan, Alderman Kerrigan, yes, sorry, indicated it's the first paragraph of the motion indicates that it's finding the right balance between commitments at home and at work. And for all of us during this pandemic, home and work is now the same place. So we have to make sure that people are entitled to get the maternity pay and the paternity leave to allow them to do both of those things as well as they can. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
And thank you also, Councillor Riley. I'm not picking up anybody against the motion. If any member is, could you put it on the chat box? I'll give you a few seconds. Okay, folks. Members will take it as the motion is passed by Councillor Riley. So we're on Councillor Riley. Okay, folks, moving on to open information. Moving on to items 10, 11 and 12, open for information. I'm going to take them as read unless any member has issues. Alderman Hussey, item 12.
Just proposing, Mayor.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, I'll second that, please.
Alderman Hussey proposed, seconded by Alderman McCready. Okay, could I have a proposer and a seconder to move on the confidential, please?
Alderman Devaney.
Seconded, Alderman Kerrigan.
Okay, Alderman Devaney proposed and seconded by Alderman Kerrigan. Okay, folks, we'll just give it a second when we get on the confidential here.